Presented by Circus Sports Illinois. Download the Circus Sports Illinois app right the hell now at circusports.com/Illinois-app. Sign yourself up today. And also to our friends at ButcherBox, join today using the link butcherbox.com/CHGO. Use the code CHGO to receive this exclusive offer today. We are so unbelievably just warm welcome to see everybody out here tonight. Just unbelievable attendance here. Joe's on weekly. Thank you to everybody. The energy in here is unbelievable.
I mean, I feel like a rock star with the intro from Big Dave. That didn't make the stream, so if you're watching on the stream, you didn't see it. But if you're here in person at Joe's, that was next level. I've never experienced that before. Woot, I don't know if you have.
That was the closest thing to coming out of Soldier Field.
Yeah.
Right? Funny story is the first time I was a starter and I come out, they say, woo, and I thought they were booing me. And everyone's like, nah, they were saying woo. And then, so it was the closest thing to that, I think.
I did boo Braggs, though, when it came out.
Yeah, I did, too. I think everybody was.
I'm in such a good mood that I give you all the love.
I love it. I love it.
We are under 20-some-odd minutes, or a little over 20-some-odd minutes from Caleb Williams being a Bear and I don't know, a 10-year decade run, damn it. I'm walking around, I'm talking to everybody out here today. Bears fans, a little bit nervous, little nervous.
Nervous about what?
Can we start the show with a big-time move, though?
Yeah, we can.
We got Michael Scaletta, our guy, jumping in with a $300 super chat.
Get the hell
just to start off draft night.
Scaletta.
He says, let's fucking go. Today is the day everything changes. The cycle gets broken. We are back, baby. It is time for Chicago to stand up. Get ready for the greatness we are going to witness for the next decade plus. We deserve this as Bears fans, and I cannot wait for the day we can all celebrate a Super Bowl again.
Wow,
Bear down.
Michael Scaletta. Take that, Duke.
Man.
Top that, Duke.
I hope the Duke is out there. Duke.
Oh, the Duke will top that. I got faith in him. The big Duke.
Where's the Duke been?
That's what I'm saying. Dude.
Yeah,
He's been hiding. He's been waiting for
He's
this
been waiting
day.
for tonight for his.
He got caught in an avalanche on a ski trip.
Dang.
I hope not.
Duke.
I mean,
Duke doesn't get caught in avalanches. He creates avalanches.
I see.
He gets
I
through
see.
avalanches.
I see.
He is the avalanche.
By the way, I am Adam Hoge. This is Mark Carman. That's Greg Braggs Jr. And Corey Wootton is back with us in person, which I'm very, very excited about
So
tonight.
Happy
There
to
it
be
is
here,
right
man.
there. Did you hear that? The woo.
Exactly.
That's great.
And the good part is we're going to continue this show during the season, so I'll be back with you guys for the season. So
Yeah, Woot's breaking some news right now.
exactly,
He's
we gotta break
officially
the news.
saying-
I'm going to be here on the weekends. We're going to be doing the in-studio show.
Let's go.
No more remote.
Did you guys
Let's
hear
go.
that?
Yep.
We
So
got
we'll be in
Woot
there.
coming up on Sundays this season.
Exactly.
Now that the Bears got the quarterback, now he's here.
Yeah, and I'm hoping
go.
maybe with that number 9, maybe we get a defensive lineman. You know,
Yeah.
that'd be nice.
What is the sense on this stage of right now what is going to happen at 9? I know that Hoge, Braggs, Woot, maybe you the most here, Hoge, who's paying attention to every bit of news. Braggs, you've been doing it all day, too. I'm sure you have it, too, Corey.
I haven't been paying attention to anything. I've been drinking.
Thank you.
Oh, gosh.
So Anna, right.
We got some analysts, and then we got a party boy over here.
Balances everything out.
Byron Murphy's the betting favorite.
Yeah.
But and you've been hot.
Did I have any impact on that? Let's be honest.
You might have.
Probably not as much as Brad
Well,
Biggs,
I-
if we're being honest. But
I think it's more your scouting talent that I'm impressed by because you liked him early and often, and now
yeah,
he could
well,
be the guy.
look, it's a couple things that I think Woot can help explain. This is defensive lineman, but I identified Byron Murphy just early as a guy I liked. I weirdly watched a lot of Texas football last year. They were having a great season. They have a lot of NFL players, so I just found myself kind of gravitating towards that team. But I felt right away, and what was interesting, they played him actually a lot inside at nose tackle instead of like more of like a 1 technique than a 3 technique. But if you look at the PFF numbers, it's kind of he still played plenty of 3 tech.
Yep.
You watch the film, it's just he's got that explosiveness that last year when we were kind of skeptical on Gervon Dexter, who I still like actually. I still think he had a pretty decent rookie year. But Murphy has more of that explosiveness, that get off the ball quick type of penetrating 3 technique that Woot's been here talking about for over 2 years with us on CHGO. Like, this is the key to the defense. And then the other part of this from, like, that's the coaching side of it. That's why Matt Eberflus would want him. If you're Ryan Poles, though, and you look at it more from the general manager side, there aren't a lot of 3 techniques in the league that are truly elite and dynamic. And the ones that do exist, you can't get them. They're either out of your price range or they don't move teams because there's just not enough of them. So if you can get one on a rookie contract in the midst of getting your quarterback at the same time and everything they've done on offense, to me, that's just going to be really hard to pass up tonight.
It would be. And you know me, I was really high on Johnny Newton. He obviously had that foot injury, so that's a concern. A lot of teams maybe have pushed him back because of that foot injury. But looking at more tape last night, I'm really diving into Byron Murphy. And the more I see, the more I like. I look at that Kansas State game. He was in the backfield almost every play. He has get off, right? And I think some of it was skewed because, like you said, Hoge, he played nose technique. He's really a 3, but his motor is unbelievable. His penetration in the run game really flashed in the pass game as well. And I think he's going to be a dynamic pro, especially in this scheme when they tell him, hey, pin your ears back. You can really get off the football. Don't have to worry about gap discipline. Why? Because penetration sets the edge, and I think he would really flourish in this game.
I mean, what did you think of the low center of gravity that he plays with? The thing that I think a lot of people talk about is how he has this technique where he drops to a knee, and he can literally split 2 blockers just at a knee and kind of get his leverage that way and explode through.
So that reminds me a lot of a guy like Warren Sapp, right? Rod Marinelli, who coached me, coached Warren Sapp when he was in Tampa. Warren Sapp did that countless amount of times, right? Because sometimes you can get off the ball one-on-one blocking, but when you're in a double team, you have to get down, drop that knee in, get your center of gravity down, and that's a lot what it reminded me of. And you can't move him in that situation. And that's what the Bears want, right? They're going to continue to get stout up front. We need somebody opposite Montez Sweat, right? He's a killer there. But I think the 3 technique is the last remaining element, and hopefully we could find somebody maybe in the 2nd or 3rd round that could be an option at defensive end as well.
And if they do go that route, then you have to rely on, at some point, you would think that the Bears would be addressing that 3rd wide receiver spot. Maybe you do it at 75, maybe you do it day 3, I don't know. Exactly.
Maybe you trade back up later, which is something I did in my mock draft this week.
Also a possibility.
Or you just throw the ball to Byron Murphy, because I don't know if you guys know this.
He did catch a touchdown pass. I saw it.
He had 2 offensive touchdowns. He is Refrigerator Perry.
Okay.
He had 1 rushing touchdown and a catching touchdown last year.
I love that you brought that up because I was watching him today. I'm like, oh, he's in the end zone. Come on, it's the fridge.
It's the fridge.
Part 2.
It's meant to be.
You might have heard a little cheering in the background here, Joseph and Wheat Street, because Caleb Williams was on the screen as they were showing him.
I was wondering what the hell happened.
It wasn't for us. It was for Caleb, but that's totally cool. Look, this is a transformation night for the Chicago Bears,
100%.
for Bears fans. We are stepping into hopefully, and I don't even think I need to say hopefully, but it's a completely different land of competition, being in the mix, and Caleb already is the #1 sports guy in this city, and I don't think it's particularly close.
Overnight.
Yeah.
And if you look at, this is the best situation I think a rookie quarterback has ever been drafted into.
No question.
With how they've surrounded the talent, how they built these past couple years.
The team he's walking into.
They're a top 10 defense. He has 2 arguably of the best receivers in the league right now. The running game, 2 great running backs, an offensive line that are some road graders. And who knows what they'll do tonight? Maybe they'll address another tackle position. Who knows? But I think this is a situation, especially with Shane Waldron. Look what he was able to do with Geno Smith's career. And Caleb Williams has a million times more talent than Geno Smith.
Right.
So Caleb Williams is in a situation to succeed, and I think there's no doubt about it that he will.
Well, I mean, it's about the reps, right? I mean, how many throws did he have in college? You know, I heard the stat that the amount of throws that Caleb Williams had in college is equal to the amount of throws that Justin Fields had by the time he was in his second year in the NFL. So it's like a pitch count. Exactly. Like how many times he's had these reps. He's just a more mature quarterback than you're typically used to seeing. Like just from a development standpoint, there's going to be high expectations coming into this season, and I'm going to try my best to temper those because, you have to keep an open mind to his developmental curve, but at the same time, this dude's ready to play. I will not surprise me if he comes out right away and is slinging it.
So, we do the show 5 days a week, Monday through Friday at noon. Subscribe if you haven't hit that subscribe button. We're here for pre and post. We're here for breaking news. And we have a ton of fun doing it, and we love the growth that we've had.
Sir.
And we, act like you've been there and done that before. But we have not been here and done that. This scene tonight at Joe's on Weed Street is unbelievable. We're so thankful for the support.
Let's
and
go.
Just thank you to everybody who's coming out here. I made the...
So we can actually, for those watching the stream, you can see our crowd that we have here. Because look at this crowd we have at Joe's.
The crowd's on the stream.
So, look at this. We greatly appreciate all the love and support. It's unbelievable to see this crowd here just,
I
a little
appreciate
over.
everybody in the crowd except for Justin in the back. I don't want him here, but he's here. I got to deal with him.
Shout out, Justin. I walked in, I saw regular James, my guy, welcoming me in. He's 3 deep on a nice bucket getting going. And then I see Jillian and Margaret and Alex from Circa. And then Matt, he wants Dallas Turner coming down here from Green Bay. Big Matt, I see you over there rocking it. And then my guy Josh, Manuki Nico on our chat. And I don't know what this is, Hope, but it says I love CHGO.
Looks like a Manuki Nico.
It's a Manuki Nico.
It has a Brags plus Carm and a heart.
No, well, that checks out.
And it says hit the like button.
That's
hit the like button.
We got a guy that flew all the way out here
and it was me.
From Denmark.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
okay,
and
I
Hoge.
flew here too.
Yeah. A dude flew all the way out here from Denmark.
Does he know Caleb Williams' girlfriend?
I don't know.
Because she's from Denmark.
I don't know.
Hashtag Caleb. Danny and Alicio came from Orlando. What's up, Danny? There they are. That's my guy.
There we are.
Coming down here from Orlando. They're staying with
It's
Will.
unbelievable. It's an electric crowd.
Really. Gary and Austin and Seth. Seth doesn't believe the Byron Murphy smoke. Doesn't believe it, Hope.
Okay.
They don't believe it. Okay.
Yeah. And then our Buddy and Anthony, father and son, back in the corner. Love you guys. Favorite Bears of all time, Walter Urlacher. Shout out Eric Kramer, favorite Bear of all time.
Eric's a good dude. Eric's a good dude.
Eric's record's about to go down.
He was on the show, right?
Yeah.
He was.
Yeah.
He was
really good dude.
We've had him on a couple times, but it is amazing that Eric Kramer is still the Chicago Bears single season record holder for yards. Let's go.
Even out of Jay Cutler. Jay Cutler had some good seasons.
For real.
When he was with Adam Gase, he had that really, really great season with B. Marsh when I still played with Lovey. So that is kind of surprising.
Isn't it? Never threw for 4,000 yards.
That'd be pretty cool if Caleb Williams did it in his first year.
So what do you think, Woot? Is that realistic? Let's go all the way. Yeah.
Yes, he definitely can. The thing is, I just don't want to put too much. There's already pressure on him. But in any rookie quarterback, Carman, it's different. Any rookie player in general, you're going against guys in college that aren't playing on Sundays. They're not as talented as the guys that are going to be chasing after you. Defensive ends, defensive linemen, linebackers, secondary are a lot better at this level. So can he light it up right away? 100%. But there's a good chance that he might have some growing pains. So that's the only thing you have to bear with him, right? We bear with Justin Fields for 3 years with some of the ups and downs. Give Caleb Williams some time, but I think he's in a much better situation where Shane Waldron, I think, is the difference maker. When you talk about protecting your offensive line, protecting a quarterback, some of those double chips, double tight end sets that really put pressure on those defensive ends, allow them to have a wide rush, chip them. So I think there's a lot of things in his favor. He has the weapons. He has a great running game, a great defense. That's a recipe for success.
I walked around tonight asking Bears fans, I'll ask you guys the same question. Do you think, let's get ahead of ourselves right now before we see Caleb get announced, are the Bears a playoff team next year, Hoge? Would that be your expectation?
I think they have a very real chance to be. I think it would be very disappointing if they're not, going into week 17 at least, and then ideally 18 is having a chance.
Yep.
People kind of forget they sort of briefly flirted. They did show up on those in the hunt graphics late in the year. I don't know how realistic it really was.
We made it to in the hunt. It was huge.
But
we were in the hunt.
I think that you want to be realistically actually in the hunt with playoff hopes alive in Week 18, and anything short of that, I think would be a little bit of a disappointment. Just considering where they finished last year and the fact that they gave away 3 games last year.
Right.
Three games that if you change those, that they had the game on lock, just couldn't finish.
Sure.
They're a playoff team at that point.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, think about if they made the playoffs, right? That would be a different situation for what we're dealing with right now. Because if they made the playoffs, Fields played a little bit better, we wouldn't be in this situation with picking potentially, or we're definitely picking Caleb Williams at number 1.
I do, before the draft starts, need to ask Braggs a question, though. But what was your thoughts on the stadium yesterday? Just playing with you.
Yeah, well, Pritzker was out there today talking, but I ain't listening.
Yeah.
To me, as far as expectations go, mine were a little overinflated. Carm nailed it. He said 7 wins. They ended up having 7 wins. As my guys Mike and Aaron are taking a selfie.
What's up, Mike and Aaron?
And so mine were a little overinflated.
He's got a Caleb Williams USC jersey.
He's got a Caleb Williams USC jersey. So, I had predicted 9 wins last year, but I also said anything less than 7 wins would be a disappointment. So I'm kind of hold serve to the same expectations I put on last year's team. Maybe if they were a little too juiced up, and I think that that same expectation level should carry over to this team. They should be able to win 9 games, theoretically. But maybe I bump up anything less than 8 wins is a disappointment. You should be able to improve off your win total of last year. Ultimately, all that matters is Caleb Williams' development in his first year, his rookie year. But at the same time, this team is ready to win.
Well, the reason I was doing the exercise, just walking around and asking you guys, is I do think that, and we don't know, but there is still a little bit of trepidation that Caleb is going to be the impact transformation. And we just don't know what that looks like in Chicago. So if he is, they're a playoff team. They're a bona fide playoff team. But I think there's just a little nervousness in Bears fans.
So let's think about this. Let's just say he's averaging numbers throughout the league. This defense, the way they finish the season, they're going to pick off right where they left. We're stacking the pieces there, right? We'll probably add some more options at defensive line.
Sure.
So there's no reason why they shouldn't start the season better than last year.
Theoretically. Every season is its own entity, and they want to start fast. I think they've even said that as a team here, being, getting the few interviews that we have lately from some of the players. But, you know how it is. Every game's decided in the fourth quarter. And it's going to come down to situational football once again. They started 0-4 last year. If they can find a way to not do that, they should be in good shape, and they should be in the hunt in December. I think that's a reasonable expectation. But at the end of the day, we try to use the transitive property. Well, they've added X players. They should have won X games last year, so that equals they'll be better. Well, it doesn't work like that. Every season is its own onion. So we're just going to have to wait and see how the situational football plays out.
I'm going to try to stay on point tonight, but you busting out transitive property is throwing me off.
Do you like that?
Yeah, that's a little much. All right, hey, shout out to
failed math class.
Yes, congratulations on being here tonight.
Me fail math.
Shout out to our friends at ButcherBox, butcherbox.com/CHGO. Get incredible deals on premium cuts from ButcherBox. Deals this good. They are hard to come by at the grocery store. Easily, you can find it all around here. They've got the high quality meat, seafood you can trust, 100% grass-fed beef, free-range organic chicken, the good stuff we're talking about here. Pork raised crate-free, wild-caught seafood, all the good stuff, humanely raised, no antibiotics or added hormones. This is the good stuff. ButcherBox is offering our listeners an amazing offer where new users can get free meat plus $20 off your first box. All you got to do, join today, use our link, butcherbox.com/CHGO. Use that code CHGO to receive this exclusive offer today. Do it before time runs out. Shout out to our friends at ButcherBox. And Hoge?
I got you. Drive home a winner this April after visiting our partner, Ray Chevrolet. They're sharing their best offers of the year. Make your way to Ray Chevrolet on Route 12 in Fox Lake to join in on the savings. It's one of the top-selling Chevy dealers in the Midwest. You'll always be able to shop one of Chicagoland's largest Chevy inventories. Plus, you can find the perfect tailgate vehicle for a limited time. They're offering 0% financing for 72 months on new Silverados with over 100 available. And to top it all off, they're pricing over 125 vehicles under $20,000. Seriously, guys, can pricing get more affordable? Get a free oil change at Ray Chevrolet in Fox Lake when you mention CHGO. I did that a couple weeks ago, a free oil change. All you need to do is mention CHGO when scheduling your oil change. Start off the new year right and schedule it by April 30th. Visit Ray Chevrolet in Fox Lake or raychevrolet.com. They've been serving the community since 1963. Find new roads.
So we're waiting on trade news here, and we're waiting on Caleb Williams, who is on the screen again, as you can hear in the background.
He's dancing right now. That guy's got some swag.
He is going to own this town. Imagine what it looks like if let's just say for fun's sake, the Bears start out 3-0, and Caleb's thrown 8 touchdown passes and 1 interception.
Jordan.
We will be calling him Caleb Jordan. That's what it will be.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be that insane. Hey, real quick before the draft actually starts, so I want to remind everybody, especially watching on the stream, but even here in person, our Bears 100 is done. It's ready to go, and it's there for you all weekend long as a database. So CHGO diehards, get logged on, allchgo.com/Bears100. We're going to be updating this with each and every pick. I literally have it in front of me as we're going. And when Caleb Williams gets picked here, he will be assigned to the Bears. And then the best available board will change. So you can follow along. You can track the draft order, who's been picked, who's still available as we get closer and closer to the number 9 pick. And so even if you're here in person and you're on your phone, you can access all this. So just a resource available to you this entire weekend, but especially tonight.
And I don't want to give away the board because that's, the behind the scenes, be a diehard. But you've got Caleb 1, Marvin 2, and Rome 3.
Yeah.
Do you think Rome is there at 9?
I think there's a chance he is. I think there's a chance 3 and 4 are both there. We have Rome Odunze 3rd, and then we have Byron Murphy 4th. I mean, that's how much I like Byron Murphy. Joe Alt is number 5. And then, you start going down the list a little bit more. I'm curious what Woot thinks about Jared Verse.
Yeah.
Because we got him at number 7.
Yeah, I like Jared Verse a lot. I think he's the most prototypical defensive end in the game. Plays the run really well, is disruptive. I would say he's not the best pass rusher in this draft. I think Dallas Turner is a better pass rusher, pure pass rusher. But as far as a more complete defensive end, he'll probably give you 7 to 9 sacks a year, which I could deal with all day.
You know how I always seem to know the random fans in the crowd when we watch Bears games? They just showed on the TV for, NFL Network. That was my guy Keith Kinsler in the front row, so shout out to Keith.
Thank you, Keith.
He's always at our tailgates.
Hey, shout out to our guy Jake, by the way. You put in a $50 super chat on the draft night. We love you. $49.99. Thank you so much. Braggs. Can you read that, Hoge? Because for
it says,
some
Braggs, you're shaped like Mr. Planters.
I don't know what that means.
That means that you look like a peanut.
Like a peanut.
The peanut guy?
Yeah, but I work out all the time, guys.
Oh, fuck you,
I
Jake.
post selfies in the gym.
He says, let's fucking go, Bears fans. Get excited about it. Football.
How are you shaped, Jake?
I would never peanut you.
That was definitely the least nice, sizable super chat we've ever received.
We appreciate it.
No, I love it. You got to keep Braggs grounded. Now he's not a bricklayer anymore. His head is too inflated, man.
Shout out to my guy over there wearing a Tim Jennings jersey.
Tim Jennings.
That's next level.
We see you, Tim Jennings, not unless they're listening to the show right now, but that's okay.
That's okay.
That's okay.
He's on his phone.
Tim Jennings, that 2012 season, man.
I mean, what about front row here with the overalls and the chain and the hats?
Love it.
It's like we're at Soldier Field right
The
here.
big hats.
I mean, this is real. Hold on a second. I gotta get the camera out for this situation. There it is. I mean, that's what we need. That's exactly what we need. Are we? All right. Who's expecting a lot of trades here between 1 and 10?
I'm fascinated because, look, we know Caleb's going number 1. It seems like based on all reports, everyone's sort of settled on Jaden Daniels, number 2. I don't necessarily agree with that. I have Jaden Daniels. Where the hell did I end up with him at?
You had him way down there.
Yeah, number 30. I have him. I think he's a lighter, older Justin Fields. I mean, I get the potential. I get why, he's going to get selected high, but I'm just not totally on board with Jaden Daniels. But it sounds like he's going to go number 2. Drake May, I saw a report earlier today that Drake May is most likely the pick to the Patriots number 3, unless there's a team that's willing to give up a huge ransom to come up and get him. And that was obviously probably put out by the Patriots themselves to try to get that interest going. So, I don't know. I feel like we're going to have 3 quarterbacks off the board, 1, 2, 3.
I think for me, the best quarterback that's not Caleb Williams that I think will have the most success early on, Michael Penix. I really do. I think he's that talented. I think the way he reads defenses, his touch on the ball, I think he has all the factors. I think the injury history, but I followed him when I worked for the Big Ten Network, and he was a mobile quarterback when he played for Indiana. He changed his game, and it's night and day difference. Like, he always had a cannon in an arm, but he really worked on that precision, the timing. And I think he's going to be a great pro. So whatever team lands him, I think it'll be a good fit.
I mean, the most accomplished guy in the pocket to this point is Penix. I mean,
exactly.
That's
There's no denying that. Like, think about it. If he didn't have the ACL injuries, I don't even know this would be a conversation.
A little bit of Deshaun Watson in his game.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that?
On the other side of the ball, or throwing the other way.
Right.
I do see some of that, but I think he's just so cool, calm, and collective. And I think something he was saying something about they could have all the MRIs, the X-rays, but the EKG.
There it is.
And that was cold to me because
that's a good line.
I think he has ice in his veins. You see some of the games when he's going toe to toe with Oregon and Bo Nix both times. He just makes plays, and I think it's going to translate. I think he has all the tools. Now it's going to be on the team. What team decides to take a chance on him?
Yep. And while I'm anticipating that 5 quarterbacks are going to go in the first rounder. Are we all in agreement on that? That Penix and Bo Nix are all. I mean, and maybe even in the top 20.
What about J.J. McCarthy? They're talking about he might sneak in as well.
I meant 6. My bad. 6 with J.J. So that's the other rumor, by the way, that New England might drop back and somebody's going to come all the way up to 3 to get J.J., which seems insane to me.
But I'm telling you, we're in the next. But by the time the Bears pick number 3, we're going to have a big move that we didn't anticipate. That's why I love the NFL draft so much. There's all this talk, all this homework we've been doing for 4 months
goes out the window,
and someone's going to trade up for Mitch Trubisky here. Okay, like something's going to happen that we're not really anticipating, and it's going to shake things up. Yeah. It's going to be maybe a team that we're not even. Been on the radar in terms of a trade-up team, and that's why I think of all the drafts we have in sports, this is by far the best one in terms of entertainment value.
You just don't know.
Yeah.
Because when guys have their guy, everything goes out the window. They're like, oh, this guy's supposed to be a second rounder. Like, nope, this is our guy right here, 12 or 13 or 14. They pulled the trigger. So everybody has their guy, and it's interesting. There's nothing like NFL draft day.
The time to the commissioner, by the way, is 1 minute and 15 seconds here. 1:15 until.
Yeah, we don't need a countdown to the commissioner.
Well, but
you know what the funny part is when you're going through this draft process and you meet the commissioner, all the rookies are like, "Oh, he's awesome," and all the players are kind of like,
ah. Here comes the Caleb chant.
Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams.
Where did starting that chant at Wrigley Field last week's rank on your career achievements?
It was up there. We did it. We got his attention.
All 7 of you.
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
A whole senior ditch day. I forget the school. Emma's going to have to help me out with the school. Somewhere in Dearborn. I think Dearborn High School. Their whole senior ditch day. So every senior in their school was there.
So they had 7 people?
No, small. It was like 60 of these hoodlums.
Oh, okay.
So we got them to chant. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Good times.
Listen,
Friday 120 clubs.
The chants are going to be coming from all over the city, all over the suburbs, all over the state, all over Bears Fan Nation. We can do once they draft him. I think we should have just a 10-minute Caleb chant. I love it. I love that he's embraced coming to Chicago. Here comes Roger. Boo! Boo!
It's crazy when you're a rookie. Like everybody's like, "Oh, he's a nice guy," and then the guys that got drafted are like, "Nah."
Marshall Mathers.
Here comes Eminem, baby. It's a cool scene in Detroit. Shout out, begrudgingly, Detroit. Looks pretty awesome up there. By the way, we'll have that draft party right here in Chicago again at the new Soldier Field in the South Loop. Thank you very much.
In the city.
In the city. Yep. In the city.
Not Arlington Heights, man. I don't like it.
So it doesn't appear that Caleb's going to wear 13.
Yeah.
I've seen some
sources.
Maybe number one.
Sources. Gary Ross is saying that
Gary Rappaport.
It's got, I think, 18. Could be an 18.
18, 12, or 0. Take your pick. Because he loves Rodgers. So there's a little bit of 12 out there.
I can see 12.
18 in high school. Nobody's ever worn 0 for the Bears.
I think it's going to be 18.
18?
I think it's going to go back to his high school number. I think that, and it's an interesting conundrum because I got to say, this might be as a former NFL player, you know how these like veteran versus rookie things work with the numbers.
Yeah.
But like if Keenan Allen's only here for 1 year, it's kind of a tough situation when you drafted a quarterback you think is going to be here for like
he's got to pay up then.
15.
He's got to pay up.
I know. So it's like, but like, and the other thing is like he's the quarterback. Once he picks his number, you can't change it a year from now.
Yeah.
I mean, you could, but you're going to sell a lot of merch like starting tomorrow morning, if not tonight.
He could be Kobe too, man. 24
Wasn't that with Kirk Cousins, him and the tight end from Atlanta? They wanted to swap numbers, and they were like, no, you have to pay the NFL a certain amount for like the jersey sales or something like that.
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I'm like, come on, hold up. You can't, just because you had jerseys made doesn't mean they can't switch a number. That's stupid.
Shout out to everybody here at Joe's on Reed Street for booing Detroit and saying Detroit sucks as they
do suck.
As all the Lions are getting some love right now. There's Jared Goff on your screen.
I mean, how nice is it that the Detroit Lions and the city of Detroit are going to have a front row seat to their demise while the Chicago Bears take the North, baby.
That's exactly right.
A front row seat to us kicking your ass the next 10 years.
We are chasing the Lions right now. There's Barry.
Chasing the Lions.
We're definitely not going to regret any of these statements.
Never.
No.
That ridiculous video you did in the alley.
Yeah,
It was pretty good, though.
I'm a ridiculous person.
It was very nicely produced. I enjoyed it.
Yes.
The thing is, it'll make winning the North that much better because Detroit's now a factor in there.
Yeah.
You know what they say, Hoge? It's better to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all.
Here comes Roger.
Agree. All right, Roger, start the clock, damn it.
Let's go,
Get
Roger.
these losers off the stage.
You talking about
Later, Detroit.
Dan
Not
Campbell,
us.
you got to take the points.
Not talking about Mark Carman. I'm talking about the Lions.
One more time. Thank you so much for being here in Detroit, this fine city where they never, ever, ever win. Super Chat, what do we got here, Hoge?
Michael Redunza, $20. Tonight, we draft a generational quarterback to capture a new generation. My son Leo is 9 and is the next-gen fan. Give a shout-out to Leo from New York, who wears the Meatball Island shirt to bell.
What's up, Leo? My favorite Ninja Turtle.
Let's go, Leo.
Leonardo.
Thank you, buddy.
Leo. The Bears
Are on the clock.
are on
Paint the face.
clock.
Your guy's there. Paint the face bear guy. Who's that guy?
Don Wachter, Don the Bear Man.
Don the Bear Man's in Detroit.
With his guy, Paul Zawicki, I have no doubt.
Zawicki is Zawickiing.
What a moment. The Chicago Bears are on the clock. 9 minutes and 25 seconds.
Just do the pick. We know who it is. Let's come on. Save us some time.
Let's go, Ryan Poles.
What a moment.
Ryan Poles. Ryan Poles. Eagles.
The front office just got a standing ovation here at Joe's as they were shown on the screen.
What a moment. What a moment indeed. I hope they take all 9 minutes. Honestly, for a couple reasons. A, let's just have this moment. Let's bask in the glory. Take all 9 minutes if you want Chicago. But hey, also, to me, from a strategy standpoint, you pick at 9. Like, people are like, oh, just turn the pick in right away. I mean, to me, you're picking at 9. The more time on the clock to give you to think about or make calls on what you're going to do at 9, the more time you have to, move and shake.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta figure out how it goes because it's never exactly how you think it's going to be. But it does give you some more time to evaluate some different options if this goes this way.
Right. You never know what call you're going to get from another team. You know,
don't bring any anxiety into here. Just get up there and say his name. Let's go here.
I disagree. Let it. We waited 4 months, 3 months for this. What's another 8 minutes?
He's got a big smile on his face. Caleb Williams does. What do we think of the look? He did clean up the hair.
He cleaned up.
Well, he cleaned up the beard. He said I don't know if you remember, a couple years ago he had like a...
Right, he's trying to grow it out.
Yeah, so he's going back to that, which I dig a little bit. Cleaned up the beard.
I mean, hey, him and his dad have been planning for this moment for, almost a decade at this point, right? They had this vision to be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft and, set everything in place, from Oklahoma to USC, now on the stage here at Detroit to become the number 1 pick of the Chicago Bears. Hey, I feel, thank you, Lovie Smith.
Lovie Smith. Lovie Smith.
I mean,
there it is. Lovie Smith. We love you, Lovie.
Love you, Lovie.
Should have never got rid of him, man.
So, what an unbelievable turn of
events. I agree full-heartedly with that.
The one good thing is we're getting the defense back in order.
Caleb Williams, he's getting a call.
Someone's on the phone.
Yes. And it's Cliff Kingsbury telling him to have a mutiny right now and come to Washington. He's begging him. It's not happening, dude.
It's like pull an Eli Manning. Say you're not going to play.
Caleb's telling him right up. That's right. Thank you. We're going to win 10 Super Bowls. I'm ready. It's on my phone. It's on my goal list. That's what I do. That's why you're picking me.
That's what he does.
I mean, should we give Carl Williams a shout out? That's like mom and dad. Carl Williams, you put the program in motion here. You invested in the daily facility, trainers, apartment, believing in your son. I'll give it to him. Carl Williams. Nobody shouts out the dads in this world. You're a dad. You're a dad.
I think he did a good job getting him ready, but some of his other thoughts about things, I'm like, easy there.
I think we've talked about Carl plenty. I think Carl's gotten plenty of shine during this process.
Carl's gotten good love.
Yeah.
What a moment. Excited.
How many other prospects do you know their dad's first name off the top of your head?
Not many. Not any.
Yeah.
What runs as many? Any. Right. Hey, shout out to Guy Finley, by the way, for the $20 super. We appreciate it.
Guy Finley.
Just right in the moment here. This is it. Okay.
Oh, you can't read it. That's what. So you need me to read it.
Yeah.
You didn't read the super chat. Born in Illinois.
Born in Illinois, Barefoot. Yeah, you got it, Hoge.
Trojan alum by choice. This is my biggest dream. Glad to be here.
Guy, we appreciate your support, man.
With you guys. To kind of go through just my personal experience of watching Caleb Williams. It started really not his Oklahoma year, but his first USC year, watching a lot of late-night Pac-12 football. I specifically remember him going through a game where he's hampered, the hamstring is holding him back, and he's just fighting through it. And he's making play after play after play. And you're just right there. You're going, man, this guy's obviously a first-round quarterback. Yeah. You could just tell right away. And then last year was obviously a much different season with the, he's coming off a Heisman. The team doesn't win as much, but I just keep coming back to this. You hear people say it was a bad year for him. His numbers were down. He had 30 touchdowns and 5 interceptions
It's like Aaron Rodgers. When
That's
Aaron
a bad
Rodgers
year. That's an Aaron Rodgers bad year.
Yeah. People would kill for that.
And yes, his passing yards went down. His passing yards per attempt went up. So, like,
the pick is in. Ladies and gentlemen, the pick is in.
Who do you think it's going to be? Since you interrupted me there to say the pick is in, who do you think it's going to be?
I mean, if it's J.J. McCarthy, I'm going to break this table over Carm's head. So,
Whoa, easy there.
I would minorly support that move at this point. I'll be done for the night if you guys can handle it. They picked J.J. McCarthy. I didn't.
We're closing. Yeah, the party will end.
I mean, we got people. Everyone is waiting for it, standing up. The feeling is real.
Oh,
I can
my
see the head of
God.
content, Kevin Koenig, thinking, oh my God, how many clicks are we going to get with this guy for the next 5, 6, 10 years? Let's go.
Matt Nagy in the comments just said, can we get a boom? Fantastic.
The pick is in. What a moment here.
Nagy, you need to come back. You could coach this guy to victory.
No.
We don't want
Sorry.
that.
No,
Okay.
we don't want
My bad, Nagy. I'm living in an
I'm
optimistic
good with
spot.
Shane Waldron, man.
As we await
I'm
Roger
enjoying.
Goodell.
I'm enjoying on the NFL Network the names they're putting on the screen that the Bears lost. Dan Feeney.
The porn star. He was our best backup porn star center ever.
He was
I
a
love
great
that guy.
candidate for Meatball Island.
Deontay Foreman.
Here we go.
Here it is, ladies and
Here we
gentlemen.
go.
Roger
Oh
Goodell
my
has come to the
God.
podium.
Jesus. Let's go.
There it is.
There it is.
Caleb Williams is a Chicago Bear. They're going crazy here at Joe's. This is insane.
Brett. This is
Let's go!
So Braggs is going to go crowd surfing.
Everybody grab their drink.
Let's raise them
Right
up.
down now. Show the crowd, Steven. Raise your glass. The Bears have their quarterback. Drink to that.
Caleb holding up the jersey, baby. Blowing kisses to the crowd.
Let's go.
I mean, what a transformation. 4 months ago, the conversation to that. Oh my God, that was unbelievable.
The psychology involved, honestly, in like how we got here, the conversations. Like I remember, to me, it was the Christmas game. That was the Cardinals game.
You talking about the Falcons?
They play the Falcons or the Cardinals at Christmas. I forget.
Before Green Bay, right?
I have no idea.
Regardless, whichever game that was, and they won the game. But I just really felt like Justin didn't play well in that game.
What was it Falcons? Yeah, but
And it was just like, it felt to me like it was probably over.
well, the Green Bay game, I think.
Oh yeah, that was just a
Yeah.
disaster. I mean, but I think now that we're here, that decision. Greg's out to Caleb Williams jersey. I think the Bears made their decision well before that.
Yeah.
You know what? Unless we let this all play out, and now they are here, and you know, no one really knows how this will unfold. But there's no doubt that in this moment, you can honestly say that they have the most talented quarterback that they've ever added to the roster in the draft.
Oh no, he's got a couple of tears. That's freaking awesome. Yeah! Let's go. You feel that moment, young man. You earned it.
No, you're 100% right, Hoge. The Bears just drafted the best quarterback in franchise history. It's not really, no disrespect, it's not a high bar to reach.
No, it's not.
And this guy will surpass it. There's no way that this guy will not. I don't even give a shit about the jinx. This guy can make all the throws, make all the plays. He's a mature, developed quarterback coming out here his rookie year. Like I've said before, everybody talks about, hey, can he play in structure? He can play in structure. Can he work from the pocket? He is great from the pocket. He fights to stay in the pocket. The way he maneuvers up, slides left, slides right, ducks his shoulder, avoids contact. He feels that pressure. He gets the ball out of his hands. And oh, by the way, he can throw the ball 70 yards on a freaking dime, baby. Yeah. That's what this dude is bringing to the table here. And like you said, Corey, he's coming to a team that's loaded with talent and a great support system and finally maybe a healthy environment to develop a quarterback. Mitch Trubisky crawled so Justin Fields could walk. Justin Fields walked so Caleb Williams could run, baby.
Ooh,
let's
run.
How
long you been holding on to that one?
It's just coming out.
He used to be a rapper back in the day. But to echo what Bragg said, he's in a great situation. The talent is through the roof. There's no doubt about it. He's been the best pro quarterback prospect probably since Andrew Luck.
Yep.
I think we could all agree on that. What he can do outside the pocket, in the pocket, quick release, those are all things you want with your quarterback. Now in Shane Waldron's system, with DJ Moore, with the weapons there, Cole Kmet and company, it is a great situation. I really think he's going to flourish in this scheme. Yeah, there might be a couple growing pains here or there, but I think when it's all said and done, when we look at the end of the year, I think they're putting him in a position to succeed, something they haven't done with Bears quarterbacks in the past.
Well, along those lines, I am here for the growing pains. Let him play. Yeah. I mean, sure, you're going to want to win.
You said that about Justin. You're right.
You can't. We're trying to win a Super Bowl. We're not trying to eke into the playoffs next year. Now, of course, I'd love to see the Bears in the playoffs next year. I think they'll be in the playoffs next year. But let him play the position. Let him figure out. Let him figure out what he knows, what he doesn't know. And one of the things that I'm most excited about him is the mental makeup. This guy seems built for it. He, at the combine, some wacko throws some completely weird question from him. He rolls right through it. You learn about his whole journey. You watch him on the Pivot podcast. He does the hour. This is somebody who's going to be able to handle playing here, and it's a thing. I mean, there's a big bright spotlight on that, especially considering that the Bears haven't been there in a minute. So he's gonna. I mean, the whole city's gonna be staring at this guy, and I think he's built to handle it.
I don't know. This is it's almost overwhelming how big of a moment this is for the Bears. I mean, seriously. Like, even though we've known it's been coming, it's kind of surreal to actually know that Caleb Williams is going to show up at House Hall. I mean, well, he's going to be there tomorrow. He's going to have a press conference there tomorrow, and he's going to be back in 2 weeks for rookie minicamp, finally on the field for the first time. Now, Carman and I have a bet that we still haven't decided what the actual payoff is. Woot, maybe you can help us. But the bet was, by the end of tonight, will Ryan Poles come out and say he's the starting quarterback?
Oh, 100%.
That's what I said.
No brainer.
Carm thinks there's going to be like
Tyson, what did he say? Tyson Bagent?
Yeah.
I know you love Bagent, but come on, bro.
No. Let's not put me in that corner right now. That's even uncomfortable for me, who loves to be uncomfortable. But look, I'm just saying that I think they'll try to slow play it just a little bit. Like,
slow play it.
I don't think you're giving Ryan Poles enough credit here.
Ryan Poles is going to say.
Just think about it from perspective. Who else is the quarterback? Tyson Bagent?
Of course, he's going to be the quarterback.
Ryan Poles' MO from the first day he gets here. And by the way, the Washington Commanders pick is in, and it is Jaden Daniels from LSU.
Wow.
So there you go. But Ryan Poles' MO from the very start is to be transparent, to not bullshit things that don't need to be bullshitted.
Yep.
And the number one thing in this entire franchise that doesn't need to be bullshitted,
quarterback,
other than that weird-ass prayer they did yesterday, was...
That was
weird.
Let us pray that they never do that again.
The starting quarterback of the Chicago Bears is Caleb Williams.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Like day one, like right now,
now
that he's a member of the Bears.
Officially, as of about 6 minutes ago, the starting quarterback is Caleb Williams. And there's no point in saying anything otherwise.
No debate.
Well, we have to have him duke it up. No.
Well, let's rewind on that level.
Please, let's not. Because that's my point. Stop doing Bears things like what happened yesterday at that dumbass press conference. Stop being that. But just be the Caleb Williams franchise now. Just do the obvious thing like drafting Caleb.
Yeah. Well, let's give Paul some credit here. You went out, you traded a second-round pick, you got Montez Sweat. You went out last year, of course, the insane trade with Carolina that fell every which way your way. You added in DJ Moore. You've got a second-round pick coming next year. You went out, you drafted Darnell Wright. You've added, like, the amount of premium players on the roster is so much different now, and you just added in a premium quarterback. If you went around the NFL right now and said you could have any quarterback in the league for the future, for now and the future, where does Caleb rank? Where do you think he's drafted?
You talking about any quarterback that's getting drafted or just any quarterback?
Like, if you were to, like, people are going to take Mahomes 1, then however you want to do it, Burrow, Allen, Herbert. Caleb is probably somewhere between 8 and 12.
Yep, he's in the 10 range. Yeah. He's in the 10 range. And the even more fun exercise is if X team in the NFL had the number 1 pick, would they keep their guy or take Caleb Williams? And to me, that list shrinks even shorter.
Exactly.
You know, so like I said, I'm all about the hype. I drink the Kool-Aid all day, every day. That's what I do here. And I wear that proudly. But at the same time, I'm not afraid to say that this guy is going to be, and pretty much already is, the best quarterback in franchise history. All due respect to a guy like Jay Cutler or Eric Kramer. What the Bears just brought in. And I feel like Chicago sports...
Let me stop you for a second. Think about what you just came out of your mouth. All due respect to Jay Cutler and Eric Kramer.
Right.
Like,
that's
the bar.
That's the bar.
Like, that's the bar.
And we're talking about a single season with Eric Kramer. It's not like he was here that long. And Jay Cutler, same thing. So, to me... I just feel like Chicago sports fans are afraid of their own shadow, and I get why. We don't want to jinx it. We're worried about the inevitable bust to happen again. I'm sorry. This guy is going to supersede those concerns. The Bears are doing it right. Ryan Poles is building this right, and he's earned my trust. And for me, I'm not afraid to double down on the hype and the Kool-Aid that I'm known to drink with every potential player that we think is going to be a star. This guy has the mental makeup to break through the barriers that have held back so many different failed experiments at the quarterback position here in Chicago.
Do you know what he had for breakfast between the ages of from like 12 to 14? Do you know? You need to learn that. You need to have eggs. You need to have ham. You need to drink Ensure. You need to put some vitamins in there. Follow Caleb Williams, Braggs. What do you think?
All right. Stop talking.
Yes, sir.
Because here's why. We have breaking CHGO news.
Oh! Love that.
Right now, on the CHGO Locker, CHGOLocker.com, I present to you the franchise collection of merch.
Let's go!
It is live now. It is available. CHGOLocker.com. Air it out. Let's go.
The franchise. Let's go.
Just to be clear, that's not a shirt for you. We didn't make that shirt about you.
Yeah, well,
okay,
I mean,
I don't think
why wouldn't you?
That's not going to register.
You got the fingernails. Tough as nails.
I like that.
Tough
Embrace
as
the nails. Yeah.
I mean,
merch, get it now at CHGOLocker.com. The franchise collection.
Tough as nails. That's well done right there.
This is. Yeah. Hey, he might sell a couple T-shirts in this town.
I
might sell a couple jerseys.
I think the X factor with Caleb Williams is just the situation, right? Shane Waldron, Russell Wilson wanted him in Seattle. He was a disciple coming from L.A., the Rams with Sean McVay. saw the success that they had over there. Russell Wilson wanted him there. Had a great season with him his last year there. Then all of a sudden, Geno Smith comes from the Jets, back up here and there. Everyone wants to toss it to the side, has over 4,000 yards.
Here comes New England.
Yeah, we have the New England Patriots pick is in, and it is Drake May.
You called it, Hoge.
From North Carolina. And honestly, I'm going to, I'm going to say it. I mean, I think what happened here at 2 and 3 is a result of the better franchise getting the better quarterback. And
puts the pressure on you.
Like, Washington, I'm surprised. To me, looking at these guys, I thought, like, Drake May is not perfect. There was a time back in the fall, and it really had more to do with Caleb's struggles than anything else, where it felt like there was a narrow, somewhat of a narrower gap between Drake May and Caleb Williams. And then you watch more and more film, you watch Caleb's entire career, and you're like, okay, this guy's way better.
Yep.
But with Drake, his accuracy bothers me a little bit, but I just feel like he still checks a lot of the boxes that Caleb has, and he's bigger. He's bigger. He's a home run hitter in the same way. He keeps his eyes downfield as he's moving. His accuracy is, though, not nearly the same, and that's my big thing. But if I had to pick between him and Jaden Daniels, and the thing with Jaden Daniels to me that I just can't get over is how thin he is compared to Justin Fields, playing a similar style.
Yep.
And when you watch Jaden Daniels, I don't see the full field reads. I see a lot of big plays, but I don't see consistently those crossers over the middle. It's watching his film reminded me a lot of watching Justin Fields in the pros, but he's thinner. And so I'm going to take the bigger guy. I'm going to take Drake May, who's built more like a Justin Herbert or built more like a Josh Allen. Not saying that he'll be those guys, but I like this Patriots pick a lot more than I like the Commanders pick.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
I don't blame you. He's got a bigger arm.
I think it came down to probably who Cliff Kingsbury wanted to work with and who he felt more comfortable. And I bet you he looked at Jaden Daniels' tape and he's like, there's some times where he kind of looks a little bit like Caleb Williams. You see him scramble outside the pocket, throw some darts. It's not as consistent as Caleb Williams, but I guarantee that's probably what Cliff Kingsbury, he probably preferred Jaden Daniels over Drake May.
So it's just the beauty of where the Bears are at, though, right? You do have a bunch of people who think that Daniels is the best player in the draft. Dan Orlovsky, at the top of that list of names that people know. But nobody has Caleb, like, far down from there.
No.
And you feel like that Caleb, like, his floor is a very solid quarterback. Whereas Jaden, maybe he is, maybe he isn't. Drake May, maybe he is, maybe he isn't. And that's the land where the Bears run. Like same thing with when Trubisky got here.
Yeah.
High draft picks, like, well, I don't know, man. He started 1 year. How can you be sure?
I think it's all about the play caller, too. And I think people sleep on that. Like, everybody here is talented, right? Obviously, Caleb Williams was the reigning number one. But Jaden Daniels, Drake May, right? They both have inconsistencies in their game. But I think the difference is going to be the play calling, right? And Cliff Kingsbury, I think he's a great play caller. And I think he'll make up for some of Jaden Daniels' inconsistencies in his game and help mentor him. He's developed a lot of great quarterbacks. Look at Patrick Mahomes, was kind of a project. So not to say he's going to be him, but I think
with Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a good situation. And I think that's the difference sometimes. Like, the Bears for so long have not had a play caller that was great. That you felt great. Adam Gase was probably the best one that they've had.
You know what also worries me about Daniels a little bit? This is one of those things that's not really fair to hold against him, but he's got 2 first-round picks that he was throwing the ball to. Like, these guys are going to get drafted this year, first round, and Drake May did not have that. Caleb Williams did not have that.
Also, when you play 5 years, the age matters at that point. You have that much more.
It does, but one thing I do want to give him credit for is he did take this huge step forward this year and looked like a different guy than he did at Arizona State. So maybe that's partially having the first-round picks I'm talking about. Maybe that's coaching. But it does remind you a little bit of the step Joe Burrow took when he came over and he had that 1-year wonder. Now, to me, though, Joe Burrow, for me, Joe Burrow and Caleb Williams are the 2 best tapes that the full picture that I've studied some people say Andrew Luck. I didn't study Andrew Luck as closely back then. But to me, both of those are better than Trevor Lawrence coming out. Joe Burrow was the best. Caleb Williams, I think, is maybe actually slightly better because it's a greater sample size than what Joe Burrow had. But for me, Jaden Daniels, it's hard to get some of the Arizona State stuff out of your mind when you're watching them.
Yeah, it is tough because you see some of it. You see some of the throws, and you're like, what are you doing at that point? Kind of scrambling around. Looks like he's playing in the backyard at times. But then the growth, what you saw from LSU. What did you think of Justin Herbert coming out, Hoge?
So this is one of the things where I think it's a lesson learned on Drake May for me. Because I didn't give Herbert enough credit coming out. And that was despite the fact that he kicked the shit out of my Badgers in the Rose Bowl. I kind of brushed it off. And I, like some of my blind spots on him, I didn't want to apply to Drake May as well. By the way, the Arizona Cardinals, this is where the draft really starts. And they're standing pat and making a pick here, which I think
Marvin Harrison
makes
Jr.
it obvious who it is. Marvin Harrison Jr. is an Arizona Cardinal.
PHNX boys rejoice, and they get their guy in Marvin Harrison Jr. Honestly, like when we talked about, you said this is where the draft really starts. I thought 3 was only because we weren't sure if a team was going to trade up into the Patriots spot. And the fact that they stuck with it and drafted Drake May, and some team didn't move up for J.J. McCarthy, which was all of the noise. Same here with the Cardinals spot. That's where, to me, the domino effect is now taking place. And Drake May didn't get bumped down where maybe the Vikings want to move up for Drake May and not J.J. You don't know. So now 2 picks in a row where there were teams that were reportedly interested in trading out of the spot so somebody could come up and get the heralded J.J. McCarthy, and both have stick and pick. So now where does J.J. McCarthy go?
So Marvin Harrison Jr. was number 2 on our Bears 100. We take a look at our updated Bears big board, and obviously Caleb Williams is off that board. Marvin Harrison Jr. is off that board. So Rome Odunze there at number 3 is still there. Byron Murphy's number 4, Joe Alt. So you start to see who's coming off, and a lot of those top guys still available for the Bears. Now, we're obviously a few picks away still. We do have a $100 super chat, too, as well. Kerry Huss jumping in here. $100. Let's go. First-time super chat. Welcome to the super chatters. Kerry brags, I'm wearing my Caleb Bears jersey. Love you guys. Woot. Let's go.
Kerry, what number did you pick? Because that's a risky proposition. I love it, though. Bear down. Let's get it.
Huss. Huss. Thought I heard you calling my name now. Huss. Huss. The Bears have Caleb Williams. You are Huss. All right, that's the first song of the night. Yes, so with the Huss.
That's scary.
Is there any part of you guys thinking maybe with 9, right? We're thinking D tackle, Murphy potentially. That they're like, listen, let's go all in on Caleb Williams, right? Let's get him his lockdown left tackle. Let's get him a wide receiver. Because the only thing is, the Bears this year, they make the playoffs. We don't expect them to make a Super Bowl run this year 1. We don't.
I'll try not to.
Right? I think most people don't expect them to make a Super Bowl run this year. If they make the playoffs, great. But I think the biggest thing they want to do is something that they haven't done with other quarterbacks, is put him in a position to succeed in every way possible. So I could see them maybe taking a chance on a left tackle or a wide receiver over a defensive tackle.
Well, I mean, to me, it's starting to whittle down to a few options. Now that the first 4 picks have taken place here, is Rome Odunze or Malik Neighbors going to be there at 9? Is the number 1 defensive player on the board still going to be available at 9? And then the biggest question to me is J.J. McCarthy going to be available at 9? Because if he is, that opens up a trade back scenario where teams will look to move to that spot if J.J. McCarthy is still there, in a spot where Ryan Poles might be able to get some serious draft equity with the quarterback tax that we all know exists when teams want to move up to get a quarterback. So this is where the dominoes are really unfolding, and you're hard pressed to find a a scenario that doesn't work in the Bears' favor. It's just a matter of which scenario.
Well, shout out to our friends at Circus Sportsbook sponsoring us tonight, sponsoring us all the time. Tight money line splits, low hold model. The games they always try to make them a minus 110 split, keeping the money in your pocket. By the way, their NFL futures today been very right there on the money. J.J. McCarthy, 5.5 is where they have it. The over is plus 110, the under minus 140. So, look, I am wondering if we are going to get a trade up here for somebody coming from McCarthy as the Chargers do remain on the clock. Download the Circus Sports Illinois app at circusports.com/Illinois-app. No better place to do your gambling. Sign up today and be on the lookout for circuit events like this one, watch parties and tailgates. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text GAMB or 833-234 or visit areyoureallywinning.com. And Gregory.
Yes, sir.
Would you like to tell us about Charlie the Bacon
Guy? I would love to tell you about Charlie the Bacon Guy. He's been all over me because he wants to go golfing with me here soon.
Why would you want to do that, Charlie?
Ask Charlie. Because he's based out of Woodridge, Illinois. I'd certainly love to know what kind of golf courses are out there. Makes craft bacon and bacon jams in over 35 different flavors, naturally cured, preservative-free products. There aren't any ingredients that Charlie can't pronounce himself involved in the process, unlike most store-bought bacon. What is this name? What is this word here? Ethrobate and
best.
Sodium acerbate, for example, vacuum sealed and freezes perfectly. Somebody's going to have to get the dictionary out when I hang out with Charlie the Bacon Guy. I mean, what the heck is that? Bacon lasts in the package up to 60 days in the fridge, 1 week after the seal is broken, and 9 months in the freezer.
It's the most delicious bacon of all time, and starting now you can save 10% on your order. CharlieTheBaconGuy.com. When you use the code CHGO, check yourself out, pick it up, which is the most efficient way. Charlie will deliver it. He'll meet you halfway. He'll do anything. CharlieTheBaconGuy.com, at CharlieTheBaconGuy on Instagram, Twitter at CZTheBaconGuy. Email him, CharlieTheBaconGuy@gmail.com. Breaking news, he is also sponsoring our softball team this year. Charlie wants to be a champion.
Wow.
That's super exciting. And the Chargers are on the clock, and it's looking like a wide receiver here, Hoge.
Yeah, well, is it?
Why is it? Could it be Joe Alt?
They are not. Yeah, they are not trading this pick. That part is official.
I think it'll be Joe Alt because Rashawn Slater.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Feels a whole lot like Malik Neighbors to me.
Yeah, I think it's going to be wide receiver.
I think it's probably going to be one of those two spots. Jim Harbaugh's talked a lot about the offensive line. That was in that viral video I got in Orlando. Yeah, it seems a little redundant with Rashawn Slater to have Joe Alt.
It makes no sense.
Maybe they kick him to the right side.
Yeah.
I honestly think
the pick
I think Alt would be a really good right tackle. I really do think he'd be a great right tackle. I think he could play left, and we talked about it. I think he's going to be a solid pro. He's going to be very consistent. Is he going to be a Hall of Famer or a Pro Bowler all the time? I don't think so.
So to your right tackle idea, if they stick with Slater on the left,
Latham.
J.C. Latham is a guy who's played on that right side. I know you like him a lot.
I like him a lot. They said during the season he weighed about 360. The way he moves like a guy that's 260. Nasty, quick.
Wow.
And raw, too, and still was able to shut down people. So Latham, I think, could be a good option there. You got a road grader. You pair him with Rashawn Slater, a guy that's savvy, that can show him the ropes.
Well, this is where I hate social media. You know me, I love Twitter, right? But it has ruined the NFL draft.
We don't have to acknowledge it, though.
I'm not saying we will, so I'm going to leave it to the viewers to find out. But this is why the draft used to be so much more fun before social media, because anybody that does follow the draft through social media, it kind of ruins the different broadcasts out there. And so for me, I've always put the Twitter away during the draft so I can just find the shock and excitement in the moment like we used to before the good old days without social media.
Well, I think most people watching us are probably doing that. We have to have it open here because we're hosting. So
it's got to pick, it's different tastes, different strokes for different folks. I'm sure there's a few on Twitter.
I'm happy to wait for good old handy-dandy Roger Goodell to tell us all night long.
Well, by the time we get to Saturday, Twitter's 5 picks ahead of
right, exactly.
what's actually
That's
being
what I'm
announced
saying.
on TV. That's a little different. But yeah, Roger Goodell is walking out right now. The Chargers pick is in, and
Raj looks like he's having a great time
Fuaga
up
could
there.
be an option too, Hoge, from Oregon State. Fuaga.
yeah,
Really
it could
talented
be.
right tackle.
I like Fuaga a lot. But the pick is in, and these Chargers, I almost said San Diego
Malik
twice
Neighbors,
now,
why?
is Joe Alt. Joe Alt is the pick.
So they're going to kick him to the right side.
Yes.
And you know why? You know why they selected Joe Alt? Because Jim Harbaugh likes badass MFers. I mean, that's what he wants. And Joe Alt is a badass MFer. 6'8", 321. This dude will run you over. I mean, I'm a Notre Dame football fan myself, so I've watched him. I mean, they're the school of tight ends and offensive linemen. He used to be a tight end. Now he's an offensive lineman. And guy is beast mode all day. And that is what Jim Harbaugh is looking for. Guys that play with attitude, guys that are movers and shakers of the earth. You watch the way the Michigan Wolverines dominated their way to a national championship. Joe Alt fits the mold of Jim Harbaugh guys.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting what they do, right? Slater's been a lockdown on the left side. Because 1 year he got injured.
But remember, new GM, new coach, they didn't draft him.
That's not their guy.
They're looking at Joe Alt. Joe Alt has 33 starts at left tackle over the last 3 seasons. That's been his primary position. He's only allowed 2 sacks over the last 2 years in that time. I don't think he's the most athletic tackle in this draft. I think that's kind of what you're alluding to, Woot, but you still can't argue with the tape. It's just solid all the way around. He's a clean prospect. There's no red flags. And he's a 21-year-old rookie too, so he's on the younger side of things as well.
Exactly. No, I think he's a solid option. I think he's the most day one ready. Could play both sides if he needs to. I like him a lot. Sometimes I feel like he bends really well for a tall guy, but sometimes I feel like as a defensive end, looking at who I'd want to go against, I'd want to go against a guy like Joe all day. Because I think you get up under him a little bit.
I guess I shouldn't be surprised because the Chargers have been rumored that this is what they do. This is how Harbaugh likes to build his teams. I get it, but you have a stud left tackle. You've got 2 stud wide receivers there. You just traded Keenan Allen. You've got Justin Herbert. Who's playing that position for you?
Yeah. Malik Neighbors. I mean, he's there.
Go ahead, Bryce.
Now I apologize, but your boy Adam Johns of the infamous Hogan Johns podcast has tweeted CW18.
So as much as I love Johns, you're giving him too much credit. He retweeted the Chicago Bears, who put out that he's wearing 18.
You called it.
Yeah.
Number 18 it is.
Insider Hoge.
Caleb Williams is wearing 18, everybody. That is the official.
So you get your jerseys tonight.
And again, look at is that an updated, look at this updated shirt on our screen.
Wow.
We already
Franchise
updated.
is suddenly spelled differently. That's
What if you ordered it before the announcement?
They didn't ship it in the last 5 minutes. You moron.
I was going to say, because I ordered 2 before that happened.
So there you go. Now we got a pick in coming here, by the way, with the Giants. So we are 6 picks in. We don't know what this pick is yet.
And they're not trading it as of right now.
There's no trades.
Malik Neighbors. They're going to wide receiver.
Yeah, probably.
So, okay. That means that, and that's probably, I would agree with you that wide receiver is the most logical, but so we're starting to see that J.J. McCarthy, all that buzz, was a little hot. So that means that the Giants are going to stay with their QB.
Yep. You're going to try to build around him. They paid him a bag.
Come on, Daniel Jones.
They need to give him at least 1 more year with those crazy eyes.
Well, and all the talk about, this is going to be chaos in the top 10. So far, it's been chalk. I mean, we haven't had the chaos yet. So
Joel between the number 1 tackle.
between the trade-up hype and the J.J. McCarthy hype, it hasn't exactly come to fruition as we continue to monitor if Rome Odunze will slide down to 9.
Well, you get a little more nervous if Neighbors gets picked here, right?
100%. 100%. If Malik Neighbors comes off the board here, which I think we all expect he will.
They need a wide receiver bad.
Right. So it could be Rome Odunze, though. We're going to find out here in about 3 seconds. And, you know, then it's going to be going to get interesting here the next couple picks.
New York Giants making their selection now. Roger Goodell announcing it, and it is LSU wide receiver Malik Neighbors. So Rome Odunze still on the board, boys. And
we're 2 picks away.
And you're talking about a Titans team here. This looks like a possible trade situation. It's been rumored now for a while that they could look to trade. They need offensive line help. They could get a little greedy and take a wide receiver here, but
I'm a little worried about it.
They could. It's on the table.
Yeah.
And it's sort of the same thing with the Falcons who need edge help. But, you know, they could always add another wideout too.
I was worried that Odunze was going to go ahead of Neighbors, so that has not happened, which is a win for the Bears. Who knows who's going to be better, but I think everybody would prefer Odunze than Neighbors.
Well, on our Bears 100, we have Odunze 3 and Neighbors at 8. Now, a lot of that's my own opinion a little bit. I like that Rome's bigger. You know, he's almost 6'3", 212. Neighbors is 6 foot, 199.
Uh-oh.
There's a couple red flags.
What's uh-oh?
Small red flags on Malik Neighbors for me, whereas I think Rome Odunze is a very clean prospect. I think Neighbors might have a higher ceiling at the end of the day,
more
but
explosive plays.
The way I always look at this, guys, is
the L shape scares me.
A bigger L shape. I mean, that's the. You know, I'm just saying.
What are you guys talking about? We're doing a show here, and you're just talking about random stuff. No one's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, well, I mean,
it's the Neighbors.
What are you talking
about? The Neighbors L shape. Come on.
Wait, what? What is going on here?
Yeah. We're not
going to acknowledge Carm's L shape.
No, we're not. We're trying to move past it.
All right.
I'm trying to talk some wide receivers here.
I appreciate Hoge trying to keep this professional with 2,000 plus watching on the YouTube stream and 200 in the building.
It's a hard job with you two morons.
That's why you love us.
Yeah.
Hey, listen.
Woot and I are having a football conversation here, okay?
L-shape. Hey, it was an L-shaped thing in his pocket. I didn't want him for the Bears. I'm glad he's in New York. Guy's super talented, but, you know, I'm just not down with that look.
How do you deal with these guys on the daily basis?
I don't know, man. I don't get paid enough.
I'm virtual most of the time with these guys.
It would have been a big L.
Have no fear. We'll be here during the season.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
I want the O, not the L. Give me Odunze. Let's go.
I don't even remember what I was trying to say anymore, but
do you think the Titans stick and pick? Let me ask you that.
I'm just shocked we haven't had a trade yet, and I feel like this might be prime territory. But then again, I keep telling you, like, one of the quarterbacks falls.
Well, it's J.J. McCarthy.
It's usually one of them falls, and we already saw 3 go in the first 3 picks.
Yep.
So I'm not necessarily shocked that no one has traded up for JJ at this point, and I'm not sure it's going to happen here either. But teams trade up for other players too, you know.
And is somebody going to trade up for Rome Odunze too? It's not just the 2 teams sitting here right now currently.
Yeah.
But can somebody or would somebody want to trade up ahead of the Bears for Rome Odunze with all the smoke around that situation with Caleb and Rome, you know, basically going on a content, you know, streak the last 2 days, just letting it known to everyone how much they love each other.
As far as next tackle, who are you guys thinking? Is it going to be Fatanu? Is it going to be?
Feels like Latham.
Latham.
Yeah, because Fatanu, all of a sudden, there's this word that there may be medicals with him.
Oh.
So he might drop a little bit here, potentially, if the medical rumors are true. So, you know, Latham definitely seems to be climbing.
Fashanu could go here, too.
Yeah, Olu Fashanu, absolutely. I mean, hey, Olu Fashanu could go at 9 to the Bears, you know, to be quite honest.
Him and Caleb reunion, high school reunion.
The Titans are making their pick here, so we're going to go 7 picks.
Offensive line here.
Without a trade.
It feels very O-line-y, does it not?
Yep.
It's what they need, and there's a ton of talent there. And who's The McCarthy buzz is feeling fake right now.
I think so too.
Well,
I think it's to be towards the end.
Somebody just put in the chat, I didn't see it, but said JJ must have hired a PR firm led by Jim Harbaugh, by the way.
yeah, maybe.
It just never made sense to me. He barely threw the football. You're telling me you're going to trade up multiple picks to like Minnesota, stick there, and if you like him, if he's there, go ahead. Otherwise, take Penix.
I think Penix is a better option. He's a guy that's thrown. Yeah, JJ McCarthy handed the ball off, right? Boot, threw the ball, 15, 20 times.
So, where are we at now? We're waiting on the Tennessee pick. The pick is in.
And then we're hoping
So, once again, another team that isn't trading out of their spot. And this is where it gets interesting. I mean, Atlanta, unless somebody trades up to Atlanta, J.J. McCarthy could legitimately fall to 9, and that all of a sudden opens up serious trade-back scenarios for the Chicago Bears.
It might, unless what Carm's saying is true, and all of this has been smoke all along, and JJ's not going to get picked until the second round.
Is it Will Levis?
I mean,
I'm just saying, like, these are the moments where we don't. It seems like, yeah, maybe, but if that's the case, Braggs, then why didn't they trade up to 7? Or why didn't they trade up to 8? Like,
well, because 9, when you look at the teams behind the Bears, it's one of your last opportunities to jump in front of teams that are quarterback needy. So that would be the reason why somebody would want to trade up with the Bears.
It doesn't make any sense for a guy that really hasn't aired the ball out that much to be like, oh, I got to trade up to him. This feels a lot like Will Levis. It does.
Are you comfortable, if you're the Bears, making a deal with Minnesota at 11 in theory and going back behind the Jets and letting Minnesota come up and get their QB or whoever they want? Would you do that? That's aggressive. It doesn't feel, if you do that, you can't quite have one target, right?
To me, the answer to that question is, what is your evaluation of the quarterback? You trust your own This is why you scout the other quarterbacks, even though you're not going to draft them. What is your evaluation of J.J. McCarthy? Because if you love him, no, I don't let the Vikings have him. If I'm like, oh, J.J. was number 2 on our board, I don't let the Vikings have him. But if I don't love him, if my evaluation says I don't like the guy, yeah, give me your draft capital and have the quarterback we don't like.
So that's super interesting. Like, would you go further back because you want the Vikings to have him?
And you want their draft capital. Right. It's like a double whammy against them.
Like, we feel a double win coming. Or if Denver's trying to come up and Minnesota's both trying to come up, say Denver's offering you more, but you want the Vikings to have McCarthy because you think he stinks. That's interesting. That would be King Poles right there.
But also, you better be right.
You gotta be.
It's like
you'd have to be right, and then you'd also have to be comfortable not getting Odunze because he could very well go to the Jets at 10. Now it's getting interesting.
Yeah, so interesting. I'm honestly now I'm officially nervous.
You could feel a little tension at Joe's on Wheat Street. Thank you to everybody coming out tonight. Great crowd. Love you guys. Appreciate everybody here. And I think we are getting a little nervous here, but
I think the Bears are going to stay put at 9 and pick their guy.
So if Odunze is there and Murphy's there, who do you think they're taking?
That's where I'm torn, man. But just because of Caleb Williams and them wanting him to have a future, because Keenan Allen is essentially on a 1-year deal. He's always played in warm weather places. Like, he's always played in San Diego or LA. Like, is he going to want to finish his career in Chicago? Maybe, right? If Caleb Williams is who he is, maybe. But at the same time, how much is he going to command in the open market, right?
Here's the pick for the Tennessee Titans.
Oh, God.
And it is offensive line, J.C. Latham.
There it is.
Let's go! Yes!
Alabama tackle.
Go, Woo.
Carm, you called it.
Let's go. Let's go with the Lathamator.
Let's go!
You can have your right.
One more.
You can have your right tackle, no problem.
One more.
They got Skoronski last year,
baby.
too. Back-to-back first rounders. Offensive line.
Come on, baby.
So,
thank you.
Now I'm getting nervous.
Every one of you that said 4 quarterbacks and 3 wide receivers were going to go.
Come on.
Right.
Didn't happen.
No.
Take that victory lap right now. Go out here on the stage, do some jumping jacks. Hoge was right. Didn't have the 4. You got your 2 offensive linemen.
Come on, baby.
And
Acknowledging that if there was a year it was going to happen, it was this year. It's just, it doesn't happen. One of them falls.
Yeah.
One of them falls. Now, that doesn't mean that there could be a surprise here and Rome Odunze goes 8.
I'm going to die in the next 10 minutes.
Are you going to die more if Rome Odunze goes 8?
Yes.
Or if the Bears don't take him at 9?
You know, and that's the thing. I've always said, like, no matter what polls decides, they're in a good spot, no matter who they pick. But, yeah, I'd be lying if I said all the love affair between Caleb and Rome the last couple days, the fact that I've said on the record I want the Bears to draft Rome Odunze for weeks, a month, over a month. You know, I'm not going to hate it if it's Olu Fashanu or Byron Murphy or Dallas Turner or, you know, whatever falls to the Bears at 9. But, yeah, I mean, my eyes are getting big right now because I want the Bears to draft Rome Odunze. Forgive me. He's a very talented player.
Holy shit. You guys want the shocker? You want the spoiler alert?
Oh, no.
Do you want it? I'm going to let the crowd decide. Do you want it?
Yeah, they want it. They want it.
Multiple reports are out there saying the Falcons are drafting Michael Penix Jr. right now.
What?
respect to I love it. That freaking guy is going to be good. That's a bold ass move.
Jordan Schultz, who's been right on these, is reported it.
I thought he was going to go to Minnesota if he was still around.
Albert Breer is now saying it too. Michael Penix Jr.
Dude, good for him.
There's your shocking
Good
moment.
for him. That is probably one of the best situations. He's going to be there with Kirk Cousins, right? Get to sit behind him.
He's already 24 years old. How long is he going to sit?
I don't worry about
He's going to be Brandon Whedon by the time he
Oh,
plays.
my God, dude. So the Bears have Rome Odunze on the board.
Dallas
the
Turner.
#1 defensive player on the board.
Let's show our big board right now so we can have an understanding here of what's going on. So you just go off. So from the top down, obviously Caleb Williams already a Bear. Marvin Harrison Jr. is off the board. Rome Odunze at #3 is still there. Byron Murphy, our top defensive player, is still available. You go down, obviously, Joe Alt, Drake May already got taken. Jared Verse is still there. I mean, this has got to be, you're looking at what's available, it's got to be Rome Odunze, Byron Murphy, or trade back.
Yep. I agree with that.
And honestly,
they might love Dallas Turner.
honestly, I don't have an issue and honestly, I don't have an issue with Byron Murphy, but I do feel like we could still get Byron Murphy in a trade back, but it takes two to tango. What team would want to trade up to trade back? Yeah. But I just feel like he's the type. What teams behind the Bears want to draft Byron Murphy is my question. And in an ideal world, could we trade back a few spots and then take Byron Murphy? But honestly, all that's out the window for me at this point. I want the Bears to draft Rome Odunze, but it'll have to
or what if
wait
this
and
situation, they hear through the grapevines that Johnny Newton, a lot of teams are concerned about his foot, right? He keeps falling. What if there's a realistic option that he fell into the second round because of that injury?
It might. And then at certain points, sometimes in their medicals, it doesn't mean you're totally off the board.
Exactly.
It's just a threshold at what you're willing to take them.
Exactly.
You know, like Eddie Jackson turned out to be valuable in the fourth round.
Yep.
I mean, you've got tremendous options. Or who's feeling confident in Ryan Poles? Ryan Poles. Come on, Ryan Poles. Ryan Poles. Come on. Ryan Poles, King Poles right now there, Braggs.
That chant might change fairly quickly.
That chant could change. It's not changing. Come on, let's go, King Poles. The
way he operates, I'm gonna say it's a trade back for some reason. I'm gonna say it's a trade back.
Well, if he does feel comfortable with a bunch of dudes, and then
you have a couple options. You're like, I could be good with Murphy. I could be good with Odunze.
And now a quarterback goes. Just do the Vikings start to freak out? They don't want Bo Nix. They're gonna go or Denver that way. Possible.
The Vikings are mad because I think they were gonna pick Michael Penix.
Wow,
he was ready to go.
Good God.
That's kind of where I thought Penix would go.
I mean, what a great spot for the Bears to be in, but I am so nervous / excited / might throw up all over Carman.
Kirk Cousins' deal is basically, what, a 2-year deal?
Yeah, I think,
2 year.
So
all guaranteed, right?
And like you said,
I
a
think
good
so.
spot. It was all about a good spot for him to develop in.
Crowd's cheering for Penix being announced.
Good for him, man.
That's crazy, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what a shocker. Ryan Pace is involved in the most controversial pick of the draft so far. It's a quarterback.
Especially, I don't know, maybe they.
Oh, I forgot about the Pace connection. That's amazing.
And he got promoted there.
You've never gotten it right. You've never got. I would feel so uncomfortable if he has anything to do with that pick. I literally never got it right.
He does. I believe he's the director of player personnel now.
Well, I mean, he's 0 for quarterbacks.
So, do the Bears now take 10 minutes to wait for phone calls?
Yes.
Probably.
Or do they run to the podium and get the guy they want?
Wait.
Look, you don't make picks for PR purposes, and I don't expect Ryan Poles to do so.
I don't want to see this.
But if Rome Odunze is the pick here, I mean, what time is the parade tomorrow?
The parade is tonight. As soon as the pick is in,
like on Wheat
I
Street
am
here?
going to strip down naked, and
Don't
we
do
are
that.
going to run the streets of Chicago.
All right, Frags.
I can't tell if Jenny got excited by that or appalled. But
Jenny's like, please, God, no. But one guy did start cheering for that.
Oh, congratulations.
it's a competition over there.
We're all thankful.
See, now we're getting Rome Odunze chants in here. And that's what I mean. It's like the Bears and Caleb Williams have kind of set themselves up for this moment where if they don't take Rome, there will be a little bit of, I don't want to call it disappointment, but there will be a different vibe. And I'm all for any of the 5 players they might take here, but we all know who everybody wants. We all know who Caleb Williams wants. At the same time, though, when Caleb was asked about it yesterday, who he would draft with the number 1 pick, his first answer was Olu Fashanu, and then his second answer was one of the 3 wide receivers. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see if the Bears are going to give Caleb what he wants or if the Bears are going to do what Ryan Poles thinks is best. Obviously, probably the latter.
I mean, they're just firing Penix highlights on there. I'm just watching for Odunze like that they're actually showing that highlight, not for Penix, but because the Bears just picked Odunze.
The Bears pick is in.
They did not trade out.
Hey, I'm going to let this breathe. I'm going to let this breathe. Steven, I'm going to let this breathe because I already know who it is, but we're going to...
Oh, if Hoge knows who it is and he's handling it that way, I think I have a pretty clear idea of who it is.
I want the raw crowd reaction here, but the Bears pick is in. I don't think... Keep us up till Goodell comes out. Yeah. What?
The pick is in, ladies and gentlemen.
We shouldn't. So, just for those still watching the stream, the pick is not coming. I mean, it's in, but Roger Goodell is not coming to the podium yet. So
we want you to hear it when it's announced, but
I don't think that's coming through anyway. So, I do think, guys, here, the one thing to point out with the Bears making a pick, they are either going to make everybody happy here with Rome Odunze, or they are drafting the first defensive player, too. It's just another way to look at it.
My God, I'm going to throw up!
So, which is a remarkable thing, that you could end up with the top offensive player on your board and the top defensive player, or
like
you're going to light the city on fire right now with Rome Odunze.
And they're both good options.
Yeah.
I mean, the Houston Texans traded up to take the number 1 defensive player on the board and have both number 1 offense, number 1 defense.
Here comes Roger.
Goodell. Oh, my God. It should be.
Get the react.
The pick is Rome Odunze. Caleb Williams has his wide for the Bears. Something we've talked about for months. I think Greg might actually crowd surf or die. Or knock over the camera. All of these things are possibilities right now.
Let's do it. What's up, man?
It's unbelievable.
Okay, Greg Braggs minorly caused a riot, but the riot was already happening. That was amazing.
So going back to Rome Odunze, obviously, almost 6'3", 212, ideal target to start this thing with Caleb Williams. Number 3 on our Bears board, guys. Like, to come out of this draft with the number 1 guy and the number 3 guy is unbelievable. Just,
easy.
to me, an outstanding consolation prize for not getting Marvin Harrison Jr. He reminds me of a bigger DJ Moore in a lot of ways. Polished routes, ability to pick up huge yardage after the catch like DJ Moore can do. His tracking of the football in the air, to me, was actually the best in this entire class. He makes mid-air adjustments, and his contested catch rate was ridiculous in college. So to give Caleb Williams, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and Rome Odunze right now is just insane to think about.
It's different than any other Bears draft or any situation with a young quarterback, a developing quarterback. I kind of had a feeling it was going to unfold this way because ultimately this is the most important pick for a franchise that hasn't had a quarterback that has been successful. So they were kind of thinking, hey, at the end of the day, we have to do everything we can to surround him with talent, give him options, put him in a position to succeed. I'm not mad at it. Obviously, we have needs on the defensive line, but maybe there's a chance, Hoge, where Johnny Newton keeps sliding because of that foot injury, and he's nearing towards the end of the first round, maybe even falls into the second, because that is a concern of a lot of people, that foot injury.
100%. So you're saying maybe trade up at that point.
Maybe.
Start using the future draft capital.
To get a stud, a guy that should have been a top 10 pick. I think you could take a chance on someone towards the end of the first round.
They really have prioritized premium dudes, right? You could have added, I don't know how much draft capital they could have gotten. I don't even know what you guys, I'm assuming that's what you guys were just talking about. But they let me go get the best quarterback that could ever land here, and let me go get wherever they ranked Odunze.
Second, maybe second or third.
Lowest 3. Let me give. It was so obvious that when you have an aging Keenan Allen and DJ Moore, and that's really it. You needed another dude, and they went out and made the pick. Good on Foles.
The Bears wide receiver core was already talented. Look at how much better this got. That trio right there. Is there a better trio in the NFL right now?
I mean, that's what's crazy. You can already start having those conversations, and they're fair. By the way, the Vikings are trading up.
Yep.
The Vikings are moving up to number 10 here.
Are they going to get JJ?
You would have to imagine this is for one of the quarterbacks. And you wonder, were they talking to the Bears at number 9? You have to imagine they probably were. And the risk wasn't worth it for Ryan Poles. And he just said, no, let's keep our guy.
King Poles.
And take Rome Odunze.
I mean, last year he traded down one spot because he was comfortable that he was going to get Darnell Wright. He picked up a 4th-round pick, which nobody really celebrated in the moment, and it ended up being at least a part of the Keenan Allen situation. And today he's like, we need this guy. I'm not risking it. Whatever capital I can get. He wasn't willing to go too far back. By the way, it also speaks to how he feels about Braxton Jones. At least some. If he didn't have confidence in the left tackle, there was a lot of guys he could have gone with there. Although you already took one off the board.
Yeah. I'm still like Penix, right? I'm kind of thinking about that more. And that's just kind of weird, right? Kirk Cousins. Now that I'm thinking about it more, I thought it was essentially a 1-year deal, but it is a 2-year deal. It kind of makes you scratch your head, and then maybe you thought, hey, a guy like J.J. McCarthy needs to develop and grow more. Maybe that would have been a great fit for him. And Minnesota, where they need a quarterback that's ready to go right away, And I think we could all agree that Michael Penix, I think, was the best option that wasn't Caleb Williams as far as talent, his ability to place balls. The injury concern was something for some teams, but I think as far as talent and able to put it together on the field, Michael Penix, I think, was number 2 in my mind.
Hey, it's a luxury pick by the Falcons, really. But, maybe they're looking at the Jordan Love situation in Green Bay, and they're saying, that, hey, he wasn't a spring chicken when he got out there and worked out awful well.
But I guess the thing with Jordan Love is I don't think he was NFL ready day one. And Michael Penix, I do believe is.
Hey, man. What a moment. That was just an unbelievable moment. I know I just checked out.
I thought you were going to crowd surf or something.
I checked out there for a minute because that was just, what a special moment for.
Checked out or blacked out?
Blacked out, checked out. It's just one of those things where, as a Bears fan, man, it's hard. And I know you played on the team, so you've been through the grind personally, been in the trenches and fought the thing. But fans, we've been waiting our whole life for things to just fall into place for once. And it started with the Lovie Smith, Houston Texans Colts game. We were all there for that moment. And the trickle-down effect all the way to here, where now all of a sudden, what the hell? The Bears have a high-octane offense. Rome wasn't built in a day, right? Brick by brick, Ryan Poles has all of a sudden turned the Chicago Bears offense, when they run out that same tunnel you ran out of, one of the most dangerous teams in the NFL. And what a great spot to be mentored by one of the greats, Keenan Allen, who I think he has a lot of similarity in his game too.
Yeah.
A lot of similarities in his game. And a guy like Keenan, even I'm hoping it's more than 1 year, but even for 1 year to come in, develop behind him and DJ Moore.
Yeah.
Premium position with wide receiver, and now you get 5 years to have him on contract. What a beautiful night to be a Chicago Bears fan. Everything actually fell into place, and that rarely can be said for the Chicago Bears. 1 pick short of Aaron Donald, a coin flip miss for Terry Bradshaw. This is the crap that Chicago Bears fans have to go through, and tonight we actually got our way for once. Thank you, Ryan Poles.
We did this with the first pick. Let's do it again. Everybody stand up right now. Raise your drink.
Cheers.
Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze are Chicago Bears. That is insane.
Do we do a Caleb and Rome chant? Hoge, we did Caleb and Rome. Caleb and Rome.
That's a
Caleb and Rome. Come on, Caleb and Rome. Caleb and Rome. There it's there. Caleb and Rome. Okay. All right, thank you.
Hey, speaking of Rome, on every one of your tables is a QR code to sign up for our London trip. Come on out to London and watch the Chicago Bears kick some ass with Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze.
And they'll be able to golf with you over there?
Way
Is
to bust
that
out
part
the-
of it? Is that part of the trip? They get to golf with you?
Hell yes. Yeah, I would love to golf out there. What kind of golf courses they got out there? Let's do it.
Dude, they got golf courses everywhere, bro.
Do they? For real? They golf out there in England?
I'll tell you one guy who has pressure on him, not you on the golf course, because you're so good, Brex, that you don't even feel it. Hey, Matt Eberflus, you're going to need to win some games this year, my friend.
All right.
The Bears are
Will you
Shut
relax?
up. Roger Goodell's making the
Set up
Vikings
to win.
And
selection
they're
right
going
now.
to. And they're going
Well,
to.
Guy,
The Flus has got to deliver. It's a true story.
you're rooting for Caleb Williams to have a different coach in year 2. That
I'm not
always works
rooting
out.
for it.
Yeah, it kind of seems like you are.
Nah, but
I'm not rooting for it. You be the best Flus of all time. This is the new Flus.
this is the best situation, I think, for Caleb Williams to have. What was that noise?
Here come drinks. All right.
Guys, the selection
you.
for the Minnesota
Thank you.
Vikings is official. J.J. McCarthy
Wow.
is in the NFC North.
So Hoge, that trade up, you know what that was? Because Penix was going to be their guy. And they were like, we don't want to miss out on another quarterback.
Yeah.
I really do think Penix
It might have been.
would have been a great fit for Minnesota.
So he does. Yeah, hey, he does go top 10 once and for all. And how much equity did the Vikings have to give up to get there?
They gave up a 4th and a 5th round pick and then they got a 6 in return.
So when you talk about what if they got too anxious, so the Vikings played it smart, were patient. Now it's not as much of the risk it would have been if they had to trade up to Arizona. I still have my questions when it comes to J.J. McCarthy. Yeah, I know Steven's talked about it. He's covered him in high school, our producer here. You know, J.J. McCarthy, I know he's a dog, and I know his whole background. I seen him win a national championship last year. I do have my questions about it as far as, you know, the long-term ability of what he's going to do for the Minnesota Vikings franchise. But at the same time, now with the not as much giving up draft equity, it makes a little more sense to draft him at 10. I mean, I still think it's a little tall, but at the end of the day, it's a quarterback league, so I get it.
I'm looking forward to the Bears kicking J.J. McCarthy's ass. I'm going to be honest. That's how I'm looking at it. He, I mean, great career, national champion. There's a lot of intangibles that are shooting him up the board, which makes me think that the Vikings might not be getting who they think they're getting, but we shall see. I don't mind McCarthy being in the division at all.
No, I mean it could turn out to be a great situation for them. They got Justin Jefferson, they got Addison, they got a couple other options, but J.J. McCarthy just didn't pass the ball that much. You know, they were run heavy, and I mean that's not his fault, but I guess he showed enough to command this top 10.
He got a lot of benefit for all of the cute J.J. McCarthy-ness that he brings to the table.
Oh, God.
He's got the look. He's the type of guy they love to draft.
No Diddy, man. Come on.
Yeah. So
look, this is from my scouting report on J.J. McCarthy on our Bears 100. Count me among those who are skeptical about how Jim Harbaugh used J.J. McCarthy at Michigan. He did very little wrong, but he really wasn't asked to do a lot. McCarthy managed the offense to near perfection, though. You got to give him credit for that, and he won a lot. I mean, he won a lot of games. There's something to be said for that. But, I mean, to me, when you watch the film, he is capable of much more. You do see a lot of tight window throws. For as few times as he does throw the ball, he does make tight window throws.
Got cannon of an arm.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's the strongest arm in the draft, but it's certainly good enough. And then there is a real problem, though, with, you know, him throwing to the left, though. Yes, Bragg.
I was just going to say,
do you remember
Duke
somebody
has entered the chat.
Oh, it's about time.
$500 super chat.
He said, I'm bricked up after this.
Jay says I'm bricked up, but the Duke with a $500 super chat. Duke
How you like
is
that?
back. He says, is this real life? Greg, I need you to slap me in the face. Carm can act as my surrogate.
Do it.
But best wide receiver core in the NFL? I think so. Cheers to you guys. It's a great day.
Duke, we missed you so
Carm
much.
has called HR on me enough in the last year. If I smack him, now we're calling the authorities. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, if you really want.
You did just pick up the chair that you flew on the ground.
I considered it.
You were going to hit me over the head with
I considered it. I didn't do it.
Dude, great to see you, and you are echoing what Bears fans are feeling right now. When is week 1? Let's go. So you're a little worried about the D. Just drop worried?
I am. I'm a little bit worried about just the pass rush opposite Sweat because we saw last year how when the season first started, they struggled with the pass rush, obviously, when they brought him there. But it's really easy to double one person. So that's why I'm hoping maybe my theory about Johnny Newton keeps falling.
Yeah.
You know?
Or, another guy we talked about off air before we started is, where's Michael Hall Jr.?
Yeah.
Where's he available? Can he still be there in the third round potentially?
Exactly. I think he'll probably be there in the second. I kind of got him slated as a second. I feel like he's that talented. He has the explosion. He has the burst.
Yeah.
He'd be a perfect fit for this Tampa 2-3 technique.
So that's where not trading up, not having the second round pick, is going to be tough because between now and 75,
it's tough.
There's going to be a lot of guys come off the board that.
Yeah.
But that's where you got to be like, dude, you got Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze. Well, anytime you have that moment, just be like, you got Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze.
But like I said, the Bears, yes, playoffs are a goal. but it's not a Super Bowl run this year. I think the biggest thing they want to do is have Caleb Williams feel confident, comfortable, have weapons over there, and succeed this year. If he could have a successful rookie season and play really well, icing on the cake at that point.
I do wonder, though, look, you have 2 second-round picks, and you have an incredible asset in Carolina's next year where I think everybody's going to feel confident it's going to be, in essence, a late first-round pick. If the Bears really like someone, they do have the capital, in theory, to move back up and not wait till 75.
Yeah.
Well, and that's where I'm at. What's up, my friend Cody Delmendo in the house, CHGO Cubs? But that's my question. Would they consider using one of their 2 second-round picks next year and packaging it with the 75 to move back into the second round and get a higher, profile defensive lineman?
Maybe in the first round, right? In the end
It's not off the table.
It's not off the table.
No.
But if you have somebody that you thought was potentially a top 10 talent, a guy like Johnny Newton, that's available there, might have to pull the trigger on that.
I mean, the quarterback run's likely continuing here with Denver, right? Would you not expect them to take Bo Nix?
It's a tough one.
I mean, dude, Bo Nix isn't even in our top 100. I am not a Bo Nix guy.
Be the shortest name in NFL history, 5 letters.
Lost to Northwestern in the Citrus Bowl.
Cats. Give some respect to the man sitting on the corner anchoring the show. You hear what he just said, Woot? You didn't even react to it. I said Bo Nix, and he said lost to Northwestern in the Citrus Bowl.
Exactly.
But I was on the sidelines for that game. He was garbage, dude. He was terrible.
Exactly.
Okay. I mean, Denver needs a quarterback. He's the last one standing.
I'd be surprised if they do that.
Really?
People are talking about him potentially even going in the second round.
I don't think he should go in the top 100.
Okay.
I wouldn't draft him.
And you might be right. They overdraft quarterbacks all the time.
Man.
But it wouldn't shock me, I'll tell you that.
We did have our 4 quarterbacks in the top 10. 3 wide receivers. The top 9.
The draft couldn't have fallen better for the Bears.
So no Dallas Turner, no Jared Verse.
Wow.
There hasn't been a defensive player drafted yet.
Crazy.
No.
Crazy.
I mean,
It's been an offensive. Holy. That's crazy. Right?
I think that's a record.
It's got to be.
I'm pretty sure based on what they were saying pre-draft that 11 picks without a defensive player is a record.
You have an assignment, Gary Ross. Have we ever gone this deep in the draft without a defensive player drafted?
Yeah, that is wild.
That seems like it's got to be right.
But I think this has been the strongest offensive draft I think seen in a while, from wide receiver to quarterback to offensive line.
I mean, Zach Wilson, Jarrett Stidham, Ben DiNucci. That's your Bronco quarterback room. That ain't gonna get it done.
Zach Wilson to the moon, baby. Sean Payton. Drew Brees.
Okay. I mean, maybe Sean Payton.
No, listen, you never know. In the right situation, Zach Wilson could ball out. Who knows?
I mean, just look at it this way. The Broncos haven't had a winning season in 7 years. It has been absolutely miserable.
Their last winning season was what, Peyton Manning?
The Bears just drafted Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze, and they're stuck debating whether they should take Bo Nix.
Do you know how hard it is this season for fans to decide what jersey they're going to buy?
That's
right. You got Caleb Williams, you got Rome Odunze, you got Keenan Allen, you got DJ Moore.
You could go Montez Sweat.
Montez Sweat too.
If you were really smart, you'd bust out an 85 jersey and lean into Cole Kmet. Your guy's yelling at you.
Are you leaving? You want to hug? You want to hug this fucking thing out? Get the fuck over.
Greg.
Yes, sir.
Take your headset off.
See what happens when you bring these Indiana cats around?
Yeah. My guy Junior. My guy Junior.
Okay, Junior, thank you. Just all you got to do is take your headset off, Gregory.
No, we're not doing it.
There you go.
Have a good night. Drive safe. All right.
Oh!
For the record, everyone Greg knows here is not allowed to come on stage and say goodbye to him when they leave.
These are my people.
I know.
This guy's got his own rules.
And it's not because you're not allowed up here. It's because Greg is going to break something if that keeps happening.
That was a near breakage right there.
It's for the safety of the show.
Yes.
We'll hang out literally all night when this thing is over.
Yeah.
I know he will.
What a beautiful thing.
You'll be here till 2. And by the way, we're back here tomorrow. There are tickets available if anyone wants to go back to back. We'd love to see you tomorrow as well.
Yeah, tickets still available. The celebration will not stop tonight. DJ Trey Tunes will be the after party here tonight, but tomorrow night party continues here at Joe's on Wheat Street. If you go to allchgo.com/events, get your tickets for tomorrow night, and let's keep this train rolling.
Your pick is in for the Denver Broncos, and to what you guys are talking about,
Hoge's waiting, but he knows.
you know what? Screw you, Roger Goodell. Stop going so slow. They're taking Bo Nix.
Wow.
There it is. The shortest name in NFL history, 5 letters. Congratulations, Denver.
So
I'll be right back.
Let me. So just so I'm clear, they got rid of Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
To draft Bo Nix.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
With Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
As like the backup. Okay. Just so I'm clear.
Yeah, Yeah. What a 2-day run for them. They trade for Zach Wilson. I guess that was a few days ago. They trade for Zach Wilson, and they draft Bo Nix.
I'm just really, really confused.
I hope our DNVR friends enjoy the Nuggets.
Well, they definitely are. They're a very good basketball
I'm just saying, enjoy the Nuggets because your football team is not going anywhere. That's crazy.
But, that logic, right? Like, Russell Wilson, who's arguably been one of the most consistent quarterbacks with the exception of 2022, came back, bounced back, had a really good year. Still didn't want nothing to do with him. You know what it was? Sean Payton just didn't like him. That's what it was. He just didn't like him. He didn't like the person he was.
No, yeah.
He didn't like the way he carried himself because he didn't like that he had his own office, Russell Wilson. But when you're a franchise quarterback, I guarantee Aaron Rodgers has that in Green Bay. He do whatever he wants.
But that's what happens when you're picking where you're picking, and this is a quarterback-desperate league. And when you don't have a quarterback, you don't have an answer. You got to try to find them. And that's why the Bears, with the miracle that was getting the number 1 pick 2 years ago, then trading with the Panthers, who become the number 1 pick last year or this year, they didn't have to be put in this position where you start reaching for quarterbacks that have question marks. I mean, but again, if you don't have an answer at quarterback, you got to try to figure it out.
Yeah, that's a bad situation. But think about Caleb Williams' situation this upcoming season and Bryce Young's from a year ago. It's a big major difference in the weapons we have here in Chicago and what Bryce Young had. So it
is interesting though, because Sean Payton is obviously a great evaluator of quarterback play, right? You trust Sean Payton in his evaluation of quarterbacks, so he obviously signed off on this. We don't agree with it, but obviously Sean Payton did, and he knows what he's doing in terms of that position.
Schefter's tweeting, Denver had a private workout with Bo Nix the day after his pro day. The night before the workout, the Broncos sent Nix 3 packets of offensive play installation. That's what Hoge would do. And the next morning, as they worked in the classroom with Nix, he, quote, crushed it per a Broncos source. People love the crushing of tests, whatever.
Patriots are like that.
Recall. Yeah. They all want the recall.
The Broncos then took Nix from the classroom to the field, watched him throw for an hour, and they were convinced they had a quarterback they wanted. So there you go. See, that's what happens. They get in these workouts, and dudes have great days, and then somehow, at least at times, it supersedes what they did on the field. I'm not saying that I'm not trying to crush the guy, but
at the end of the day, the tape does not lie. The eye in the sky don't lie. And somebody can test well, somebody can perform well in the classroom, but at the end of the day, you have to go off the tape. And, hey, somebody may have ran a 40 that's slower or this. On the field, do they get caught? do they play fast?
Right.
And I think that's what should be the determining factor. That's why the combine sometimes is a bunch of nonsense, especially the quarterback, right? What do? They throw those deep go balls, and you see a guy like Joe. The picks in.
Just to sort of guess, Brock Bowers going to the Raiders at 13. And that was a sexy trade down candidate for the Bears. Not that anybody ever...
Well, a lot of these teams were. And the only one that traded up was the Vikings. And I guarantee you they were calling the Bears at number 9. There was at least some conversations happening there, and the Bears said, no, we're going to stay in pat.
And Bowers is going to be a beast.
Yeah, no, it's a great pick for the Raiders. I mean, if I had to bet a lot of money on which player was going to be a better pro right now, Brock Bowers or Bo Nix, I'm going to take Brock Bowers. And it's funny, like, it sounds silly, but, like, that's sometimes where teams overthink this stuff. Like, think about what I just said. Like, if you gave Sean Payton truth serum right now, who's going to be better, Bo Nix or Brock Bowers? He would say Brock Bowers. Now, he's not going to say that out loud in the press conference later tonight. He's going to say that this is the quarterback they wanted all along, which is a lie, because there's no way that that's true. So, I've seen a couple wild picks here. I think that I'll give Peter Schrager credit. Peter Schrager, I think, reported that a few days ago there was going to be 6 quarterbacks that go in the first round.
Yep.
And we got 5 already, right?
Yeah, I'm really trying to wrap my head around this.
6. We have 6. They're all done.
That's crazy.
You don't want Russell Wilson, but you feel like Bo Nix is going to be a better solution as your starting quarterback. Like it just doesn't make sense.
Well, the only person I could think of is we brought up Eric Kramer earlier, and when we interviewed him, that's who he said was the best quarterback in the draft. I mean, yes, Eric Kramer, and I respect the hell out of Eric Kramer. I know our chat kind of freaked out when he said that.
I freaked out.
Everyone freaked out. I get it.
I'm freaking out now. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I get that. But at the end of the day, I mean, Eric Kramer, I respect his opinion.
I maintain count for the record.
I don't respect that opinion.
Well,
I respect him.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't respect that opinion.
Him for having.
I don't think anybody had that opinion.
Except for Eric Kramer.
I think I said to him in the moment, it's pretty controversial, Eric. Do you really think that Bo Nix is better than Caleb Williams?
Yeah.
Did you mean that? Yes, I did. Okay. And then everybody in the chat said, "Get this guy off the street."
They got mad.
Including me.
Yeah, and I was like, show Eric Kramer some respect. Dude's got an amazing journey, and everyone's entitled to their opinion. Look,
he's entitled to it.
He's right. You're entitled to your opinion. Your opinion is wrong. It's the beauty of. I mean, that one was a little too tall.
That was wild.
But the Broncos obviously think they got something there.
Yeah. I'm just still a little bit in shock that Rome Odunze. It's funny because we've known this Caleb Williams things for a while. I have been high on Rome since the start of this draft process, and I knew it was a possibility he could fall to 9. But to come out of this draft again with the number 1 and number 3 players, in my opinion, overall, I'm talking about overall. Overall, that's insane, and I hope for the Bears' sake that's all right. That's how it ends up, because if it does, we're talking about an offense that's starting honestly week 1 that fast should be incredibly fun to watch.
True story.
The one thing, real quick, Carm.
Yeah.
About this offense. The one thing I do hope is that they actually give them reps together, especially having a young quarterback. Because sometimes in the preseason they don't let them play. Let Caleb Williams get reps. Let Odunze. Let him Keenan Allen. Let DJ Moore. Let them all get on the same page. Because I think that the common thing you see, even with like a Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, they start slow because preseason in the same way it used to be. So that's what I'm hoping, that they start fast in the preseason to give them some reps so they can iron everything out.
And another thing, now this is kind of selfishly from a show perspective, but we shouldn't hide from it. Who was the most entertaining interview at the NFL Combine?
I can't even think straight right now. Who are you going with? Most entertaining interview at the Combine.
Damn it. I don't know.
Rome Odunze. That's who it was.
Well, we did.
Why did it take 10 seconds?
Because I thought you were leaning into like the Saints here. Rome Odunze is going to be so damn entertaining. You're absolutely right. Thank you for saying it.
The point is, Rome Odunze,
all souls perish.
Also, souls perish. You talked about not being able to drive a plane, and then have the humor to pull that recall back yesterday on Twitter as he's on the same plane with Caleb Williams. By the way, I've been out of the loop a lot the last 48, 72 hours. Did I see that he was working out with DJ Moore and Keenan Allen and Caleb Williams?
Yes.
That's a real thing?
A week ago, yes.
That actually happened?
Yes.
And now they're all on the same team?
Yes.
That's incredible.
It's pretty crazy.
That's incredible.
And, I mean, shout out to the Bears, too. Let's all go have dinner together. And you guys did a great interview with Cole Kmet, you and Nick. Me and Braggs were banned. Good decision by you, Hoge. But so...
Necessary.
That I like that they did it. Let's all have dinner. Let's get to know each other. Cole said on the interview, you can check it out at CHGO Sports YouTube page or in our podcast feed, that he kind of was mad at himself that he had whatever preconceived notions he had about
Caleb. Yeah.
By the way, the Saints are on the clock right now. We still yet to have a defensive player go. We're at 14.
That's crazy.
And the Saints' needs are not necessarily.
It's an offensive-driven league. I mean, I know the defense wins championships to an extent.
You need both, dude. You know this.
You need both, of course. It's
we're just going to have some holes on the defensive line. I think that's just what it comes down to. Unless we can get creative with some of those second-round picks next year, maybe.
I mean, there's a reason why the Bears traded a second-round pick after swiffing and doing it the year before to get Montez Sweat, because they absolutely had to have it because you can't win without it. So, if you were
never going to be able to fill all the holes on this team, I'm not going to say the few that are left, but what is left to fill on this team long-term wise this year. You have a first-round pick next year. You have 2 second-round picks next year. You can plug and play until you get to that point.
Well,
you brought in a defensive end right at the start of training camp last year. And I understand he didn't live up to what we felt like he could have, but also Montez Sweat didn't show up until halfway into the season. So,
that's like 2 full off seasons where you've kind of neglected the.
They haven't neglected. I mean, they traded for Montez Sweat.
Okay, but besides that,
and they drafted Jervon Dexter and Zach Pickens in the second round.
But do you feel confident Jervon Dexter is going to be an absolute stud? There's a chance he could be, but he's raw. And he still hasn't shown you that he can be consistent with that way. So, I'm not saying he can't.
No, we're not penning.
You know what I mean?
We're not using Penn and putting him in as a Pro Bowler, but we're definitely encouraged by the progress he's made up to this point.
Yeah,
for sure.
But when you look at the tape with Jervon Dexter, right? I love his raw potential, but still plays too high, doesn't get off the football.
Yeah,
and that's why when we talked about Eric Washington coming there who coached me, this is going to be a critical offseason for him, to really focus on that pad level, on that get off. Because if he puts it all together, he can be a Pro Bowler. There's no doubt in my mind. The guy had, 5-6 sacks last year and played very high, got off the ball very slow, just because he's a freak of nature. So you put that all together, all of a sudden, but there's no guarantee in that.
Yeah.
That's my point.
And look, it's kind of also scary to think, you never want to think this way, but GMs have to. But if Montez Sweat gets hurt, if he's not on the field, what does your pass rush look like? It's kind of a scary thing to think about. Now, on the flip side,
well, it looks like the pass rush before they traded for Montez Sweat,
which wasn't good enough. It's a completely different defense after that trade. Now, they're not done yet. There's still guys that are out there that you can sign. There's still guys in this draft you can get. But I also understand, guys, from the standpoint of what's the most important position, though? Quarterback.
Exactly.
And they cannot fuck this up again. Yeah. Nope. They just can't.
Nope.
So as much as that's all real, that they're not there defensively, they have holes defensively, they still are pretty good defensively.
They are.
And the most important thing, we said it for 3 years with Justin Fields, and they couldn't get it right. But it was always the most important thing is Justin Fields. The most important thing is Justin Fields. Yeah. But they didn't give him enough. They screwed it up. So now from the very start, and the very start is now. It's tonight. The draft pick has been made. It's a completely different situation for Caleb Williams. So I totally get it. It's totally defensible to all that stuff defensively being true. And I actually think it's a little refreshing that they hired a defensive coach. And all of our fears about that were, what are you doing here? Defensive coach. It's an offensive league. And yet everything Ryan Poles is doing is offense, get the quarterback right.
Yep.
And that's awesome.
Yeah, it's great to see.
I think Flus gets it. That's what's refreshing about it. Is like, I think Matt Eberflus really does get this. Yeah. And that's another reason why, like, I think the criticism's been fair, but I think that it's sort of like when you always say you believe in Ryan Poles. Like, you're going to trust Ryan Poles. And it's like, well, if they really do see that eye to eye, then maybe you should keep the head coach around.
Well, it has to be, in my opinion, and I've said this since they decided to push their chips back in on Matt Eberflus, and I was open about the fact that I probably would have done everything I could to get Jim Harbaugh. So be it. You're gonna keep Matt Eberflus. I'm fine with it. But the only thing I'd say to that point now is make it a minimum of a 2-year plan.
Yep.
Whatever happens this year, short of something catastrophic. Matt Eberflus and this entire structure that they put in place here should get 2 years minimum to make it work. Because like you said, as much as our expectations will be high and the hype is real, there is a development process that's going to have to take place. They're installing a whole new offense. You have a rookie quarterback. And whatever the results are of the season, let it play out for 2 years and give Matt Eberflus the chance to turn it into what it needs to.
So the Saints take Talisa Fuaga, the tackle out of Oregon State. So we have now 14 straight offensive players. According to Adam Schefter via Gary Ross, who we put the assignment on, the record of the most offensive players to open a draft was 7 in 2021.
It's doubled.
And now the record, very good math, Gregory. And now
Indiana education. There you go.
Transitive property, and I doubled up on the number.
You're incredible. The record now has indeed doubled. The first 14 picks have all been offensive players.
I always kind of forget my math when I'm counting up my shots on a par 5. But I guess
that guy.
There's the admission.
Hey,
the question is,
Pastor Green over here.
All right,
Pastor
chill
Green.
out, you three.
He finally came clean.
I found my ball.
I shot a 91 my ass.
Let me get that foot wedge out now.
Hasn't putted out since he started playing the game.
Listen.
The ball's supposed to end up in the hole?
All right,
I thought it was just within 2 feet.
Let me ask you this question. With the defense as a whole falling back like it is now, I'm going to ask this question, and it probably won't happen here in the first round, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Is there any chance the Chicago Bears, because they're in it to win it right now, I mean, I understand Caleb's window is wide open, but the Bears' window to win now is right now.
Yeah.
Do you use next year's first-round pick to get back in the first round and take one of the top defensive players available and have the rookie contracts lined up with Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, and your number one defensive player?
It's not going to be enough. You'd have to use more, and so I think the answer to get to this level, I think the answer is no. But it's an interesting question.
Well, so having 2 seconds next year could help.
Right.
The problem is you don't have a second this year. So this is why in my mock draft earlier this week, I had a trade with the Cardinals, what was that, 27? Whatever that was. Because the Cardinals have an early second-round pick. So, like, let's say hypothetically you trade up to 15 right now with the Colts.
Okay.
Well, what are they getting back right now? They're not picking until 75. I mean, other than their own picks, you know what I mean? Like, so the Cardinals having extra draft capital, like
they can do it.
They're like, we'll take 2025, and we'll still make a pick 8 picks later.
Exactly.
So that's kind of the balancing act. It would be a lot easier to move up right now if the Bears were picking in the in the high 30s. But they don't have that. So that kind of makes it complicated. I'm not saying it can't be done. But it'd be a lot. Like, if your team moving all the way back, that far back, you would want a lot in return.
Is Ryan is Ryan Poles, I mean, you followed this team for how long, Adam? I mean, is Ryan Poles making phone calls to inquire about that kind of an idea?
Well, I think you're always making calls. I mean, I think that's why you don't come out and do a press conference right now in the middle of the first round. Like, you're monitoring the situation. You know, I'm not saying Byron Murphy's number 4 on the Bears board, but he's number 4 on our board.
Yep.
And so at some point, if the number 4 guy is that high, it's still available.
Did you hear what he just did?
Not
You
really.
followed this team for so long, Adam. Do you think
I knew with his dead-eye look.
Do you think that Ryan Poles is on the phone?
I mean, this dude played for the Bears. I'm 90 years old.
Adam, you followed this team for so long.
Now's not the time for jealousy, Carman.
Yeah, I mean,
It's always the time.
jealousy is a stinky cologne, okay? All right?
I'm just trying to
Just
call out.
relax.
Adam,
Just relax.
Adam.
No, I'm not jealous. Adam, do you think they're calling Ryan
Mark,
Poles? Is Ryan?
Nobody has their nose up Chicago media's ass more than you. Now be quiet.
Oh, Brown.
Wow. Were you jealous of?
No, I wasn't. But
You were
I mean, if
you were-
you're going to talk about brown nosing, how was the Cubs game today with Grody and Potash and Emma?
It was a good time.
Oh yeah, thanks for the invite.
You weren't invited.
Yeah, exactly.
He's too busy. He's too
That's
busy
in
with
the air.
Cody.
Big time out
Yesterday.
there.
That was yesterday. They were Mark Potash's tickets. He doesn't know who you are.
Now, there's your
Actually, he
first
likes you.
defensive player off the board.
Finally, and that's interesting who it is. Go ahead, Hoge.
Leatu Latu ends up being the first defensive player off the board. He goes to the Indianapolis Colts at number 15. So despite all the concerns about the medicals,
Neck.
our guy Brian Baldinger turned out to be right. He said he's the best defensive player in this
Yep.
draft.
Yeah. Best
He about
pass
had me,
rusher,
he about had me
motor.
sold, dude.
Oh, he's talented. The neck. I think he broke his neck.
Yeah.
What was that? 2
His
years ago
neck
and medically
fusion
retired.
surgery, Yep.
That's a serious injury.
I'll tell you right now, the chip on the shoulder of Dallas Turner is large, and that dude goes about his business the right way. But I don't hate that pick by the Colts at all. But
Well, this was a tricky one to evaluate because the hardest thing we don't know when we're doing this stuff is obviously we don't have a doctor who works for CHGO. We don't get a chance to look at the medicals. If the medicals are clean, I love Latu as the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
I agree. I think he is the best pass rusher. I tried to kind of play both sides of it because we don't have that, and I do know that there were some teams that were very concerned about that. Like, I know that for a fact. I know he's not on everyone's board. And when you hear that, it's like, man, I don't know if I can go all the way in on him.
Yeah.
So, but you tell me right away you're guaranteeing me that neck's not a problem. I love him being the number 1 guy.
Exactly. Yeah, no, his pass rush ability, his get off, his quickness, his motor, it's all there. He's the most disruptive defensive end in the draft over Jared Verse. It's just the neck. And I guarantee you probably there was 20-plus teams that took him off the board.
Sure.
I got taken off people's board in the 2nd or 3rd round for a stinger I had in college.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine him having a fused neck and then worrying about the future of that, the stability of it. So I guarantee you, Indy was probably felt confident. Their spine person that looked at it and said, he hasn't had an issue. He played through the season or 2 seasons, and we feel confident in it. You know, he would have been a top 5 pick for us. We got him here in the top 15. We feel good about that. So
it's interesting to think right now, guys that are sliding. Dallas Turner's still there. Byron Murphy's still there. You got a lot of defensive dudes. The Bears have defensive needs. If it keeps going further and further down, I mean, at some point, would the Bears consider getting super aggressive? I would bet against it, but
Yeah. But the more these guys fall, the more you can kind of be patient too.
and to see,
You know, because Jared Verse is still there. Byron Murphy's still there.
Yep.
you would think a run on him.
Chap
Like Jared
Robinson.
Verse is still
Yeah.
there. Chap Robinson's, there's a
Even if you want to go deep, like Darius Robinson, he's 23 on our Bears 100. Rada Mizzou, Johnny Newton, you know, like there's a,
corners are sitting. I mean, you got.
unless you have one of these guys that's so far ahead of the others, you could almost afford to be patient here because you start getting down in those 20s and it's a much more realistic move up at that point.
Exactly. So, I mean, are we gonna start seeing some crazy plays on on wide receivers going here? Is the fourth wide receiver going to go off the board? Is A.D. Mitchell going to go here?
I think it could be, man. This is the weirdest draft I think I've ever seen. It really is. This feels like nobody's thinking about defense, man. Everybody wants
not
to.
only that, it's like
Woot straight offended. You are offended.
I'm offended by the Bo Nix pick.
You are offended by
I am. That's messed up. That's crazy.
Russell Wilson, Bo Nix.
That is. You can send all this right to Denver right now, to DMVR. That's you're out of your mind.
Well,
for making that pick, I think the Michael Penix pick is crazy. You know, it's one thing for a team to come up and get Michael Penix. It's another for the team that just gave Kirk Cousins a ridiculous contract.
it is that part is stunning.
Who just tore his Achilles. Like, and I think, you know what the headline of all that is? It makes you really appreciate where the Bears were to just get Caleb Williams.
I mean,
Nice and easy number one.
if the Falcons had done what I thought they were going to do, which was I was hoping that they were going to do, which was trade for Justin Fields and give the Bears a third-round pick, a fourth-round pick, something of that ilk, and then you drafted Michael Penix. Okay, I get it. You get 1 year to figure it out. If you don't, we got this guy waiting in the wings. That's not what they did.
No.
Yeah.
They spent enormous money. And
Sometimes it just takes one guy, one decision maker being like, I love this guy. And that's what it comes down to. Like, you see it year in and year out. You're like, wait, this guy got picked. Was it Darius Hayward-Bay years ago? Right? Ran that crazy 40 time. And he's supposed to be a third or fourth rounder. Picked him top 10 or top 5, I think it was. So sometimes people get enamored by all this stuff and they end up falling in love with people and they pick people higher than they should go.
Man, there's a great video of Caleb Williams reacting to Rome Odunze's selection by the Bears. Pretty cool. Connor Bedard welcoming Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze to Chicago.
DeMar DeRozan did the same thing.
Chicago is lit right now.
I'm glad you mentioned Connor Bedard's name because I had that like viral video a little while ago that was like, this should be Connor Bedard excitement.
Yes.
But it's not. Do we think we got to that level? By the time
100%.
we finally got to draft night? Because I think we did.
Yeah, 100%.
I think we did.
I mean, yes, 100%. I mean, I think everybody's all in. We've had a grace period here over the last month, you know, putting down the division of, you know, everybody's different opinion on the direction of the team. And now it's just full steam ahead, eyes forward on a franchise it's just exciting right now. We always do this in the offseason. I get that. That's what rival fan bases are going to say to us. But at the same time, for me, it feels real. It feels validated. It feels like this hype has a little more credibility behind it. And I just, you know, let's just the summer in Chicago. There's no better summer city than Chicago. Yeah. But I honestly want to skip the summer and get to training camp.
Let's enjoy the summer before we can get there.
Let guys ease into it. I didn't want to even bring up the past in the moment, but it was overly telling that there was so much angst around the quarterback decision and whether or not Bears fans would move forward with the decision. And Woot, you were a big Justin guy, and Jake Flanagan was a big Justin guy. And listen, I was on board with making the move, but it's not like I disliked the dude. I always thought Justin, when he was here, I think everybody would say first class all the way. But to see Bears fans this excited,
it's cool to see.
It's that whole narrative that
I think they learned. So I was a big Justin Fields fan. That Jake was. A lot of people were. The thing with Justin Fields is just how everything unfolded with him from that whole season. You know, I'm sure you guys have talked to Josh Salukas. I had him on another show I do.
Yeah.
He had talked about their plan for Justin Fields that first year was to sit him behind Andy Dalton, learn from him, you know, develop, and then the next season to start. He didn't get that opportunity. He got thrusted into that Cleveland game where he got sacked 8 or 9 times, and it was a domino effect. They never gave him the weapons. Coordinators were up and down, right? Some of it was on him, some on the coordinators. But I think what Poles said is, listen, we're going to turn things around here. We're going to get Caleb Williams. we're going to surround them with talent, right? We went out and got DJ Moore, went out and got Keenan Allen. We went out and got Rome Odunze. We are putting all the pieces to the puzzle. We got Shane Waldron, who is a genius play caller, worked with Russell Wilson, turned around Geno Smith's career. And we're going to right the ship here, and we're going to have our first successful quarterback in Chicago Bears history.
Yep.
So this is the best situation of any rookie quarterback in the history of the NFL.
Yeah, I can't fight
100%.
it. I mean, we've said so many times, develop the quarterback properly, put him in a healthy environment to do that. And it's never worked out for a litany of reasons. Whether different offensive coordinators for Cutler in your days, Matt Nagy and the wheels falling off, Mitch Trubisky obviously with his limitations, Justin Fields jumping into a lame duck coach with Nagy and then going through a rebuild. We're always, when you talk about, Ryan Poles talks about breaking the cycle, that's what we're talking about, where one problem continues to roll over into the next. And this time, at the very least, it seems like there's a more clear vision and a better, you talk about process-based. It seems like the process in which Ryan Poles is building this team has a lot more common sense to it than it ever has been, at least in my lifetime.
Logical things. Taylor Dow, who supports the show, I follow on Twitter, does a great job.
Yes, she's great.
She's just underlining this. 2022 Bears weapons, year one polls. Darnell Mooney, Byron Pringle, N'Keal Harry, EQ, Cole Kmet, Jake Tondres makes the list. 2024, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze, Cole Kmet, Gerald Everett, Tyler Scott makes the list. That's a big-time improvement team.
Yeah.
I mean, not to underline and overstate the obvious, but
I think anytime you have a young quarterback, you got to surround him with talent. And Poles made a point to do that. It's a smart thing to do.
Seahawks pick is in, and it is Byron Murphy.
It's a good pick for them. He's going to be a great player.
It's just interesting that he was the favorite in the gambling markets to go to the Bears at 9, and he ends up going, where are we at here, 16? 16 to the Seahawks with the Vikings down on the clock at 17. As Adam Hoge returns from upper CHGO Central that shows on Week Street.
Upper room.
Which, Murphy to the Seahawks, if you just missed it. Yeah.
I got up. My guy left. Oh, that's a great pick for Seattle. That's such a Seattle pick.
Yeah, it is.
That is just a Seahawk pick.
He's going to be a great pro, Byron Murphy. He's unbelievable run defender.
You get him with Mike McDonald there.
Yeah.
Oh, man, he's going to be good, dude. I like him. I just like him a lot.
Yeah. So I started to watch more and more film of him after Johnny Newton, obviously the injury concern. I thought he was going to fall. Byron Murphy, I don't think he's even scratched the surface of what he can be as a pass rusher. He's flashed that, but at Texas, his job was run heavy, let's stop the run.
Plug it up.
Exactly, but his effort, the moves when he wins, how he gets to an edge, the quickness, the violence, I see it all there. So obviously, Johnny Newton is a pure pass rusher. I think he's head and shoulder. I think he has the edge. But as a complete defensive tackle, Byron Murphy.
I don't mean to interrupt you here. We got big news, though.
Yes,
the Vikings are trading up here.
What the hell?
The Minnesota Vikings are up to 17 now. They've made a trade with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So,
what the hell are they doing?
Well, they're not drafting Bo Nix.
Quarterback competition. No, but to your point, before the pick comes in for Minnesota, I mean, when you watched Texas last year, obviously getting to the Final Four of the college football playoff, I mean, Tavondre Sweat was the guy that got all the headlines, got all the accolades. But to your point, Byron Murphy was a lot of times the guy that was doing the dirty work to open those things up for Tavondre Sweat.
Taking on double teams.
Yep. That's the unappreciated role on the D-line, right?
Exactly. And that's a great fit. And like I said, I think he's going to be a great pro. It would have been cool if he went to Chicago, but I like the Odunze pick. You got to surround your quarterback. Like that's something they haven't done. You're not going to make that mistake. They've been doing that for decades.
They didn't just double down. I mean, they tripled down. You know what I mean? Like they quadrupled down. Like you bring in so many different weapons, DeAndre Swift, Gerald Everett, to go with DJ Moore, Cole Kmet. Now Rome Odunze enters, Keenan Allen in a trade. You bring in this entire offensive coaching staff. They got a role for every coach on the team, from pass game coordinator, run game coordinator, quarterbacks coach, offensive coordinator. I mean, like we talked about, building an environment, a healthy environment to develop a quarterback the correct way, once and for all. And Ryan Poles, who comes from Kansas City, is trying to do everything he possibly can do to elevate the Bears into the next stratosphere, which we've never breathed.
So here's your Vikings pick. They go defense, and Dallas Turner.
Wow,
that's a good job
in the division. So
crazy.
They need to get somebody with Daniel Hunter leaving.
Yep.
So they get their edge rusher and their quarterback. Credit to them.
And he's gonna
here we
take
go.
this. He's literally gonna take this out on everyone for falling
Supposed to be
this
a top
far.
10, man.
I mean, he's been looking pretty pissed off the entire time in the green room. Look at him; he's coming out pissed off as he's getting the handshake to Roger Goodell, and now he's gonna take it out on the rest of the NFC. I mean,
Not
what
the Bears.
God dang it!
Yeah. Now here's the trade compensation that they had to give up. Remember, the Vikings did have 2 first-round picks. They had made that move earlier to get up to 23. So to go from 23 to 17, they just had to give up a 5th-round pick
This year.
Then next year's 3rd and 4th.
It's not nothing. It's not nothing.
That's 3 players.
But they're getting what they think as the best player in the draft, based on the defensive side, I would think.
I mean, they might even think Dallas Turner's better than J.J. McCarthy. I would hope they actually would, but
They need a quarterback.
I imagine that if you're a Viking fan right now, and I'll probably be spending a lot of time up in Viking territory here soon, I'll get a gauge of the fan base, but I'm guessing that they're pretty happy. They're like the Bears. They're Bears fans right now. They're probably very happy with what they've come out of this draft with the quarterback and an edge rusher.
Well, and shout out to Adam. If you guys are following social media, you've been dealing with a lot with your family and your brother-in-law, and Hoge making the time to come down tonight. Obviously a very important night for the show and for the Bears and all those things, but family and the stress that you've been under is a lot more important than anything we're doing here. So we appreciate you being here. We also send in love to your sister and your brother-in-law and your entire family as well. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you.
Prayers, man.
They might be watching.
Studs, straight studs, the fam.
I assume somebody's watching. So yeah, it's been a tough week. So if I'm being fully transparent, the Bears 100 didn't quite get completely to the finish line.
Yeah, it did. It was great.
You are forgiven, Hoge. I mean,
yeah, I know, but it's also
Family first, man.
yeah. So we're here though. We're here tonight, and we'll see. It's a really tough situation. Obviously, very, very distracted, but tonight's kind of. It's nice to be able to smile a little bit and enjoy what's happening here. I appreciate everybody being on. I appreciate everybody that's reached out too.
Yeah.
So thank you for all the love and support. It's definitely felt by not only myself but my family too.
Well,
So
hey
thank
man, like I said, we've all as fans been watching you, and following your coverage for a long time. Bears fans value, what you bring to the table. So
Don't make Carm jealous.
I know.
No, this is all good. Just keep going.
Yeah. So I mean, for real though, to not, obviously family always comes first, but for you to come back and Bears fans are always going to appreciate what you bring to the table no matter what. So, shout out to your family, obviously, but we all have your back. You've had our back for a long time. We got your back.
Yeah, thank you.
Shout out to our friends at Family Farms. Their culinary journey is woven with passion and dedication and a commitment to crafting the finest bacon-wrapped chicken, a timeless delicacy that has tantalized the taste buds since 1974. Even the Dukes taste buds, if you're still out there, Duke. At Family Farms, they're more than just a traditional name. We've evolved into the purveyors of gourmet delights with our signature bacon-wrapped chicken leading the way. Join them on a flavorful adventure where every bite tells a story of tradition, quality, and the enduring spirit of Family Farms. The tradition is continuing. Now you can find Family Farms bacon-wrapped chicken even easier. Look for us in the meat department at your local Woodman's and or Moreano's. Also, craving a taste of home without leaving yours. That's right. They are thrilled to announce arrival in the Amazon Marketplace as well. Experience the flavor that's become a family favorite for generations. Visit your nearest Woodman's or Moreano's or visit the new Amazon Marketplace store today.
Also, CD1 price cleaners.
CD1 price cleaners.
Yes, sir.
Bengals picking.
See, we do this thing on the show.
Yes, sir.
Called-
I mean, I always want to clean my clothes. That's priority one at the Bragg's residence, and everybody knows I do such a great job.
Not that one. Keep scrolling up.
Yes,
That
sir.
ain't it,
I mean,
buddy.
and that's what I love about you guys. You're always there for me. CD1 price cleaners. Customers save over 30% on their dry cleaning bill by switching to CD1 price cleaners.
you.
Other cleaners charge a different price for every garment type. Plus, they have upcharges, and you may pay a different price each time you visit at CD1 price
Same
cleaners.
price for your Caleb jerseys.
Yes, and they charge one low price for any garment, even sports jerseys, like you said, are your new fresh Caleb Williams Bears jersey, number 18.
I'm a client.
The same one low price, fast turnaround, CD1 price cleaners has your order ready the same or next day. Other cleaners take 2 or 4 days to have your clean garments ready, not CD1 price cleaners. Send you a text when your order is ready for pickup. Dry cleaning, wash and fold laundry, blankets and comforters, tailors and alterations, leather cleaning, area rug cleaning. Visit CHGO.com. Visit CHGO.cd1.com. Once there, you can pick from an in-store coupon or online pickup and delivery coupon options.
Appreciate everyone in the comments sending the love. I greatly appreciate it. To lighten the mood a little bit, though, I want to bring up something briefly with Bragg's. First of all, shout out to Midtown Athletic Club, where they're helping Wootton and I get through the weekend a little bit and letting me stay there.
I love Midtown Athletic
Nice
Club.
spot.
So I could stay downtown. It's an awesome spot with the hotel and everything.
Good choice not staying with at the car. I'm going Midtown. Excellent choice.
There's a bidet in my hotel room.
It's amazing.
Wait, you got one?
Yeah.
This is fan. You got the suite.
I got
me the basic
I got the
one.
upgrade. I got the upgrade. But
Dang,
this has been something we've been brought up on the show a couple times because Braggs is a bidet guy.
I was just joking.
No, you weren't. No, you weren't.
I'm not a bricklayer anymore.
Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah.
You're a bidet guy?
No, I'm not. I was joking. I wipe my own ass.
We've hit
Son.
the Bears
Are
have
we
Caleb and
past Big
Odunze.
20 yet where I can say that?
Not necessarily, but
I don't
you
know, we're
just
on the
did.
internet.
You're
You
all
can say whatever you want.
You're fine.
I don't know.
That's a quote from Big Daddy where the kid
Yeah, yeah.
says, I wipe my
I
own
wipe
ass.
my own ass. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I just wanted
Do you
to
know-
share that.
do you know what you're-
That's next level situation there.
Exactly. That's
It's a game changer.
Do you know what you're
Corey-
doing?
What?
Do you know what you're doing?
No.
I wouldn't know what I was doing.
No.
I'd be afraid.
There's a lot. It's like driving a plane. There's a lot of buttons.
wait, Carm, you sure? What do you call drinks again?
I mean, we could use a couple of cockies up here right now.
Can we get some cockies down here?
Oh no!
4 of them. We need 4.
Oh.
But I've never a bidet. I have not. I've never had a bidet. You know who needs a bidet right now is Kirk.
Look, I'm just saying we might have a.
If you don't know how to use your bidet, then you can hit up CD1 price cleaners.
There you go.
And get
Yeah.
your
Look, we might have a.
undergarments clean. I'm just
No one here is
Hey.
interested, by the way, in what we're talking about. I'm pretty clear.
Well, I just wanted to lighten the settle down, everyone. Lighten the mood for a second.
No, they're good. Everyone's
See,
good. Kirk Cousins needs a bidet.
We're gonna have a CHGO little happy hour before we come here tomorrow. By the way, if you're not coming here tomorrow, you should be.
We need you.
We love you.
We need you.
But so you can try out the bidet if you want tomorrow.
That's aggressive.
I'm just offering that.
That's aggressive, but I might actually do it. Yeah. I mean, how often do you get a chance to go bidet?
I'm just saying.
Hey, Jenny, can we get some drinks up here? What do we do?
Why don't there's people that work for us. that-
Oh,
that
what?
You don't need to make your wife.
Help me out. What's up, my man? How
Also-
are you doing?
I
Let's go.
also want to shout out our producers, Stephen Nicholas and Lawrence Benedetto have been killing it behind the scenes.
Crushing.
You don't see them on camera, but you should because Steven especially has had a lot on his plate here. We've been going for almost 3 hours.
Yes, sir.
Is that it?
And then there's a lot of reports out there right now that Kirk Cousins was stunned by the Michael Penix pick. I'm not stunned by that.
So my former agent, Hoge, you probably know Mike McCarthy.
Yeah. He represents Kirk.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. And he didn't get me as much money as he got Kirk. But I saw him on Twitter before that pick, and he's like about to be absolutely shocked. And that's how I knew. I was like, they're picking a quarterback.
He tweeted that?
He tweeted it.
Oh, wow.
It's on our screen, by the way. But Amarius Mims, the offensive tackle from Georgia, is your latest selection, headed to the Cincinnati Bengals, which is a little...
Yeah, so Mims was super interesting. Amarius Mims ended up at 32 on our Bears 100. There's a couple medical concerns with him, but the dude is almost 6'8", 340, and moves like he's half that size.
Exactly.
So in terms of building an offensive tackle in a lab, I mean, this guy has an amazing frame, size that you want at the position. The weird thing with his career, though, at Georgia was he barely played. He only had 8. He left college with 8 college starts.
It's crazy.
So it's like...
He doesn't have the experience.
You're talking boom or bust extreme here because he's built like you want him, but there's a durability concern there. He's a former 5-star recruit who never really lived up to his potential, and he's still kind of living on that potential. And those kind of guys always make me nervous, Woot.
Makes me really nervous.
Yeah.
And then my guy Troy from Washington.
Troy Fatanu.
Yeah. I told you, I thought he was the best left tackle in the draft.
Yep.
I think the size thing comes into factor.
Well, and I've heard the medicals too.
Yeah, some medical issues.
That's a rumor.
But as well, Mims has medical issues.
Yeah, so Mims obviously didn't play a lot, struggled to stay healthy last year with an ankle injury. He then tweaked his hamstring at the combine and then wasn't able to go at his pro day. So, that's like strike 1, 2, and 3 right there. Now, you mentioned arm length, though. 36 and an eighth arms. I mean, that's
insane.
That's long.
Insane.
Touching his ankles with those arms. So, yeah, I think a lot of times the measurables sometimes skew what we actually see on the field. They look at it like, do you see when this guy was in here, what he could do? But has he been durable? Especially as an offensive line. It's not like you rotate. You're playing every play. So I understand that. But I would rather have a proven guy that's played, that's been consistent, that has lived up to the potential and the hype.
Yeah, he scared me just a little bit too much. Just a little bit too much there. Too many injuries for me. A tightrope ankle surgery last fall. Mm-hmm. And he only played right tackle, too, in college. So
I just hate the potentially moving somebody from one side.
So...
it's a little bit of a surprise pick there, right? That would not have been your bet. But
well, let me clarify, though. I'm not surprised necessarily that
Rams are on the clock, by the way, and the pick is in. Go ahead.
I'm not necessarily surprised that a team came up and got him because for all those reasons we just said, teams do fall in love with the measurables. They do. There's always a team. So if you would have asked me, does Amarius Mims go in the top 20?
At the end of the day, with offensive linemen, people get so enamored with size. Who are the... look at the first overall. Look at all the guys that have been picked, offensive line wise. Big dudes that measurables.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's go back here. Alt went 5. Mm-hmm. Latham went 7 to the Titans. We can throw the teams in there too, Carm. Moreano went 11 to the Jets as they traded back 1. If you're just joining us live here, and with J.J. McCarthy going to the Vikings. Fuaga went 14.
Yeah,
thank you, Jake.
Tito soda.
Let's go.
We're drinking Miller Lite, and Woot's upgrading. No, that's a good job. And then Mims, 18. Did he jump anybody? I'm trying to.
In terms of what? I'm sorry.
In terms of offensive linemen.
So if we look at our offensive tackle board here in the again, if you're a CHGO diehard, you can see all this. We had Joe Alt as our top offensive tackle. Fuaga, who went off the board. Who took Fuaga again? The Saints took Fuaga a little while ago. Fatanu's still available. Olu Fashanu went. J.C. Latham went. So Mims, other than Fatanu, like, we're kind of at that spot in the draft where the next guy you're talking about here, I'm a little surprised nobody's taking Fatanu the way he worked out at the combine.
That's okay.
And just his tape.
Yeah,
the
tape's amazing, and I thought somebody would fall in love with him, if not as a tackle, but potentially like Skoronski last year, where they're like, we're just gonna move him to guard. He's gonna be a rock solid dude there.
Yeah.
So I'm a little surprised that hasn't happened either. But to me, at this point after Fatanu, there is a drop off. We're talking about Tyler Guyton, Kingsley Suamataia, I think so. BYU. And then I'll tell you what, the tackle opposite of Fatanu, Roger Rosengard, he's not bad.
No, he's not bad at all. He'll probably go second round.
Yeah.
So he's a good option at right tackle.
GM Jake Flanagan, I just wanted him to sit down for a second. Our general manager right here. Give him a little love. Leading the way every single day.
That's it.
So
we're talking to the president and the vice president of the Justin Fields fan club right now.
Exactly right. How are you feeling? Seeing the reaction, your own reaction, everything that went down tonight? You're the biggest Bears fan that I know, and that includes Greg Braggs.
Everybody in here.
No, you're right. I'm telling you, you're the biggest.
Listen, this is it. Justin Fields was who we believed in. We thought that he would be the guy that they build around. That quickly shifted, and I think now what's happening is we're being rewarded for understanding that Ryan Poles gets to make these decisions, and he believed in Caleb Williams, so we had to accept that. And now we're getting rewarded with Rome Odunze, and Ryan Pace actually may have done us a little bit of a favor in drafting Michael Penix Jr. in Atlanta.
Yeah, maybe.
Ryan Pace.
Yeah. So in the end, it was Lovie Smith and Ryan Pace that led to Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze. I like where you're going. I love it.
Maybe so. I'm very excited. You guys are doing a great job. We're very happy everybody's out here tonight, and I cannot wait to bear down all season long.
I mean,
it's going to be amazing.
No, it's going to be awesome. And Jake, both of us were very high on keeping potentially Justin Fields. But I think the way that they are building this roster is to put Caleb Williams in the best position to succeed. Like, we were kind of like, oh, Byron Murphy's available, Jared Verse, all these defensive options.
By the way, Jared Verse just got drafted by the Rams.
Yeah. That's going to be a good fit for him. But ultimately, they tripled down.
Yeah.
They quadrupled down on, okay, let's give Caleb Williams what he needs to succeed. We haven't had a quarterback in our history that has been a top 5 quarterback in this league. Caleb Williams, we already know he has the talent. He has the potential to do that. So I understand from Pole's standpoint, we want to get this right. That has been the missing component because we've been a defensive franchise. And what do? They're kind of neglecting certain parts of the defensive line, right? They're still a great defense. But he's like, hey, I am going to make sure Caleb Williams succeeds. And you got to love that because they've got it so wrong for Trubisky, for Justin Fields. Now it seems like everything's falling into place.
It certainly is.
Jake, you're about to enter the best 5 years to 10 years of your Bears life.
It's amazing. It really is.
I mean, it would be an upset if that doesn't happen. They are set up to do it. So it's awesome seeing all the support here, by the way. Matt Peck, Cody Delmendo, Ryan Herrera, who am I missing up there? I'm sure more just coming out tonight supporting, being here. It's really, really good to see everybody.
Well, there's a lot of people behind the scenes that worked really hard to get all this done. And Jake leading the way behind the scenes.
Just a part of it.
It's we upgraded the room this year. We upgraded the.
I mean, this is a scene. God bless.
The amount of people we could get in here. We got a DJ coming out later. Braggs is all talk. He's over to crowd surf. Haven't seen it yet. Just like
he just has his
came
friends.
A little close.
He just has all his friends come on stage.
When Braggs was jumping around here with
I was excited with him.
Whoever that was, how worried were you about that camera?
Not that worried. I'd be okay if we upgraded cameras.
Oh,
so
it's an invitation.
So I could do Oklahoma drill with Braggs into the camera.
It'd be worth it. Yeah,
I would let that happen.
Oh, I'd do it.
Yeah, let's do that.
I've been working out. Like takes a selfie with no sweat.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't seen Wood in a minute here. You walk in there, it's like, oh yeah, Corey's a different dude.
It's true. Corey, I did have one question for Corey.
Yeah.
It's like somewhat serious. So like the Bears defense, like you said, with the identity, it was always like they're there. That's what this is all about, right? You could count on the defense. But it got to a certain point when the offense got good, then the defense, in a way, was starting to descend, right?
Exactly.
They were getting a little bit older. The best players, right, were getting older. This team together on defense and offense, it's almost like it's all ascending at the same time.
It is,
and I don't know if I've ever seen that.
I don't think we've seen a team like this, especially in Chicago, right? It's been very defensive heavy with, hey, we have a great running game, and hey, we have one playmaker receiver. We literally have 3 legit receivers, like studs, guys that could be all Pro Bowlers. We got Cole Kmet, that's a formidable red zone target. That reminds me a lot of Kyle Rudolph in his Pro Bowl years. He's not a burner, but really good with his body, great blocker, can catch the ball. He's that security blanket. We got Gerald Everett as well. We got options at running back. Offensive line, we revamped that, right? So I think this is the best situation I think I've seen on both sides of the ball. Already a top 5 defense, top 10 defense, and we don't have the weapons at defensive end.
Right.
So I think when Poles is putting this together, he's looking, hey, I was in Kansas City. What do we do really well there? The offense and the quarterback and Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce and all this. We made our offense be the front runner, which the defense in Chicago has been for the longest. So
and the defense,
I'm fine with that.
And the defense is either entering their prime or in their prime, right? So it is just.
Do we have to give him a tip?
So
I don't know.
So excited.
Let me get the that one.
I now have them lined up 3 deep. Do you want one?
All right, I'm going to go, guys. Thank you very much.
All
Keep
right.
up the great work.
Thanks,
I have an open.
You want to throw one of these up there to someone? Might as well.
I'm glad I Ubered here.
Right?
My Uber is on the way. All right.
All right, so the Steelers are on the clock right here at number 20, and this just feels like
This feels like a Fatanu.
it feels like a Fatanu, a Jackson Powers Johnson's like some obvious guy that everybody knows is going to be pretty good has fallen to one of those franchises that you just always trust to make the right pick. And everyone's going to sit here and be like, oh, yeah, they just drafted a guy who's going to start for 10 years.
Exactly.
That's what this pick is going to be. It's not going to be surprising. It's going to be just a classic like Steelers or Ravens pick.
100%. They get it right.
Yeah.
They get a productive person. On the offensive side of the ball, not draft related, but with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson, how do you think this is going to unfold? Obviously, Russell Wilson looks like he's going to be the guy, right? Or is this going to be a straight competition? Like, they haven't really announced it yet, but you would think, right, Russell Wilson would be the guy. And
So I think it's going to be an unofficial competition.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be one of those things where they're going to very obviously give Russell Wilson the 1 reps early. But behind the scenes, you see how they have set this up.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson's on a cheap 1-year deal. Justin Fields on a cheap 1-year deal. I think Schefter reported yesterday that they're not going to pick up that 5th-year option, which is not surprising. So this is a competition that I view as like a year-long competition.
Yeah.
It's not just training camp.
like you see how it unfolds during the regular season.
If
and
they
how-
start 0-2, Russell Wilson might actually be just fine. Like maybe like how he was last year in Denver, and you might still see a quarterback switch because they might go, oh, well, we can't go through this whole season without seeing Justin. So I look at it as like a season-long audition for 2025.
Yeah,
And/or maybe neither works out and they got to go get somebody else.
exactly.
So, by the way, this pick is in. The Steelers picking here at number 20. Cameron Hayward is making the selection. Cameron Hayward knows a little something about playing football.
Oh, yeah. Studs.
It's an upper-level move by Pittsburgh at number 20 overall, by the way.
For the Bears for a little bit, right? Ironhead?
Yes. Oh, and he's the Walter Payton Man of the Year. That's right. That's why he's making the selection here.
Shout out to Sweetness. Shout out to Jared Payton. Shout out to
Got the shirt, repping
shout out to
front
my man
row
in the
Walter.
front. There it is.
Love it.
Did you see the video, by the way, that Jared Payton posted of his daughter playing flag football?
No.
She's a beast.
There it is.
I mean,
Troy
it was like-
Fatanu.
Yep, I like
There
this
it
pick.
is. I mean, that
called
was
it.
too obvious. It's
Like he kept falling, he kept falling.
So we have Fatanu number 12 on our board.
Yeah.
You know, the only 2 guys we actually have higher right now, Jackson Powers Johnson, who I just love. I'll tell you what, there's something we do on the Bears 100, guys, that I put a gold football next to the guys that I'm just like, those are like my draft crushes. Those are like the guys that I'm like, regardless of where they're ranked on here, I'm just like, man, if the Bears end up with that guy, like I really like that pick. So the first two gold footballs was Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze.
Yep.
And the next one's Jackson Powers-Johnson. So if there's any world in which they get their center here too by trading up, and I'm not expecting it to happen at this point, but I do like Troy Fautanu a lot. I think it's a great pick for the Steelers who they get a solid dude that's going to be there for a long time. I love the pick.
Yeah, I love it too. And he reminds me a lot, Braggs, we talked about this, Jason Peters.
Right.
Who played for the Bears toward the end of his career, but when he was in a Pro Bowl, All-Pro level in Philly, playing against him, it was hard to get past him, right? People knocked him for his size. He's only 6'4". Only 6'4". I've seen him pick up Julius Peppers, slam him. Like, Julius Peppers, Hall of Famer. Like one of the best ever.
Not many people do that.
Not many people can do that. So he reminds me a lot of him. His quickness, his nastiness, his ability in the run game on screens. I've never seen a dude, his 40, I thought would be better the way he looks in the open field on screens. Unbelievable. So Steelers, I think they got a steal in him. I think he's going to be a lockdown guy for them for 10-plus years. I think he'll eventually be a Pro Bowl caliber player. I think he's that talented.
By the way, the top guys left on our Bears 100 right now, Jackson Powers-Johnson at number 10. Brian Thomas Jr., the wide receiver from LSU, number 11. Graham Barton, who I'm not sure we talked enough about in the pre-draft process, another center out of Duke, sitting there at 14. A.D. Mitchell, wide receiver 19. Chop Robinson at 20. Xavier Worthy, wide receiver out of Texas 2 at 21. So a lot of talented guys still on the board.
Yep.
Again, the Bears don't pick right now until 75. If I had to guess, though, I mean, the way this usually works, even at 75, if they don't make a pick, there's a chance that someone in our top 30 is still available.
Yeah. Dude, could Johnny Newton fall to the second round?
Well, medical on him, maybe.
Yeah, it's possible.
Like, so if he's there, right, and Bears feel confident.
You're going to be freaking out like I did with Rome Odunze.
Yeah.
If they were to maybe trade one of next year's second rounders to get in the game and maybe another pick in this draft, would you guys be on board with that, to get Johnny Newton the second round?
I think so. Actually, let me be a little bit more
I would.
emphatic about it. Yes, we have him at 24.
Trust in Pulse, trust in Woot. You think it's a good move?
Yeah, so somebody you've ranked in the 20s, if they're available in the 40s, to move up one, and to move up that one round at that point is not a terrible amount. You might be giving up next year's second.
To get a need that you desperately need and you felt great about him.
And a little bit more than that, obviously.
You do it.
Yeah.
Rob Z here in the chat. My first day watching this podcast. Holy shit, I've been looking for inebriated meatballs I can watch daily. So blessed to have found this. Well, hey, welcome to the party, Rob. And that being said, we got our guy Austin, who is a diehard.
Love Austin.
So I gave him permission, Hoge. I know you're going to yell at me.
Oh, no,
Austin is a diehard.
Dude.
Back on March 14th, that if
What?
the top tier receiver, I'd buy you guys around a shot.
What shots are these? I have no idea. I'm terrified.
Hang on.
Is this fireball?
It's not stepping on the
Oh.
court. Say that again, what your prediction was about the shots.
These would be a round of Malort for all of them.
Oh, Jesus. What are you doing to us? You asshole.
We
All right, come around.
We
come around.
appreciate the thought, Austin.
So here's the thing. When I take my headset off,
I can handle
impossible
this.
to hear anything.
Okay, you.
Did he say that one of those is Malort?
He said that all those are Malort. I believe.
Correct, all of them are Malort.
Pass him out.
Kevin Koenig's here for a Malort shot.
Pass him out.
Here you go, Kev.
This is bad.
Head of content. You're in.
I thought you liked us, Austin.
I do like you guys.
I thought we were boys.
I thought we could do like
Koenig
tequila
just
or
left the stream.
something.
When in Rome,
I've never seen him run faster.
That was-
He was in a marathon.
Here you go, Hoge. Have a Malort.
yeah, one of them is receiving.
Someone has to run the show.
Steven's ready. Steven loves a good Malort.
This is
Austin. Congratulations.
See, it would have been way more fun if these were all bourbon except for one was Malort.
Yeah, Woot,
That would mean it would have been
my
obvious.
man.
Yeah, I guess you.
The one that looks
Woo!
like pee.
Brags.
No.
It's a mustache.
It might-
There you go, Gregory.
If you have a mustache like that, you're allowed on stage.
All
I
right.
appreciate that.
All right. This is
Speaking
a
of
bad-
mustaches, are we going to hear from Nick in Detroit?
Oh yeah.
Where is Nick?
The guy working tonight? You know?
Oh,
are we
shoot.
really doing this?
I mean, I'm being told to take it, so.
Cheers to a new era.
Cheers, cheers, cheers. Let's go.
This is
Bear down.
Not how I celebrate, but I appreciate it, Austin.
Oh my God, it's terrible.
That was so bad.
Yeah.
Tastes like cough syrup kind of.
The worst part is it doesn't get better, it gets worse.
No, that's the thing. Is the aftertaste is actually the worst part.
Yeah. So Austin and I used to be friends,
That was horrible, Austin.
and
It has like a crazy aftertaste.
It tastes
it
like
tastes-
a
it
dirty
tastes
gym
like-
sock.
yeah.
It tastes like straight turpentine.
That's a good description.
By the way, Herb Howard's in the comments. I love you, Herb. Good. He said y'all wild and that's awful.
Herb,
And he's right.
It was. I had never had that before, and I will never have it again. But I
You've
did.
never had Malort?
No.
I am so proud to be the one to take your Malort
Austin,
virginity. I'm not gonna lie.
So that's my only second one ever. The first one was at my buddy Keith's
That was so bad.
pre-wedding shenanigans.
Yeah.
And I said I'd never do it again, but you know,
So we're gonna ask from the fans' perspective. So what are your thoughts about everything tonight? How it unfolded for the Bears?
This was personally for me a dream come true. As someone that was born in the 90s and has never really experienced the ultimate Chicago offense outside of the Mark Trestman era, which I do not want to relive, it's exciting to know that we're going to score some points. I think the defense is a locked top 10 defense. And I hope they add somebody like a Michael Hall, tomorrow in the third round. That's who I want to see, and maybe a swing tackle in the fourth. That'd be a good draft, in my opinion.
It'd be ideal, but yeah, I think this is the most loaded offensive Bears roster I think we've seen ever in the history of it. It's awesome to see. And did you think they were going to go wide receiver? Or did you think that they were going to go potentially offensive line or defensive tackle?
So I will say, as one of the diehards up here, we did a little pool in the Discord channel, and it was, the first two picks, who do you think they're going to take? And I had Byron Murphy, and it was because I thought that the three wide receivers would be gone by 9.
Yeah.
And I'm all for adding a 3-tech. I thought that Murphy next to Dexter and Sweat up there, it'd be legit defensive line. I was with you on that. I know you're a big defensive line guy. And so, the fact that Rome was there, to me, you can't pass up on that. And I would have been okay if they went DL, but Rome was there. And like I said earlier, man, when in Rome, you take that opportunity.
When in Rome.
Yep, when in Rome. And at the end of the day, it's all about Caleb Williams right now. And you gotta shout out Poles for committing. Like, hey, we didn't do Justin Fields well. Before I got here, they didn't do Mitch Trubisky well. They didn't surround him with enough talent. We are going to do this. And obviously they're different players, Caleb Williams, but they're putting him in a position to succeed. It's good to see.
It's funny because sometimes the things that the fans talk about the most tend to be the most obvious things.
Yeah.
But sometimes that's the best thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't need to overthink this, which is what the Bears have been too guilty of.
Exactly.
I'm not saying you have to do what the fans want every single time.
Do what the fans want.
But when you actually zoom out, and it's oh, we're going to draft a franchise quarterback number 1. What's the best thing we can do to help him? Well, redo the offensive coaching staff. Go out and get the most quarterback-friendly wide receiver that probably exists in all of football. Not saying he's the best wide receiver, but Keenan Allen's probably the most quarterback-friendly.
Security blanket.
Yeah, that you could possibly get. Draft, to me, the number 2 wide receiver in this draft, but only because the first guy was just so good in Marvin Harrison Jr. Rome, this is just, it's so obvious, and honestly, I applaud.
Yeah.
It's just not this year. I think what's been so refreshing to me about Ryan Poles is he's down to earth. He's like a dude you'd want to have a beer with. He's just like a football guy like any of us. And he just lays it out there in ways that fans can understand it. He's not trying to hide stuff. He's relatively transparent. And then he makes moves that are just obvious, but not like in a bad way, but like in a like let's do this the right way, and it's just really refreshing.
He came from a great franchise in Kansas City with Andy Reid and company where they do things the right way, right? They surround the quarterbacks. They put them in a position to succeed. Even with Patrick Mahomes, right? At the time, they thought, okay, let's draft him. Let's have him sit behind Alex Smith for a year. Let's let him develop. Let's let him understand the offense. And then all of a sudden, that offense looked a lot different with Patrick Mahomes than Alex Smith because they're like, okay, he can do stuff that Alex Smith can't do. And they have Tyreek Hill. They have Travis Kelce. They have all these weapons. Patrick Mahomes comes out, throws 50 touchdowns his first year. So Poles is trying to emulate what they've been doing in Kansas City. And it's awesome to see because how Austin,
Austin, you're the man.
Appreciate you, bro.
That was
one of our diehards.
That was
He's
miserable.
a diehard.
Hey, reminder, our Draft Day Live coverage today is being presented by Circa Sports Illinois. Download the Circa Sports Illinois app at circasports.com/Illinois-app. Great way to make yourself some money and to support the show. Sign up today. And also to our friends at ButcherBox. Join it today by using our link, butcherbox.com/CHGO. Use that code CHGO to receive the exclusive offer today.
I haven't had a chance to talk about ButcherBox yet this week. I love when we add sponsors that I've already been using for years. So, like, literal personal endorsement on ButcherBox. I've been using ButcherBox since pre-pandemic. It's unbelievable meat. You can customize your box like however you want it. Sometimes I want some seafood thrown in there. I had some scallops last week that I made up that came from ButcherBox. You could totally decide when you want the box to come. You don't want it this month, just delay it the night. They make it super easy. And I'm just a huge fan of ButcherBox.
I love the customization feature right there that you're laying out there. And by the way, our chat is on fire tonight. This is you guys are doing great work. I appreciate it. Great to see Herb in there. I got to hang with Herb, by the way, yesterday at the stadium announcement.
Yeah.
That was, Herb and I both just ate the popcorn and just hung out. Very nice of the Bears for having Garrett's popcorn.
I have lots of thoughts on what happened yesterday.
Oh, God.
You could sit this one out.
Yeah.
Get Gary Ross up here. He owes me $20.
Get somebody else up here.
No, so I know that Braggs annoyed you yesterday by saying he didn't want to talk about the stadium.
Yeah.
But he did have a great point because I listened to like the first 15, 20 minutes of the show.
Okay.
When I was driving around St. Paul yesterday.
I don't want to talk about
You completely dismissing, I'm talking to you now, Carm.
I got it.
You dismissing any type of conspiracy on the timing of that press conference, you're better than that.
He is.
You have been around this media game enough. And let me tell you the perfect example.
Okay.
And why you should be skeptical that this is all going to happen.
Okay.
The three of us were in Arlington Heights for that town hall.
Yep.
What night was that? Do you remember what night that was?
I don't.
It was the third day we worked here between me and Carman.
True. It was the start of the NFL season. It was during the opening night game.
Oh.
The Rams were playing the Bills. It was
had the
week
tablet,
one.
remember?
It was the opening. It literally started at kickoff.
Okay.
Remember I had the tablet on the ground?
I do remember the tablet on the ground.
It was a ridiculous time
We were
to have a
giggling.
town hall and ask all these. It was to weed out the real fans that would rather sit there and watch football than come out to a town hall in Arlington Heights. These things are scheduled for a reason at the time. So for you to dismiss that was ridiculous. So they've now had two giant stadium announcements.
Right.
The first one happened on the opening night of the NFL season.
Which was pre-Kevin Warren era.
Yes. The second one happened the night or the day before they're drafting Caleb Williams, when all anyone cares about is Caleb Williams. And the first one didn't happen. The first one was a failure.
So
Never mind the Bill Curtis video.
So hold on. You're telling me
The Bears didn't do the Bill Curtis.
Yes, that was Lori.
That was
Lori Lightfoot.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what do you think's happening, Hoge? Are you telling me that the whole thing yesterday was staged, And they did that to like put it out there, but they wanted it to go away as quick as possible because they know they don't have the support from it. They know that JV Pritzker.
Yes, they wanted it to be like, hey, we are making this big announcement.
And then they want it over with.
If they made this announcement 2 weeks from now when you're in the heart of the offseason, we're talking about the stadium for 3 weeks straight.
Right. The stadium is still going to be a conversation point, not as much for next week, but it's not like it's going to go away. They have a month. They have a month right now where they're asking for approval in Springfield. If it doesn't happen in the next month, it's going to be a big talking point.
Well, did you watch
There's no getting away from it now.
I mean, did you watch the press conference today of JB Pritzker?
No, I didn't because I was focused on the draft.
Oh, gee. Well, guess what? The governor had a press conference and said this won't get across the finish line. And so
which the Bears knew would happen.
They're going to have to negotiate. Yes, of course.
If you have a press conference on this day to announce the stadium, the response is going to happen the next day. The next day happened to be when they drafted Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze.
It's just a coincidence. He said JB Pritzker doesn't know when the draft is.
Yeah, I heard that.
What a joke.
I don't think he does. I don't think he does.
He knows when the draft is.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
If you called up JB Pritzker right now and said, who did the Bears draft, I bet you he doesn't know.
And so that's the thing. So that's the thing. Obviously, I was hot about it. Not everybody was happy about that. Fine. I was annoyed and frustrated. That was the feelings I was trying. And so maybe I didn't articulate exactly what my issue was with it. But obviously, it was a political flex, maybe even on Arlington Heights, to push the chips on the table. It's in the mayor's best interest. It's in the Bears' best interest to keep it in the city because they'll build statues of Kevin Warren and Brandon Johnson. We understand this. But there's more people involved in this decision, and that was my whole point. And they use the fans as a political pawn because they understand that fans are fired up right now and eating up everything that is Bears. So put out a bunch of great pictures of a stadium. The pictures look amazing. Build it.
Yeah.
Put the shovels in the ground and build that damn thing.
Hey, on that standpoint, I love what they did. They took, it's sort of a blend of what the Vikings had. I love that. So my number one priority, if they were not going to have a retractable roof, was that the roof is like what the Vikings have.
Yeah, that's pretty dope.
And I'm well versed on it. I've literally touched the.
Well, it's a carbon copy of Allegiant Stadium.
Yeah, but I have actually touched the material that the roof is made out of.
Yeah.
It's like, do you know those like paddles that you play with as kids that are like, it's like a plastic that's really bouncy and like the ball pings right off it. Really, that's what that material is like.
Really?
It's like that clear, and it's so it's translucent, obviously, so it lets the light in. I love that. So when you play a day game in there, it's gonna feel like a day game. It's not gonna feel like you're in a dome. So I love that. I love that they have the opening towards the city, which is very reminiscent to what the Raiders did in Las Vegas, which is pretty much
view of the skyline.
I actually think the Raiders Stadium's overrated, but I like that one aspect of it. So they took bits and pieces. I actually love the design of it.
Keeping the columns.
Yeah, but,
I like the column.
Okay,
I love the columns.
But to the point that people have been making fun of me for it, it still stands. Where the fuck are you parking?
Who get?
Don't say that.
No, say it. Say it.
So bring your boat. Yeah. Bring your boat because the renderings they put out yesterday, the only parking was for boats. So you have to have a boat now to go.
He's got to blow up one.
Yep.
They're
Hoge's got a boat.
They're going to build a double decker. They'll build it down.
A double decker.
So
two levels of parking.
No, they did show parking. They did show parking.
Where?
Listen to me. Listen to me.
I don't want to.
I know you don't. Hold on.
No.
Go ahead, Woot.
No.
Go ahead.
No,
I want Woot's thoughts, actually.
No,
Go ahead.
I was going to say from a player's perspective,
Yes.
I don't like the dome. Because I look at it. Look at this year when Kansas City played Miami. Them boys did not want to be there. The outdoor, the elements, being on the lake is an advantage. It really is. Especially when you play some of these warm weather teams. Hoge, in 2013, you probably remember the game we played Dallas Cowboys. It was like minus 30 with the wind chill.
Yeah, I remember that. The Ditka yelling at halftime.
So Jason Wootton came across on that Y over play where he comes and tries to kick me out.
Yeah.
He did not want to be there.
Yeah.
Ran him over. He's like, come on, man, it's too cold. I don't want to be here. So that's the only thing I think it's an advantage from a player's perspective.
So let me ask you a critical follow-up to that, though. Just to push back a little bit, what's the second game you could think of like that?
The second game besides that?
Yeah.
Seattle in the playoffs.
Yep.
And Seattle's 2010.
Yep.
Right, the year we went to the NFC Championship. And Seattle gets cold. Yeah. It's not like as cold as here.
So the only point I'm trying to make on that is I'm not denying that has happened. The other one I could think of is 2018 against the Rams. The Rams came to town.
Jared Goff.
And they scored 3 points. They wanted nothing to do with it. And as it turned out, Belichick used that game plan that Fangio used to beat the Rams in the Super Bowl that year. Like, that was a real thing that happened. But the Rams didn't want to be there. My point is we're talking about a handful of games over a decade.
But think about how many times we've made the playoffs, though. Like in really cold weather. Like the times we made the playoffs.
So the argument to that, though, is just like you were good, so you won the game. You know what I mean? It doesn't help you when you're not good. And so I'm not denying what you're saying. It's a real thing. I get it. I just think that it's so the other thing about that Dolphins Chiefs game that we found out later, and I know this is not something the players are necessarily worried about at the time. Fans in the stands literally had their toes and fingers amputated from frostbite. Yeah. That's a real thing that happened.
So from a fan safety issue,
that's who needs toes.
No, but I'm going to tell you, as a former player, I love playing in domes. But for me, I played at Northwestern, played for the Bears. Cold never bothered me.
Yeah.
But I understand from a standpoint, like, dollar-wise.
Yeah.
That's, like, Minnesota is a destination place. People look at the schedule and say, whoa, I want to go to a road game. Let's go to Minnesota.
And that stadium's amazing.
It doesn't matter if we go in December, right? Mm-hmm. We go to L.A., it's a stadium. Obviously, it's warm there, but people like going in the domes. They do. There's something about it that brings more fans there.
I love cold weather games. I love Soldier Field. People hate Soldier Field. I love Soldier Field. Selfishly, I don't care that the parking sucks because I know how to get to the stadium on my own terms.
Ooh, you know how to do it.
Yeah, I'm just saying. But I understand for fans that don't come to the stadium as much, it's a serious problem for them. And I do take them into consideration when it comes to that. Since you weren't paying attention to the Governor Pritzker press conference, I'll let you know some of the quotes.
Thank you.
Since we're on this goddamn stadium topic.
We can get off it, by the way.
Real quick, Joe, just so you know what he said.
We got to get people caught up on what's happening, but go ahead.
Snippets from Sean Hammond. Pritzker said they're asking to keep all of the revenue from other events that might take place at the stadium. If there's a Beyonce concert, they want all of that revenue too.
That's a joke. You don't get that. You're not building your own stadium.
So there are aspects of this that are probably non-starters. And then he finishes with, I'm even more skeptical of the ability to get enough votes for it in the General Assembly. And that was the thing I tried to say yesterday, where too many hands in the cookie jar. There's too many people that have to approve this decision, and I have no faith that it'll actually happen. So for me, it just, obviously you guys know my feelings on it. Hello. Oh,
so Gary Ross is on stage right now, and he's paying off $20 to at the Carm. Right here, buddy.
Well, you can put that towards the ticket that's in my backpack.
What was the bet? I don't remember.
The bet was that Justin would not be traded for a second-round pick. Gary was a believer.
Oh, you thought he would be traded for a second-round pick?
Gary put on that. Yes, for sure. I invited you up here because you are one of the most biggest diehards, and we appreciate you.
Yep.
And I don't know what is the right thing to do with this $20 that Gary has been so classy to pay off. What do we do?
Buy some drinks. I don't
know, or give it to his GoFundMe.
No.
Gary, you look nervous.
Gary,
on stage.
No, that's very on stage at Midtown.
That's very nice. That's very nice of you. But
my sister would want that to be used towards something else. Though.
Okay, well, it'll be a
we'll buy drinks tomorrow night.
We'll buy drinks tomorrow night. Sure.
Yep.
Absolutely. Gary, you're the biggest Bears fan of all time. I said that to Jake, but you're in there too. You happy with tonight?
Well, absolutely. This is a great time. I was here last year, and this is about 1,000 times better. And recommend everyone coming out for tomorrow night as well.
Exactly.
That's my guy.
So, Gary, what was your thought?
I'm putting the money in my wallet right now.
Gary, didn't you also report that Caleb Williams will wear number 18?
I reported that this morning. I reported when Caleb was in town before Waddle and Sylvie.
Who needs
and I never
Adam
got
Schefter?
credit.
He actually did. He actually did have that before Waddle and Sylvie put that out there.
He is the Bears insider.
And I'll even do this. I put it on Twitter, and I'll say it again. Hard Knocks is coming here.
Gary is very confident.
You didn't hear that? That's not C. That is not.
That's not CHGO. That's me. I've got, what?
It's Gary's take and Gary's belief, and Gary has been adamant about it. Gary tweeted it.
His track record's improving here, so there might be some truth to it.
The person that said in the chat that I'm going to buy a counterfeit Bayesian jersey with his $20 is a great person. I love you, Michael Gorman. You're the man. That's a great idea. I am going Bayesian jersey with this 20 counterfeit.
What is our bet?
Backup quarterback?
What's
damn
our
it.
bet for Ryan Poles naming Caleb the starter tonight?
You guys should do like a haircut.
Oh, that's aggressive.
Put it towards
You
the
do need
stadium.
a haircut.
Karma's good too. Should we put this towards the $17 billion the stadium's going to cost that I'm supporting?
No, one of you don't want to shave your head if Ryan Poles announces it tonight.
It announces what?
That Caleb's the starter. What
He's
Holt's
not
been saying.
announcing that tonight.
What is the bet, though?
Okay, tomorrow. He'll announce it tomorrow.
The only caveat is it has to be asked.
So
if it doesn't get asked,
They're going to ask it. Is Caleb the starter?
the official bet needs to be whenever it is first asked.
How's this? When
Then
Matt Eberflus gets asked it the first time, I will bet you and you and you.
No, that's a different bet. I'm talking about polls. You can't bring up the guy that doesn't say anything. I'm talking about the guy who's
Matt
transparent.
Eberflus is the head coach of the Chicago Bears. He's the guy that makes the decision.
You're an idiot.
You should be smarter than this.
No, I'm not. The
Carm,
GM.
you got to be out of your
Who's
mind.
asking Ryan Poles if Caleb Williams is starting?
You don't think anybody from the media is going to ask that?
I will text Adam Johns and Kevin Fishman and have this question asked tonight.
They're not asking him that question.
Yes, they will.
Okay.
Yep.
He's
No,
gonna
there's a
say
trade
that's
on it.
he's gonna say that's Matt Eberflus's decision is what he's gonna say because he's a good general manager and he respects his head coach. He's not gonna do
Trade
that.
right here, right?
Who's Detroit going to take in this trade?
Who are they? The Lions traded up to 24. Is that's what just happened?
Yeah, Brian Thomas went to Jacksonville 23. And
I think they're going to
The
pick.
Lions have moved up. Everybody in the NFC North is moving up tonight.
They're going to pick receiver or defensive end.
because they're trying to catch up to the Bears.
who's
Receiver-
left at defensive end at this point? Chop went to Miami.
Yep, Chop went. The guy from Mizzou.
Darius Robinson.
Darius Robinson.
We haven't updated you. Darius Robinson's gonna be a player.
He is. And he's got versatility. He can play inside, too. Be a left end, slide into.
Do they take a corner here, too? Do they take, like, Kool-Aid McKinstry or Terrell Arnold?
They could.
Chop Robinson went 21. Quinion Mitchell went 22. That was the first corner taken in the draft to the Eagles at 22. Robinson, 21. Going to the Dolphins. I have that right, do I not? I do.
So
and,
the
and then Brian Thomas goes to the Jags at 23, and the Lions are on the clock. And
So
the
the
Lions are celebrating. Who do they want to come up for?
The Lions traded their third-round pick to move up here. Is essentially what happened. They got a seventh in return, but a seventh-round pick.
They
this
moved
year.
up from where?
Or did they pull the trigger on Johnny Newton?
29 to 24.
29 to 24, huh? Okay. All right, Detroit. I'm trying to make noise. You're intimidated by the Bears.
Well, my big prediction was that Braden Fisk would be a Lion just because he just seems like he's a Lion already.
The Fiskinator?
I don't know if it would be this early, but if this is Braden Fisk,
Yeah, I think it's going to be a D lineman, I think, here.
Are you finally going to get Johnny Newton and become a Lions fan then?
They're not.
I'm going to root for
Hey,
him to do
for the
well.
Lions. He can.
I'm going to root for him to do well, not against the Bears, though. Has bad games, we double.
I forgot about Wood as a Lion.
The two guys that I know really well that I consider friends that people forget also played for the Lions are Corey Wootton and Rasheed Davis. People forget Rasheed Davis went out to Detroit.
Yep.
We should bring Rasheed back this offseason.
Oh, he was great. He'll come on again.
I love Rasheed
Yeah, he's a good
Davis.
dude. He'll play with him.
Big fan. Maybe we can get an Earl Bennett this offseason. I love Earl Bennett. Let's go back to that era. Let's just
Earl Bennett.
Let's just lob it.
Isn't he still the wide receiver coach in Washington now?
I thought it was Vanderbilt.
No, he's at Vanderbilt.
When are you going to have Al Harris back on the show?
I love Al Harris. And
I'm just asking you,
one of these Fridays coming up, Al Harris is coming back.
Okay.
He's never been on our show. He was on CHGO Sports. For some reason, that's my guy, Al Harris. I love him. What do we got over there? Let's go.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous.
Bring him out. Bring him out. Bring him out.
Yeah.
Buffalo Trace. Gary, thanks, brother. You're the best.
Thanks, Gary.
Buffalo Trace coming in was a major upgrade over Malort. It's going to be a rough.
Thank you, Lord God.
This is first-class stuff right here.
Bringing me something real.
Thanks, Gary.
Who's our guy? Who's?
So this man here buying our shots battled Parkinson's here over the last 7-10 years, right? And now he's a comedian working hard, and we honestly,
congratulations.
Hey, that's what toughness is all about, and we appreciate you and your support. He's got bear down.
Wow.
He's got bear down on the knuckles.
That's awesome.
So thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Very nice of you. Very nice of you.
That's what we
Congrats
do.
on what you're doing.
Yeah, Patrick, are you hanging around? We'll talk after the show. All right, we'll talk more after the show. Thank you.
At the end of the day, this is what CHGO Sports is all about. This is the bedrock of what we are and the sports we cover. It ain't just about the sports, it's about the community and all you people here hanging out at Joe's on Weed Street. We appreciate literally every single one of you, including you, Crystal. You know I love you. Crystal in the house. So, hey, here's to all the diehards, everyone here. We appreciate you so much.
It's going to be trouble tonight.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Mine got spills.
Steve,
We'll switch.
did Carman just smell something that
you
never
want that?
happens?
That's fine with me.
Yeah, because I'm a real man.
No way I just shot to that. All right. Where are we at?
Another diehard right here in Crystal.
Let's go, Crystal.
Thank you.
I got to tell you.
The greatest Bear fan in the country.
I know the draft is going on, but this is the shit I live for. I love the people.
Well, in all seriousness, that's what we do that I think is so different from all the other outlets. Look, everyone in this town does a great job, but
Hey, how are you?
And I do want to mention,
How are you? How you doing?
to pay off the tease on the Lions pick.
Love you, kiddo.
The Lions took Terrion Arnold.
You're the best. Thanks so much.
Who, by many accounts, thought Terrion Arnold was the best corner in this draft. Personally, I like Quinyon Mitchell a little bit better, and he did go to the Eagles a few picks ago. So, but this is a move up by the Lions to grab a corner. They obviously saw the Bears drafted Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze, and they panicked.
Yep.
Right?
Panic in Detroit.
Right? They panicked. They're panicking. Brad Holmes is panicking. They're panicking.
Detroit sucks. Detroit sucks. Detroit sucks. Detroit sucks.
So Brad Holmes, he's taking victory laps out there. He's throwing his scouting staff under the bus, and then, he's panicking because he's like Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze and DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. Oh, shit, we better draft a corner.
Listen, I didn't want Johnny Newton to be in Detroit.
Yeah, sorry, you need two more. You need two more, Detroit.
Exactly. So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with them picking a corner. That's fine. We got 3 weapons at receivers, plus we got 2 tight ends. Pick your poison at that point.
Jenny,
so I feel pretty good about
is
that.
up here with Brad's.
My loyal and loving wife, Jenny,
Is she
is here.
painting your nails?
You guys keep talking Bears. My wife, Jenny, is going to paint my nails in honor of Caleb Williams
Right
Day.
now?
Here we go.
Wow.
Right now,
Hey,
here on the show.
we got the biggest Caleb fanboy.
A well thought out
Come
play.
on now.
That's a well thought out play
What are
by
they going to
Brad.
say? What are they going to
I don't give a shit what they say. Let's go.
Well,
Bring it on.
I don't know. Instead of fuck Utah, maybe it'll say fuck
Oh,
Carman.
you mean the nails. I
Yeah.
thought you were talking about the haters. I don't
Yeah.
know.
No,
She's not that skilled.
I'm not saying anything. This is amazing. Good for you.
You guys just keep talking football. I'll be
we
here.
will. That's what we've been doing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I'm getting text, by the way. Tell Hoge to stop being such a Karen about parking. Get over the parking, Hoge.
Okay, sorry. Nobody.
He's a parking Karen.
You're a parking Karen.
Parking Karen. Okay.
You're a Soldier Field
All right.
Amazing Stadium parking Karen.
Okay. All right. Can't wait to hear all about all the complaints about people getting in the stadium.
Corey, you're going to get yours done next.
They're going to be.
Am I?
They're taking the hovercraft to Soldier Field.
Yeah, the hovercraft. I forgot. Was that announced yesterday?
It was.
Guys, who would have ever thought
I announced
that Greg Braggs, former bricklayer, when I met him, he was like this manly man.
Yeah.
Like, I put in work, you know. I go through the show, and then I get up early in the morning, and I make these crazy videos on Twitter.
Brick juice.
Juice.
But now he's getting his nails painted.
Yeah. He'll do anything for a Bears quarterback.
Jonathan Otten, brick juice.
Cram Dango's got it nailed. There is plenty of parking in the cul-de-sac. You want? Everybody can park in the cul-de-sac. Braggs will drive you to the stadium. That's fine. And the other side of it is like, yeah, you want the stadium in the cul-de-sac? There's great parking there. You want it right there, Hoge. You're gonna love it. You're gonna and
I don't care. People keep saying it's selfish, like, oh, you're just worried about where you're parking. Look, I'll have a parking pass regardless, but also I don't have to go to the games anymore. I don't care. I'm worried about the fans. I'm talking about
Braggs' mom is worried about him right now.
Why?
I don't know. Barb's worried. She wants
a photo.
Corey,
she wants a
somebody
photo.
wants that photo.
I'll take
Do you
it.
have anybody with social over there?
Okay, Gregory.
Are you going to take it? Do you
Sure.
know how to take pictures,
do
old
you
man?
know? That's funny,
Woo,
Greg.
yeah, Woo,
That's
take a
really
selfie. Woo, you should take a selfie
Okay,
with
Woo's got
Braggs
you.
getting
Woo's got you.
his nails painted. That's
No problem.
fantastic.
God,
Put that
these
up
lights are making me look so sweaty. Are you going to take a picture, Carm?
No, he took it. You want me to take one too? Take it.
By the way, Barb made cookies. Can I point that out? And I'm going to eat this right now.
Cookies from Barb.
It says Draft Day Live on it.
We love your cookies.
CHGO.
There you go.
I didn't get a chance to try your cookie. You got any more?
That's awkward.
At least you didn't say cocky.
I didn't get a chance to taste your cookie. Did you say try or taste? Either way, I'm a little.
I know this guy's not talking. Yo, she made cookies. Come on, this Braggs mom.
Oh, yeah.
What's going on here,
What are we doing? What are we
So
doing?
Mama Braggs is here with the cookies. All right.
Oh, it feels good to laugh. Oh, shit. The Packers are on the clock?
Boo! Green Bay sucks. Green Bay sucks. Green Bay sucks.
Green Bay sucks.
Oh God!
I can't believe we lived to see the day where Braggs had his nails painted, man. What does this world come to?
Well, you know.
Okay, I do feel like the need to be professional here, Hoge. How come you're not allowing this to happen?
Oh, now you do.
25, Green Bay after the Lions went bold with Terrion Arnold out of Alabama.
Yeah, see, this is where we go inside of Hogan. I feel like an idiot that it just took me until now to understand that the Lions just leapfrogged the Packers.
That's a good little nugget right there.
To get Terrion Arnold. Yeah, just keep booing. It's fine.
Look,
it's the Packers. Packers. Look.
Why don't you draft another suck-ass defensive end, Green Bay?
Look, I'll share some texts from my Packer buddies. Where did those go? I have some in here. One of them was... Wow, we have way too many texts.
Texts?
Hoge's a very popular guy. They're reaching out from Ethiopia to Australia to Botswana to talk to Hoge right now.
We got 7 more picks in the first round. Johnny Newton still available.
Let's go. Johnny Newton to the
Second
Bears.
round? Can he get a second round?
Sexy second round
I got
trade
it.
up Johnny Newton.
I'll do it all day.
I know you will.
Sign me up for that.
I know you will.
If
Let's
you
go.
guys wouldn't mind booing my friend Chris here, he said 2 garbage-ass picks by the Bears.
Boo!
Chris sucks.
You
Chris
suck,
sucks.
Chris.
Chris
You
sucks.
suck,
Chris
Chris.
sucks.
You suck, Chris.
Yeah.
You know
Who
it's gonna be dope though. The London trip,
This is
man.
not.
The London
What
trip's
is this
gonna be
one?
dope.
Jameson coming
God
in.
dang it. What are we doing
I
here?
can't.
I don't know. I got my nails painted. I don't know.
What is going on?
The fumes are starting to be noticeable.
I mean, I did take the train here for
Thank
the
you, bud.
record. So I got a
Ooh, wow. Oh, here, I can.
You love Jordan Morgan?
I hate Jordan. Well, no, let's not say that.
No.
I don't like this pick.
Yeah.
I do not think Jordan Morgan is worthy of being a first-round pick.
Nah, I don't think so.
Here's the thing about watching some of the Pac-12 pass rushers. When you watch Leatu Latu and Braylon Trice from Washington, who I study. I like Braylon Trice a lot. A lot of these highlights for some of these guys in the Pac-12, guess where they're coming against? Jordan Morgan.
Yep.
The tackle from Arizona. And like as I was studying more and more of these guys, I'm just like, wait a minute, man. Like Jordan Morgan. And same thing with some of the Senior Bowl.
Yep.
I was watching Senior Bowl practices, and like he was struggling at times. So look,
surprising.
Jordan Morgan's built like an NFL tackle, no question about it. But I just kept going back to some of these highlights I'm watching of some of these other guys going up against Jordan Morgan. And I get that he's 6'5", he's 311 pounds.
He's athletic.
These reps start to add up for me, Woot, and I'm just like, I can't give him a first-round grade.
I'm on the same page, too. I thought he would have been in the second round. But yet again, when somebody in the building gets enamored by this guy, they're all in on him. Oh, you see the potential. You see the size. You see the athleticism. We can mold him. We can build him. But wouldn't you rather have a guy that's a proven guy that's played games, that can stand up to the best defensive ends, best edge rushers in college football? So that's my thing, especially with the first round. Great. If you're talking about second round, now you can take a chance on somebody.
100%.
But I want somebody day one that's going to be able to hold down the fort on either side, right tackle or left tackle.
Yep.
Just like we did with Darnell Wright, right?
Yep. Okay.
So we
Get
had
that all out of here, Mom.
we had Jordan Morgan at number 39. Overall, so we're firm second round grade on him. I think that's fair. I like how he moves at his size. He's a big dude. He definitely has the athleticism, but the arm length is actually on the shorter end. It's fine, but it's in the 32s.
Yep.
And I think that'll leave him at a little bit of a disadvantage. If he kicks inside,
that could be an option too.
I think he'll be fine. But
on an island out there, it's a different beast.
Yeah, and but to me, and this goes back to what I was saying earlier, when he plays left tackle, it is inconsistent. You see a lot of reps where it's like, damn, that dude's an NFL tackle. And then you see a lot of reps where it's like, oh, he's going up against the guy who just got drafted. The first defensive player in the draft was Leatu Latu. Kicked his ass.
Yeah.
So, okay, Montez Sweat going up against Jordan Morgan.
I like that.
Yeah, okay.
I like that.
Unless their plan is to kick him inside. But remember, Bakhtiari, they let him go, after all these years of him not really being able to play. So
interesting.
Yeah,
some of these picks.
I like the Arnold pick for the Lions where they got him. Yeah. But here with Jordan Morgan. Okay.
Who gave us the Jameson shots? Whoever that was, thank you. You deserved a shout out for that. Can I give some shout outs, please? First of all, Bragg's mom's for the cookies, and
it's actually really good.
What did you say?
For the cookies.
Okay, Woot.
Hey,
okay, Woot.
Where is my guy Alejandro? You're in here, my D Rose.
Oh yeah, he looks like Derrick Rose.
I don't know if she's still. Yes, Maria, who always defends me. She's got the Bears chain with her husband, Robert. There they are, over there, left side. Love you guys. It was awesome pregame conversation. They drove up from Rockford. They got the chains. Love you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Phil Union, my tennis guy, with Jesse.
I thought it was Phil Myers.
And Ramen and right? Are they there? Are you still guys? Yes, they're there. They're there. I know they're there.
Can't believe that went over your head.
I missed it. Jay Toasty, I think, might have left.
It's a great reference.
But Jay Toasty, if you're listening on your way home, Jeremy Johnson, you're the man.
Jay Toasty.
Jay Toasty. I met him earlier. He's the man.
Buddy and Anthony, you still out there? I see you, Buddy and Anthony. You're the man. Father and son in the back. Walter and Erlacher. Shout out Eric Kramer. I mentioned them earlier. Gary and Austin and Seth, they've all been up here. Austin didn't believe didn't believe the smoke on Byron Murphy, and he was correct. And then Danny from Orlando. What's up, Danny? Alicio, his cousin, Will. Love you guys. Craig and Maddie, who was nervous beforehand. I've never been a part of something like this. We agree. I was making the rounds pregame.
You're a good man.
It was awesome to say hello.
You're a good man.
Can we take the shot?
We can.
Why?
So can I do a cheers right now?
Yeah, you can.
Can everybody raise their drinks?
Quick raise of the
whatever?
glass. Let's
Right.
go.
I hate all of
Shout
you.
out to Dave Carman, my brother, my great brother, my leader. Took me to 1984 Bulls-Bucks Game 3. Jordan's first playoff game, 101-99. I was there with my brother. Love you, Dave. You're the man. Cheers to this.
It's the longest toast ever.
I hate all of
That was
you.
supposed to be my toast, but never mind. We'll
Yeah,
just drink.
No, let Corey
Well,
do his
welcome
toast.
to the
Cheers
show.
to my beautiful girlfriend,
time out.
Jackie.
Will you
Time
let
out.
Wooch
Woot's
Big
toast.
week for us. Okay,
you
Woot,
let
you're up.
Woot give
No.
a toast?
Do the toast.
I was in my zone. Now Woot
I
can
was
go.
I was at a toast to CHGO and just how far this has come and what it's going to continue
Yeah.
to do.
Damn straight.
And appreciate the ride. And like I said, I'm going to be with you guys this season. So looking forward
Ride or
to
die,
great
baby.
Bears coverage,
To the
baby.
fucking
Cheers.
room.
Cheers, baby.
Back,
Okay, settle
Woot,
down.
Woot, Woot. Cheers back to you. I'm so excited.
Shout out to my brother. When I was 2 years old, he
Hey, you
I don't wanna
84,
take this.
11 years old, Bulls, Bucks. That's a big
dang
deal,
you
bro.
old, man.
That's a big
Wasn't even born yet.
All right.
Yeah, neither was I.
Woot, thank you for being the second adult in this room with me. Take the shot.
What the fuck did I do?
You shush. I will enjoy my
You
night.
yelled at your mom. I don't play with that.
She's talking to everybody.
It's
Just because she's a mom. And she came up and gave me a nice hug and a nice message.
but
and
the
then you yelled at her.
disrespect. The disrespect
Yeah, it's
they have for
ridiculous.
my mom's cooking sucks. All that. You said that on there. You did.
I'm
How
just
could
gonna
you
tell
say that?
I hate Thanksgiving.
All right.
Worst take ever.
Her cooking is terrible.
It's Nicholas Moreano joining the show.
No, he kind of is. He taught. Are we ready for this?
I'm eating your cookie.
Carmen,
Okay,
give me a
hang
piece
on,
of that.
hang on. Let me tee this up because I don't know if you got everybody. You guys want to hear from Caleb Williams? Because Nicholas Moreano talked to Caleb Williams in Detroit.
All right, Nick Moreano in the house.
Hey, really?
At least one of us is actually working. So we are going to tee that up for you here momentarily. Do we have it ready or no? What's that?
We don't know.
Okay.
We're
Stand by. We're
loading
getting
it.
ready for you. I'm
We're
just teeing it
loading
up.
We're
It's called
loading
a
it up.
tease. But we do have
I also emailed Stephen Rome Odunze. We got Rome Odunze.
Okay. We're going to get it.
It's a good cookie.
you talked to Rome Odunze?
I didn't, but I sent Rome
Right.
Odunze.
Your mom is quite the baker.
From where?
She is.
She made a good baking product. I
She
can't
is
say.
killing it.
I have Rome Odunze. You don't.
That's fine. I have him. He's on the team.
Please work.
He's on the roster.
You will respect my Rome Odunze sound.
I don't respect your Rome Odunze.
You will respect my Rome Odunze sound.
Dude, brags like why you been so down on your mom's cooking and baking? That's really good.
Well,
This cookie's amazing.
Baking
These cookies are amazing.
Baking
Did
cookies.
you eat my cookie?
I ate all of it.
You asshole.
I ate all of it.
Guy just ate my whole cookie.
It was so good.
Baking cookies. There's a cookie there on the ground up there. Baking cookies and cooking, overrated Thanksgiving dinner is two different animals.
We're not talking about Thanksgiving.
Well, he brought it up.
Well,
I
I
didn't bring
did.
it up.
I did because I'm still insulted by it.
I love how an hour ago everybody's like Braggs is drunk in the chat. Now everyone in the chat's like everyone is drunk.
That's fine.
I know I am.
Yeah, no.
It'll be a real shit if they trade up here at the back end of the first round.
That'll be
No, it
amazing.
won't. It'll actually be a legendary. By the way, Darius Robinson.
Johnny Newton.
Darius Robinson, Woot, I know you like him.
Yes.
Edge rusher out of Mizzou.
Yep. Got a lot of size.
Going to the Arizona
length.
Cardinals here.
He could play 5 technique left end. He could slide inside on 3 technique. I know at the Senior Bowl.
Buffalo trading out at 28.
Ooh.
Buffalo trading
Yeah.
out at 28.
But at the Senior Bowl, Hoge, he slid inside at 3 technique, and he was pretty productive on there. So I think they see the versatility with him.
Ooh, woo. All right, I'm in deep trouble.
Yeah.
And now Caleb, obviously, being in Chicago, there's a lot of pressure, a lot of expectations.
Yep.
It doesn't seem to bother you. Why is that? How do you kind of
Because
balance that?
I know who I am. And I'm just really excited about the moment. And then other than that, I don't really think of pressure as a thing, as long as you prepare for the moment, emotionally, physically, and spiritually.
And Caleb, what was that phone call like? Ryan Poles calls you.
Yeah, I had Ryan, Eberflus, Shane, Carey, and Kevin hop on the phone. All those guys congratulated me, said they're excited. I just kept telling them, damn right, let's go do the damn thing.
You say let's go do the damn thing.
Yep.
Also, it's well documented that you like to model your game after Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
To do the things that he likes to do.
Yep.
I don't know if you know this, back in 2021, he came to Soldier Field, beat the Bears, and then yelled into the stands, "I own you."
Yeah.
It takes a lot of confidence to do that, and obviously Bears fans resented him for that.
Yeah.
But what would it take for Packers fans to look at you in that same light, where you're always on the winning end?
You gotta go and do your job, win the game, play within the system, spread the ball around. Defense has to, play great. Be that top 5 defense. Special teams has to go out there and, whether it's a punt, pin them down, whether it's kickoff and kick return, do your job, do the small things, do the little things right. You got to win a lot of games at their field. So that's the way to do it.
Caleb, is that something you'd welcome though, kind of being like the villain to another fan base?
I wouldn't mind. I got booed today on stage, and for the first time. I haven't taken a snap yet, so it was pretty sick though. I was kind of smiling while they were doing it. It was pretty cool.
Now, Caleb, you're coming to a Bears team that obviously has a lot of weapons.
Yep.
What excites you most about what you guys have there in terms of skilled players, but also the offensive line and what you guys can do offensively?
Yeah, I mean we got the guys to do it. And I'm really excited about it. We got the defense to do it. I believe they were top 5 last year. Special teams, offense, the culture that we're going to build and keep building on. I'm excited. I'm ready to go, and I can't wait to get there tomorrow.
And Caleb, when you think about, obviously, now you're in the Bears organization, the legacy that you can potentially leave there, what kind of comes to mind when you kind of think of those things?
I want to retire my last jersey. I've retired all of my jerseys from Little League, Bowie Bulldogs to high school to college, and hopefully I can do the same at this place. So I'm really excited about the opportunity, and I want to win.
And Caleb, what do you want Bears fans to kind of know about you?
That
Obviously,
I care.
it's very well documented, but yeah.
That I care. I love my guys. Gonna love my guys. Take care of them. Whether it's the custodians, the executives, the coaches, the players, the community, the fans, whatever the case may be. Take care of them, love on them, treat them with respect, and unite the city.
Caleb, that's always the first thing you always say, to care. And I know that comes from your mother working in daycare, but how did that become such a seamless transition for you to adopt that kind of same mentality?
I just watch my mom. She takes care of people. My dad too takes care of people without, when they're in need. And then my mom takes care of other people's children, or has taken care of other people's children with the daycare and things like that, as if they were her own. So just watching them, learning from them, and they instilled that in me, I guess.
And then one last question for you, Caleb. If you were to go back to your college game and just watch all the highlight plays, what's one play that you would say best identifies what you could do at the quarterback position? There's so many of them, but is there a play that kind of sticks out above the rest of what you're capable of doing at the quarterback position? A lot.
I would say the pass to Marvin Mims on the right sideline versus Texas. I would say that one, which really ignited the comeback versus Texas. I would say that one down the right sideline for a touchdown.
Awesome. Well, that's Caleb Williams. See you guys next time.
Sweet.
How about that, man? Shout out to Nicholas Moreano for getting Caleb Williams.
That's huge.
That was awesome. Hey, quick apologies to the crowd here because people here couldn't hear it, which we promised we'll get that to you. But everybody watching on the stream got to hear that. Biggest takeaway I heard there. One of the things I love about Caleb Williams, and I'm curious your perspective on this as somebody who played in the league. Like, he is not shy about making proclamations with goals in his life. We saw the thing that's on his phone last week that went viral, 8 championships, which is crazy. I want to be better than Tom Brady, which is kind of crazy. Yeah. But I'd like a quarterback that has, that thinks that way. And in that interview with Nick, and I don't know if he said this elsewhere tonight, I have no idea because we've been doing this show, But for him to say on the night he's getting drafted, I want to have my last jersey retired.
Big time.
You know, like he said in that interview with Nick, and for those of you in here that maybe didn't hear it, he said, like, I've had my jersey at every stop retired. High school jersey retired. I don't know. Did he already have his USC jersey retired? That seems a little soon, but he probably will. But his point was, I want to have this jersey retired. Now, the funny thing about that is the Bears aren't retiring jerseys anymore.
Yeah, so you can't do that. They're running out of it. Yeah.
I mean, hey, look, if he wins 8 Super Bowls, there will be an exception made to that.
He'll be the GOAT. He'll surpass Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes if he.
Yeah.
But I love the confidence, and I think that's the key. So I think a big thing with Caleb Williams was a lot of people, it rubbed people the wrong way. We heard some whisperings of locker room this and locker room that.
Total bullshit.
And I think stuff gets blown out of proportion sometimes. So you kind of hear some things, and then you wonder, is that true? And ultimately, I think what we've discovered is most everybody that we've talked to that's been teammates of his or whatever have had nothing but good things to say.
To a man.
So I think there's been a little smoke there to try to deter from his talent. But the confidence, that's something you want in your quarterback. You want a quarterback to set goals and say, I'm going to be the best. That's what you want. You don't want somebody to say, I'm just happy to be here. No, you don't want that. So I respect it, and I think a lot of people, it's crazy because I think a lot of people are hoping he does bad. I really do, because they're like, oh, he's too confident. With that type of confidence, oh, man, he better be this or that. And if he's not.
Well, I mean, we've heard this with Jay Zawoski, Greg Boyson, and Mario Tirabassi with the Blackhawks guys and Connor Bedard. The more unnecessary hate you get, it's almost like a qualifier of how great you are.
Right, and Bedard went through this. You know, he had like anonymous people around the league being like, this is bullshit, how much attention he's getting at the start of the season. It's like, he didn't ask for this.
Right.
He's just that good.
Yep.
It's like with Caitlin Clark in basketball.
Bingo.
Yeah,
people are mad because women's basketball has never been this big of a deal until Caitlin Clark comes around.
Yep.
So it's her fault.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
No, you're good.
But I think that's kind of what you see. When people are super confident about stuff, sometimes it rubs people the wrong way. Ultimately, you want your quarterback to be a confident person. I want him to go out there and say, I could really do something.
So real quick, we had a trade here off the Bears. The
what?
Bills and Chiefs. The Chiefs moved up with the Bills. And this brings shades back to, do you guys remember when the last time these guys made a trade? Patrick Mahomes in the draft. So your guy, if you're still with us, I'm not sure if you're still
here. I had a great bathroom break that I want to talk about. But go ahead.
Did it involve a bidet?
I'll tell you all about it in a minute.
Your guy, Nick Wright?
Yes.
Your guy, Nick Wright, here said, I have no idea who Kansas City is picking, but I'm genuinely shocked Buffalo has the temerity to trade with Kansas City again. Good for them for the, I need your help with that word.
Good for them for the chutzpah.
Thank you.
Chutzpah. No problem. I got you. My honorary Jew, Nick Wright.
Chutzpah is a Jewish word, right?
That's right. That was not in my Catholic language. But my goodness, this is like France coming back to Jefferson after the Louisiana Purchase and asking any more business you want to do. What a legendary tweet by Nick Wright there.
That's why he's awesome. The gift of gab, but his intelligence level is on another level.
We could all give Nick a consistent blowjob for how good he is at the game. He's very good at the game.
Come on, bro.
Clip it.
Hey, that's what Bragg just did. You gave Nick looks. All right, forget about all that. Let me focus on what I need to focus on. Number one,
we've lost Carm.
Number one,
we have lost Carm. Carm's giving out.
You might have lost me. That's true. Number one,
guys, what is going on? It's a football show.
Who's Woot?
Did you ever imagine you'd be here?
Woot, I just went.
Woot is regretting the toast he gave 5 minutes ago. Woot, he's like, I take it back.
Woot,
maybe I made a bad decision.
Woot. The Bears drafted Caleb in Rome, and I've been holding it for 2 hours, and I just went for a 4-minute situation with my guy Walter Payton in the bathroom.
Wait,
that was amazing.
What is going on?
It was
stop.
It was a long P.
No
Very
more.
long P.
Reel him in, man.
No.
And I made friends with my dude who lives in the South Loop
Oh my God.
at the bar. Great man. And then Paul and Brian. Paul and Brian were great dudes, and they won a Jordan invitation. And so I would like to thank you. No problem. There it is. I'd like to oblige you. It's been a
No.
Stop it.
Adam,
situation.
have you been here for these MJ impersonations? Because it's
Yes.
Oh, they're terrible. It's awful. It's awful. Wait, can we shut up about that?
Yeah, we
nails.
can.
We haven't talked about the nails. The nails were did.
Yeah, Braggs.
The nails were did. Xavier Worthy.
The thing is
Picked
that
by the Chiefs.
oh man, there's a
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Miller Lights.
say it again. Oh, our Denmark guy.
From Denmark? You are the man.
Denmark. The Chiefs drafted Xavier Worthy, the most predictable pick of the entire night.
Yes.
That is unbelievable.
All right, so
Speed.
The Chiefs.
kill.
This is what's annoying about the NFL. Every team screws around and then they just let the Chiefs draft the next guy that can run a 4-2-1. Like, what are we doing here? How does nobody see that coming? So
Yes, sir.
we got our guy here. The guy
Come
you're
around the
seeing on
backside.
the
Come
stream
around
right
the
now, if you're
backside.
watching, that don't say that.
yes, sir.
It didn't register to him. It didn't register to him.
Thank you, sir.
It didn't register to him.
Did you come all the way from Denmark?
We talked, and I promised you at Goose Island, back when they were the sponsor.
Yes.
Promised you at Goose Island.
Now we got Miller Lite.
Now we got Miller Lite.
That's what it had to be.
That's great.
Yeah.
We love Miller Lite.
Thank you.
You live in Denmark.
Yes.
Oh my God.
You came in for the draft party.
I convinced my girlfriend that we had to go to Chicago for the draft week because this was a once in a lifetime opportunity.
Are you coming tomorrow?
I'm not coming tomorrow.
You're not
I have
coming
to
tomorrow?
wait my
Hey, you don't like
chips
having
from
fun?
my way. We have no picks tomorrow. I chose today. And my
We have a
girlfriend's
pick tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Yeah, we
In
got
an
third.
Airbnb
It's okay.
with our baby.
What's your name one more time?
What?
What's your name one more time?
Trolls.
Trolls. That's right. Trolls from
Trolls.
Denmark.
Trolls.
So
you be
that's
trolling?
what you are, a troll.
Why
Trolls.
am I a troll?
Yeah.
What the fuck am I a troll?
Hey,
You guys.
are we going to see you in London?
Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, my guy.
Thank you,
All right.
Trolls.
My guy. Trolls.
Cocktails
Trolls.
in London.
Cockies.
Cockies. Thank you.
Oh, no.
Thank you.
What a correction.
You're the
What
best.
a correction.
You're the best.
That's fantastic.
All the best for my family.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
You are-
Thank you.
You are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, bro.
That is.
Thank you, bro.
That is.
Appreciate it, man.
That is.
Great
that
meeting
is-
you, bro.
I got to be
That
honest.
This bag in your backpack. didn't
That is.
Yeah.
What's that?
Hey, so you guys talked about the London trip. What's the deal with that? What's on the agenda as
We
far
knew.
as that?
Dude, you're
I know
coming.
there's,
Hey, thanks for coming,
We're
man.
doing
Appreciate you, brother.
we're doing a whole week in London.
Okay.
Is I think the plan. You coming?
You let me know the date.
We don't know the date yet. Yeah, I know. We don't know the date. That's the
Oh,
point.
you let me know. I'm gonna
I want
try to do
everybody
everything.
in this room in London, though.
It's probably gonna be in October, right? Correct.
Yep. Yes.
There's rumors.
The rumor is October 13th.
That's the rumor.
Yeah, but it's not for sure. Great opportunity to tell everybody watching that TrueFanTravel.com is who we're partnering with on this. You can go on TrueFanTravel.com right now and make a deposit, and whenever the date is, you're guaranteed a spot on the CHGO trip. So, and then later on, you can customize exactly what your plan is, because a lot of people has asked, our guy from Denmark, he already lives in Europe. He doesn't need to necessarily take a plane there. Maybe he could take a train.
Exactly.
So you can customize your trip later. The deposit just locks you in, and then if there's a difference, you actually owe less. You'll be refunded that money. So
Every single one of you people in here, sign up for the London trip, or you're not allowed to leave.
Oh, put the pressure on him. But what are some of the features with the trip? Like, what do we got going? Do you know anything?
Well, I don't know everything. There's a rumor that we're going to have a very nice trip down the River Thames.
I was like, I thought he was going to say
So
you're not
it's-
allowed to come back tomorrow.
It's
They
probably
don't
gonna
want to
be
come
like
back
a-
tomorrow.
like a
You're
fan-
not allowed
a
to
die-hard
leave.
happy hour, right?
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
We're having Die Hard Happy. I mean, we're going to be doing a show there every day, too. That's
Exactly.
part
So
of it.
live show
and if you
and
do the math, again, none of these are specifics, but the great thing about being in London is 6 p.m. London time is noon Chicago time, which is when our show usually airs.
There you go.
So I think we're having a lot of nighttime shows where people can come by.
I think that'd be good.
Yeah. All right, let's catch everyone up on what's been going on here in the last few picks. But the Chiefs did trade up with the Bills, and they drafted Xavier Worthy, who ran a 4.21 at the Combine, Texas wide receiver. He ends up getting drafted before Donnie Mitchell.
That's annoying.
That's crazy.
That's annoying.
And Johnny Newton. Johnny Newton might fall in the second round, man.
It's starting to look that way. Tyler,
you're getting the big eyes like I did for Rome. All the way to 75 is a far journey.
If he goes to the second round,
journey.
I'm okay with them giving up some draft capital for next year to get Johnny Newton.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Why
Because
not?
he is a top 10 type of pick, how disruptive he is. If he didn't have the foot injury, he might have been the first defensive tackle off the board.
Fall to the Bears at 46 when they trade up. How's that?
Yep.
4.6 billion, 46 defense, 46. Johnny Newton, Bears trade up, Bears.
I like it. You solve the defensive tackle situation, and then potentially you get a value pick at defensive end that you can develop.
Woot, give me your percentage chance. We'll have a sobering thought right now. What percentage chance that Gervon Dexter Sr., whose jersey was available tonight, actually makes the leap in year 2?
Night, dumbass.
Whatever. Tomorrow night. That he actually makes the leap and is an impact player in year 2. Percentage chance.
I'm going to say 65 to 70%.
That's a high number, dude.
It is.
So okay.
So so the thing is, I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket, right?
I said impact player, not even a contributor. You think 65, 70 is an impact dude?
He had 6 sacks this year, correct?
Gervon Dexter?
Did he
No.
have-
No.
He didn't have 6 sacks? How many he have?
I'm going to look it up right now, but I think he had like 4? 3?
No, he had 2 in one game. He had like 4
I'm gonna
games
go
in a row.
ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and trust Wood on this.
I don't think Woot's right.
I'm updating the draft board, but I'm gonna trust Wood.
I got it. There's no way he had 6 sacks.
All right, look it up. But Sean Ward in the chat said they need a water sponsor.
Right here, baby.
Well done.
I'm in deep trouble.
Well done.
Hey,
I'm in deep trouble.
Abso Pure. Abso Pure. It is pure and Abso.
What a night.
He had
What a
he had
night.
2.5 sacks for the record. Woot's.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I inflated that.
You had massive inflation. I said 3. I was off by a half. Credit me.
Didn't it seem like, honestly, like he had more of an impact sack-wise?
Yes, I will give you
Right?
that. He
did.
But it was just inconsistent and it was
Exactly.
somewhat sporadic. You see the flashes. It's kind of like drafting them. Like you see the flashes. I guess what bothers me about it a little bit is like it almost reminds me of Justin Fields in a way. Where it's like you see the flashes, you see the potential. He's not a bad player in any means. But the things we literally questioned on draft night are the same things we're questioning
But
now.
he did get a lot better in the second half of the season.
But the get off never really quite got
It was
if you-
inconsistent.
Look, if you told me tonight the Bears drafted Byron Murphy, which obviously didn't happen, but you drafted Byron Murphy and you're going to play Gervon Dexter at the 1 technique,
Be fine with it.
let's go.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's go.
One technique's not a position where you have to get off.
No, let's go. I'd be great with that. And I think that the entire line would look different. So, but what we don't know right now is what you talked about with your guy, Eric Washington. Like, maybe they've seen progress.
Yeah.
We haven't seen him since the first week of January.
Yeah.
They have a much better idea what he looks like, what progress he's made.
Yeah.
A lot of guys make huge jumps year 1 to year 2.
Yeah.
Maybe they love what they've seen from him. We don't know this, and maybe he's due for a breakout year. That's the great unknown about this situation. Yeah. I hope that's the case. And also, I still feel like even if that's not the case, like the Bears can get by defensively. You know, once again with Caleb Williams, DJ Moore,
You play great run defense, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the key. If you can't stop the run, defense is hard at that point. But they improved in rush defense last year. You're hoping if they don't have all the pieces to the puzzle opposite Sweat, that they can dial up some blitzes at that point. So that's the only thing. The one thing I'm hoping is Eric Washington gets Gervon Dexter going and takes him to the next level. Because I look at a guy like Henry Melton when he first got drafted to the Bears, he got drafted as a defensive end.
Okay.
Right? And they looked at him and they said, let's move him to 3 technique. And he was kind of a project, right?
Yeah.
And he essentially, Rod Marinelli said, hey, you get off the football every down. You get off the football as fast as you can, right? And all of a sudden, Henry Melton, who if he played a prototypical 4-3 where maybe he's not getting off the ball as much, he wouldn't be as successful. But he got off the football. So that's the only thing. You can do it, but everything you're taught as a defensive lineman goes against what a Tampa 2 says. Oh, you're not in your gap. But it doesn't really matter because if you penetrate, that creates a line of scrimmage. That creates your gap at that point. So if Gervon Dexter can trust it, being 6'6", 315, with the type of size and strength he has, he could be a Pro Bowl player, honestly. I really do believe that.
He's supposedly having a transformational body offseason for whatever that's worth. Who do we just have on the show that's like, I could not block Corey Wootton?
Kyle Long.
Oh, yeah, Kyle Long.
He says that story all the time.
Yeah.
Kyle's a good dude. So his first year, my last year for the Bears, I got kicked in the 3 technique a bunch because Henry Melton tore his ACL, Stephen Pyatt was injured, Nate Collins, who was in there, got hurt as well. So I'd always go against Kyle Long. And he's a young guy, aggressive, like so raw, right? I thought he had just so much potential. And I don't know what it was. Like, he could block other guys, but it came to me, there's something about it that just got in his head, and he couldn't do it. Like, I wish I could go against him every day. You know, I felt like I had his number in that sense. But luckily, I caught him when he was younger. Because I feel like as he got, like, he turned into a monster.
Yeah.
Like, it was good to see the transformation with him. He's a great dude, and I still keep in touch every now and again and say what's up to him. But every time he sees me, he's like, you know, you're a bad dude. Ooh, you're a bad dude, man. I couldn't block you.
To use like a golf analogy, that sounds like, man, I can hit every club but this damn 7-iron. I just can't. Like something about the 7-iron, I'm standing over, I don't have the confidence. I just can't hit it.
You know how it is, like matchups? Like you could look at it like in basketball, right? There's some people that people can guard and shut down.
Yeah.
But then there's somebody that you're like, they're not as skilled as them. And they just can't do it. There's something about that person. I think that's what it was for whatever reason with Kyle Long. Maybe when he saw me because my arms are long as heck or something. I really don't know what it was, but he always tells that story.
We are 2 picks away from the end of the first round.
Good effort by everyone tonight.
And our guy, Trey Tunes, going to be the after party here tonight. My guy, Trey Tunes, who's been on my side for a long time. Hey, Trey Tunes, I'm telling you.
No, I know that.
We get it.
No. Not know that.
No. I know that.
The fuck you laughing at?
You. By the way, the last 5 picks here, just want to recap real fast. 26, Graham Barton, the center out of Duke, went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Don't care.
Darius Robinson from Missouri.
Do care.
Edge rusher went to the Arizona Cardinals and our friends at PHNX. Xavier Worthy, in the most obvious pick of the night, going to the Kansas City Chiefs. They trade up to 28 with the Buffalo Bills. The last time that happened, the entire league changed forever because the Chiefs got Patrick Mahomes. Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma, the offensive tackle, goes to the Cowboys at 29. Probably, I had a second-round grade on Guyton, but that's right at the end of the first. Kind of fits with, I don't know, that kind of seems like a Cowboy tackle that'll be there for a while. And then Nate Wiggins, the cornerback out of Clemson, goes to the Ravens at number 30. We are waiting the San Francisco 49ers picking here at 31.
Some more picks.
And then because the Bills moved back with the Chiefs, the Bills now hold the 32nd overall pick.
You know who's available there, buddy? Your guy.
Number 10 on our board.
That's right.
And I shouldn't even call that our board at this point because everyone knows how much I love Jackson Powers Johnson. Jackson Powers Johnson, JPJ, still available there at number 10.
Slipping out of the first round.
Number 10 on our board. Surprised he's still there, man. Big dudes. Couple guys I'm surprised. I'm not surprised Johnny Newton's still there because of the medical.
Yep.
Bears would love both those guys, you would think.
There's maybe we'll get into this a little bit more tomorrow. But so Jackson Powers Johnson, I'm legitimately surprised he's there. A.D. Mitchell I'm going to make some more phone calls on this. I had some information on A.D. Mitchell. I'm not completely surprised that he's still available.
Inconsistent is one of the things. But you've got some other stuff?
Yeah, there's a medical with AD that's not really fair to completely call medical. I don't mean to be cryptic because I hate when people do that with draft prospects, but maybe we'll get into that a little bit tomorrow if he's still on the board. I love A.D. Mitchell. I don't have a problem with him.
I wasn't cryptic.
The issue I know about, I would still take a chance on him. It didn't bother me enough. We had a number 19. I do understand why some teams have an issue with him, and maybe that's why he's falling. Of course, Johnny Newton at number 24 on our board. And then apparently the pick that the 49ers are making right here,
Ricky Pearsall.
the next guy besides Jackson Powers Johnson, the next guy down on our board that had the golden football of mine, Ricky Pearsall from Florida.
Next guy.
Nick loves him too. Let me tell you something about Ricky Pearsall. This is great that he ended up in the first round. He literally has glue on his hands.
He doesn't drop.
Like he is not the biggest dude. He's actually really good. Oh, we have a trade up here at 32.
Ooh, let's go Bears!
Bears!
That's why we stayed up. That's why we stayed up in
clock.
Carolina.
It's not the Bears.
Carolina's trading up.
Oh, whatever.
That sucks.
They already stole all the Carolina's picks.
Exactly.
And the quarterback. Carolina has moved up to 32 here. So the Bills have now moved back twice, and they're not going to make a first-round selection, I guess. But anyway, Pearsall.
Panthers are getting 36 and a sixth rounder, and the Bills are getting a second rounder, 31.
Yeah, they're just moving back one spot.
One spot.
So the Bills will have the Bills will have the first pick tomorrow. What this does is whoever the Panthers take here, they will have the option of that fifth round or the fifth-year option.
Yep.
That only first rounders get. Exactly. So a lot of times you see the last pick here get traded because of that. Now I can't imagine Carolina is trading up for a quarterback. But sometimes that happens here in this spot.
Greg Bragg just stole someone's hat for the record.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. Greg hasn't really been here for the last hour and a half.
He hasn't been here since Odunze got picked.
Basically.
You're to blame.
Yeah. That's accurate.
That's not going to work.
We're going to have to carry Braggs out of here. Oh, God.
Good effort, though.
Jenny's on it.
Relax,
Jenny
you two.
Farr.
Didn't we already know it? Didn't we figure out with Bert Kreischer he could wear the hat with the head?
I could do it. One of us can actually handle our liquor here on this set. The rest of you are lightweights.
Let me say, two of us can.
Who's
and they're
two?
on the ends of the table.
That's correct. I cannot because I don't get hammered every night.
That's an aggressive statement.
I mean, dude's been drinking Jack and Cokes or whatever he drinks.
Greg, do you see yourself on that monitor that's across the way over there?
Yeah, what about it?
Okay, just making sure.
I look like $1 million.
You look like exactly how I would have pictured you 4 hours ago if the Bears ended up with Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze. That's exactly what I would have pictured.
I am so happy.
I know. We know.
I can tell.
It's a great day, man. It's a very good day for the Chicago Bears.
The fact that I made it this long is a miracle within itself.
I don't disagree with that.
Can I get some credit for actually making it this far?
Nope.
I mean, thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Jackie. The rest of you for not clapping, you're dead to me.
Don't clap for him, Jackie. Don't do it.
Don't clap for him.
Clap.
All right, Meatball moron. We love you, Greg.
Love it.
Yeah.
What a night.
Shout out to Denmark. That is an effort.
Someone named Braggs in the stands.
On our
just
super
sent us a super chat said end the show.
Bet $2 to do it.
The network.
The network is paying.
Did Jenny take over your...
No, I did that.
Oh, you did that?
End the goddamn show.
Well, we will once the Carolina Panthers get out of our way and make this last pick.
All right. So can we talk about...
No, we can't.
The gloriousness of the night.
It's
glorious.
Yeah,
can we?
So, hold on. Before that, can we
sir.
talk about Hoge? This could be a potential that we have two guys that were in our first round grades.
Yep.
Available in the second round.
100%.
Johnny Newton and Jackson Powers Johnson.
Yep.
Jackson Powers Johnson, A.D. Mitchell, and Johnny Newton right now. And honestly, Lad McConkey I have in there too.
You went Lad McConkey.
I think Cooper DeJean is still available. That's a little bit of a surprise.
I'd say it's a large surprise.
I like Kool-Aid McKinstry more than most, I feel like. Like, I just feel like his floor is extremely high. I understand why Terrion Arnold, his teammate, went first, but that's another guy. There's a bunch of dudes here that...
As far as the trenches, though, like it's something that we really want to build up. I think there's two options there that we might have.
JPJ and Johnny Newton.
Yeah, we got to take a look at, like, shoot your shot. At that point, use maybe one of those picks from next year. Use another late round pick.
And the Carolina Panthers have made their selection here to end the first round.
Crazy. I like him. That's
Another
a good
Xavier Leggett.
He's
from South Carolina.
That dude's a beast. That dude is a beast.
Joe Catone, $100 super chat. 100 meatballs for Caleb and Rome. Bear the F down.
Was that a different one? Meanwhile, we also have Loesch 6, $100. Cannot believe the Bears finally did the obvious picks. I love it. Hope the Bears trade up tomorrow.
Low 6, you are the man. Thank you for the support.
I also, one more time before we get out of here, want to thank our sponsors because it's been an unbelievable night. And we could not be here without Circus Sports.
I had a great time.
I love Circus Sports.
Circus Sports has been unbelievable. Download the Circus Sports app at circusports.com/Illinois-app. Sign up today. And also ButcherBox.
Shout out, hold on, before you go to ButcherBox, shout out our friends who are always amazing, supporting us. Margaret, Alex, Jillian, thank you if they're still here. They were awesome.
Yeah, from Circa. That's the Circa crew. And then ButcherBox, you can join today using our link at butcherbox.com/CHGO. Use code CHGO to receive this exclusive offer today. Again, I highly recommend that, especially as we get into the grilling season here. I'm telling you, the meat, the quality of the meat you get with ButcherBox is legit. You can thaw it anytime, throw it on the grill. It's restaurant quality. It's so good, and you can customize the box every time you order. Also, Casa Azul. It's been great tonight too. I had a before we started the show tonight. I had a tequila old fashioned. You guys know I'm an old fashioned guy, but I don't usually go tequila old fashioned.
It's good too.
But our guy up there,
it's a good thing you got that.
The Casa Azul tequila old fashioned was great.
That's an upper level play right there. You're gonna sleep well tonight at the old Midtown Athletic Club. Shout out Midtown.
You guys coming tomorrow?
I'm coming.
Woot and I are gonna be working out early.
Exactly. Simulator in there.
Yeah,
I'm
they
coming
got the golf simulator.
I'm coming too. Oh, now we're talking.
I don't want to go with you.
Let's go.
Steven, is there anything else we need to get to? No? We're good? Yeah, we're not going through. Is there any big ones we missed?
Let's read all 400 super chats.
You can do that while I listen to DJ Trey Tunes and hang out the rest of the night. Jake, $50 super chat says, Bragg, sorry I made fun of your skinny childlike arms earlier. You are my favorite CHGO-er.
Fuck out of here.
And my favorite meatball. I'm glad you got what you wanted draft night.
These fucking little
Bear effing down.
We better end this show.
Wootton his little noodle arms over here.
Jake, you want to appreciate me more than Braggs, but you just haven't gotten there yet. You'll get there.
Hey, Jake talking about working out.
Hey, either way, great.
You better
draft
up
night
that
tonight.
profile picture game, Jake, before you start talking.
Great draft night, fellas. Right?
Great draft night.
Let's go.
Day one down.
It's a great
Braggs,
night.
Hoge, Steven, Emma, Lawrence.
If you thought tonight was a shit show, wait till the second and third round.
Oh gosh. He's like, wait till Saturday.
We can end the night on this. My friend sent me a video of my buddy who's a Packer fan.
Yeah.
And it says, this might cheer you up a little. You can see Kurt's soul leave his body with the Packers draft pick. Was not a fan. Neither was I.
The thing is, like, you never discount the Packers.
Yeah.
Man. They always find a way to make something work.
Yeah.
Atlanta had the worst night tonight,
Yeah.
and I even like Michael Penix, but that was a bizarre night for them.
We're out of here. Check out Nicholas Moreano's interview with Caleb Williams that happened tonight in Detroit.
It'll be
on at CHGO_Bears. It'll be on our YouTube as well.
Thank you guys.
Way to go,
The
Nick.
Bears got Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze tonight. Enjoy it. We'll be back tomorrow. I hope you guys are all too. We are live as soon as the second round starts tomorrow night, going through the night. We got a great show for you tomorrow night. If you don't have tickets yet, you can still buy them for tomorrow. Cannot wait. We will see you tomorrow. Don't go anywhere.
Thanks for being here, y'all.
Talk to you tomorrow.
Bears are back, baby!
We all silly like the mayor.